All right, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the House Environment and Transportation Committee. We have a very full afternoon today. I'm just going to briefly explain how we're going to do this. We have three bills from our governor. Governor, thank you for being here. We are going to allow the governor to present on his three bills to start and ask him questions if we have them for the governor. Then we're going to let him go run the state, and we'll bring up, in bill order, the secretary of the department to go through the bills in detail and answer more detailed questions, as well as the other panels on the bill. So we're going to start with kind of the overview from the governor on all three bills. We'll have our opportunity for questions, and then we'll proceed with our business. In addition to the governor, I do want to point out we have another very important elected official here, former Attorney General Brian Frost from District 16. So I also got to say hello to him. But now let's bring up the main event. Governor Moore, please join us with whoever you need from your team, and proceed when you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to both introduce and testify on behalf of a series of bills that we think are not just important, but we know helps to address an issue that is first and foremost in not just many Marylanders' minds, but I know in the minds of many of you here as well. To Chair Corman and to Vice Chair Boyce and to all the members of the House Environmental and Transportation Committee, it really is a true honor. And so thank you for the invitation to be here. We know that the reason we are here and the focus of these bills is that Maryland is facing a true housing crisis. And that crisis is not just hurting some of us. That crisis is impacting all of us, no matter where we call home, no matter where our districts are. Every single Marylander is feeling not just a pinch, but a real crunch of what we're seeing from the housing crisis. It is hurting the teacher in Wheaton who cannot afford a home in the neighborhood that they grew up in. It's impacting the police officer in Glen Burnie with three kids who can't make the family budget work this month. And a core reason for that is housing. It's hurting the senior in Largo who struggles to keep pace with rising prices. So when we talk about the housing crisis that we're all wrestling with and dealing with, we know that this is about individual lives. It's about individual livelihoods. It's also about the health and the success of our entire state. Because if we don't address the fact that Maryland has added an average of 5,600 units to our housing shortage annually over the last decade. If we don't address the fact that a weak housing supply has been one of the leading drivers for the skyrocketing costs that Marylanders continue to deal with. If we don't address the fact that most Marylanders are putting a third of their monthly paycheck into rent. If we don't address the fact that the top driver of poverty in our state is housing insecurity. If we don't address those factors, and many others, then we are never going to unleash the true potential of our state and what each and every one of us know that our state can be and should be. Because if we don't address those things, everything else we are working on is simply going to be details. And I know that those are not just my thoughts or my opinions. I know that's the thoughts of each and every person in this committee, of each and every person in this room, because you all are hearing it too. You're hearing it from individuals, you're hearing it from families, you're hearing it from CEOs alike, who also are stressing to us how housing is informing their decisions about where they move, where they employ, where they stay, and where they come to. That housing supply is one of the key indicators that everyone looks at when they are thinking about moving to a new place or where they're hoping to stay there. That today, 30% of younger Marylanders are telling us that they would consider moving to a different state because of high housing costs. A third of younger Marylanders would consider moving to another state. That I know rings alarm bells for you all because it rings very real alarm bells for me. So the members of this committee, the housing crisis remains one of the greatest threats to our state's success. And that's why our administration, working in partnership with many people in this room, have proudly assembled the most comprehensive housing package that any administration has introduced in the General Assembly in years. And we've crafted two bills that will help to grow supply. The Housing Expansion and Affordability Act of 2024 will make it easier to develop high-quality housing. Our legislation streamlines the building process by eliminating local and state barriers that stand in the way of common sense housing development. In places that we should build, we need to build. And I want to be clear, our bill will help us to pursue this objective in a bold yet balanced way. We consulted with local governments. We consulted with local partners. And we made sure that we took their input and their ideas as we continue to refine this bill. We're proud of the fact that both the Maryland Association of Counties and the Maryland Municipal League support our bill with amendments. And we will continue to move hand in hand with local leaders throughout this process. We've also introduced the Housing and Community Development Financing Act of 2024. It will help ensure that we secure more federal investment. As we all have learned, I like federal investments. And we want to make sure we're investing to try to get as much of it as possible. Our bill will create an organization that is charged with drawing new funding from the U.S. Treasury and investing that money in communities with high concentrations of poverty, oftentimes high concentrations of generational poverty. I'm sure members of the committee are familiar with the New Market Tax Credit Program and also the community development entities, which are also known as CDEs. I learned about both, and I worked a lot on both while I was a CEO, before I ran for office, when I was CEO of one of the largest poverty fighting organizations in this country. And I saw firsthand the importance of using CDEs to be able to uplift communities and uplift families who reside within those communities. But for constituents at home, I want to be clear that the takeaway of the usage of CDEs and the takeaway of these type of instruments is this: our bill will be a magnet of tens of millions of dollars in federal money that is out there right now and that is ready for the taking. And we want all of that money to come to Marylanders. We refined this legislation in partnership with advocates and elected officials, and I want to give a special shout out to the comptroller who has been instrumental within this process. Together, these bills will help us to build new homes so we can narrow the supply gap, we can strengthen our economy for the long term, and we can create new pathways from poverty to prosperity. Owning a home is one of the best ways that Maryland families can build wealth for themselves and wealth for their children. We need to make Maryland an ownership society where everyone has a chance to pass something off to your children besides debt. And that's why our third and final bill will help ensure that more renters can become owners. It's called the Renters' Rights and Housing Stabilization Act of 2024. This legislation will help us to establish a new office of tenant rights. It will ensure that we design and disseminate a Maryland Tenants Bill of Rights. It will reduce barriers to becoming a renter and create new pathways to home ownership through the first statewide right of first refusal. We are very proud of these bills. This housing package will help us to make Maryland more affordable and empower us to unleash the true potential of this state. This legislation that we will work on together will help spur new housing construction, enhance long-term financial investments in low-income areas, help the state move in partnership with local governments instead of being in constant conflict with them, centralize resources for Maryland renters, and get our economy moving again. Members of the committee, we can make Maryland more affordable, and these bills are going to help us get there. So I'm here today, not just as the chief executive, but I'm here today as your colleague. And I want us to work together to make sure that we get this right. So I strongly urge a favorable committee vote on these three bills. I'm thankful for your time, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Governor, thank you very much. Are there any questions for the governor on these three bills? Delegate Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Governor, thank you for being here. It's always great to see you. You mentioned that you were working in concert, and we have testimony from the Maryland Association of Counties and the Maryland Municipal League as well. Can you talk a little more specifically about how these bills and this legislation brings in the local governments, making sure we are working in concert instead of the old push-pull situation that we've had.
Absolutely. Thank you. And great question. And this was it was a core part and component of what we hope to accomplish with this bill. We believe deeply that the idea that, partnership produces progress. And we want to make sure that any questions were being answered prior to this simply by the bill that was being laid out. And we knew that there was measure of concern because a lot of jurisdictional authority oftentimes sits with local leaders. We understand that and we respect that. We also know that at a time when we have such a massive housing shortage, where we're looking at, over 96,000, that's a conservative number, 96,000 unit shortage within the state of Maryland, we've got to find a way of being able to work together to be able to address that kind of shortage. And so the policies and the bills that we worked on in concert with MACO and also MML is showing that this is a piece of legislation that is not heavy-handed. It really more works hand in hand. And so by being able to come up with ways of saying, like, how can we streamline for things like the development of formerly state-owned properties? How can we focus on things like being able to utilize our 501c3s to ensure that every part of our population can be seen, that we're utilizing our 501c3s to be able to focus on housing that can better support our older adults and our seniors, and also people with disability challenges. So we wanted to make sure that every aspect of the bill really showed that we plan on working with local jurisdictions, that this is not about how can we usurp zoning laws, but it really is how can we come up with a better way of working in partnership to create pathways where we need to build, and where we can build. We can add on more inventory, but without taking a measure of jurisdictional authority away from local jurisdictions.
Excellent. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Delegate Stein.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Governor, great to see you. Thank you for your testimony. Many Maryland communities are already grappling with crowded schools, traffic-related stresses. Would building more housing stress our public facilities?
Thank you. And it's a great question because you're absolutely right. I mean, a lot of communities are dealing with what does the new version of that community look like? One that can, ensure that people can live where they can work, ensure that we have the right amount of supports and resources to be able to support the people in the community. One that is going to be welcoming to people who want to join the community, but at the same time, respecting those who are already there. And that's why we think that the facets of this bill actually does a good job of being able to maintain that measurement of community involvement in terms of community planning by being able to build around the assets that are already there. So, for example, you think about the elements of the transit-oriented development. That was very intentional, and frankly, one of the things going back to Delegate Allen's point about how do we think about the incorporation of local input into those things, how to factor in transit-oriented development in terms of this work was something that happened as we're having these conversations with local leaders and local jurisdictions. How were we thinking about the density bonuses as a way of incentivizing the right kind of growth, but not coming up with mandates as to how local jurisdictions were doing this type of work? Being able to work with our 501c3 organizations as they are ensuring that we can come up with things like senior housing. So we believe that what this is hoping to do, it's hoping to add on to the natural fabric of a community without trying to intentionally change it or alter it. It's not about how the state is going to put in our own personal inputs as to how communities should function, but it's basically saying, look at the assets that are already there and what are the things that we can do to create more housing units and a greater measure of supports for people who are there, knowing that housing continues to be one of the critical elements that the communities continue to wrestle with.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Delegate Stewart.
Mr. Chair. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Thank you all for coming and more importantly, thank you for putting this package together. Quick question on HB 538. This is the Housing Expansion and Affordability Act of 2024. Depending on the type of property we're speaking of, whether it's formerly state-owned or transit-oriented or 501c3, you've included affordability requirements, either 25% or 50%. So I just wanted to ask, what the rationale, what the motivation was to include those percentages, to sort of assign some market rate units along some below market rate units, and what impact you see that having for the state.
Thank you so much, Delegate. And and also I want to be clear. I am for market rate development. I think market rate development is an important component to this larger build. And in fact, if we look at the details of the build, if you look around transit-oriented development, it actually provides incentives for 25% below market rate affordable housing and 75% for market rate. I also just know that being able to support affordable housing, it can't be an afterthought. And oftentimes in housing conversations, that's what happens. Is we have housing conversations about where to build and what we can build and that type of thing. And then once all the planning is done, then the conversation comes into, well, what about affordable housing? What that ends up doing is it ends up pricing people out. It ends up actually compounding upon a problem. And it's not the way that we can address this. And so we're in places where, particularly in disadvantaged communities, especially in places in disadvantaged neighborhoods, where they're repeatedly then watching this gap continue to increase. And so simply what this was saying was, how can we be really thoughtful in the initial stages about coming up with that right balance of saying, yes, we want to incentivize and we want to make sure we're having market rate housing. That's part of this equation. Yet at the same time, we have to remember that this larger housing crisis oftentimes is hitting the most challenged communities first. And so in truly incentivizing that level of participation and that level of inclusion into the planning really became a core asset. And I was thinking about, I was writing down, I think about, for example, in your county, the idea of, who are we talking about when we're looking at, who's the image? And was looking at the numbers and showed that the picture in Montgomery County of who we're talking about when it comes to the affordable housing is a small family where it's where one parent is a teacher in the Montgomery County Public Schools who starts out just making over $59,000 a year. One parent who watches their young son and door dashes, bring in another $15,000 annually. That is the picture of who would qualify for this effort. So I think we want to just remember who it is that we're talking about in these type of equations and who would actually qualify for the density bonuses and for these type of platforms.
Thanks again.
Thank you.
Delegate Naraki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Governor, thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Also want to thank you for your team. They've been great. We've had a lot of discussions about this bill, so I really appreciate that. One thing in particular that gives me pause inside of the legislation. So I represent a portion of Baltimore County that's frankly one of the more underserved areas of the county. We have very low income areas in my district. Our housing runs the gamut. In fact, it has the most mobile home communities, for instance, in Baltimore County as well. We've been fighting for a long time in my part of the county, frankly, to get an adequate public facilities bill because our part of the county seems to be one of the ones that's the most underserved when it comes to adequate schools, roads, and other infrastructure. It's a part of the Bay, my district. We have the Back River wastewater treatment plant. There's issues of environmental justice that have been going on there for a long time. So that's the one thing inside of this legislation that brings me to pause is how do we deal with these communities when we've frankly been fighting to get adequate public facilities, and this could maybe make that worse in some communities like this.
Yeah, it's a great question, and thank you for it, and thank you for all the partnership you've had with the team as well in this. One of the reasons that we actually wanted to include the framework of this legislation is exactly for that reason, exactly for communities like this, because oftentimes when we're looking at the zoning policies and the density requirements and what qualifies as a qualified entity, it's very sporadic. It's very all over the place. And there really has not been that level of guidance or incentives that have been baked out that can produce real financial benefits for the localized jurisdictions. That's why we think this bill is so meaningful and why this bill matters so much. We're talking about the example of who would benefit under, for example, the TOD guidelines that we laid out. If you take a look at Baltimore County, and again, specifically in your district, and again, same thing where we end up running numbers, that's a police officer who's making $65,000 a year. All right. A person who their spouse is a stay-at-home spouse raising children. they qualify for this. And so we think that's where, by being able to really tailor it towards the localized jurisdictions and work in partnership with the localized jurisdictions, we think it's actually the best way and the smart way of ensuring that communities and districts like you mentioned before, like yours, that they can actually be part of a upscale benefit while still personalizing the details of the bill so it doesn't have downstream impacts on them as well.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Governor.
Thank you.
Delegate Guyton.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much, Mr. Governor. It's
Thank you.
always a pleasure to see you. I appreciate so much you bringing this bill, and there are a lot of creative aspects and initiatives in this package of legislation. So at some point, I would love to hear about the genesis of those and how they're working in other areas. But one particular question that I have for you, as hopefully some of these things have been implemented in other states and other areas, is how do we ensure, particularly with the transit-oriented development piece and the density incentives, that most of these developments don't end up along the same couple of miles, let's say in Baltimore County along the York Road border. So while we can agree that we want to make sure we're not losing that 5,600 affordable housing unit every year, they shouldn't all be within a 2-mile area on one corridor in one district. And so how do we have some guardrails, some rules about how many and how, because we're not in some cases going to have the adequate facility studies according to the bill if it's managed by DHCD. How are we going to ensure that we're not concentrating poverty in a different area?
Yeah. Thank you for that question and for the leadership on it. And, it's one of the things that we put, I think, the most amount of time into, is that how are we thinking about what are the potential and are there potential unintended consequences for how are we thinking about zoning and rezoning? And one thing we wanted to be clear on is that these, as the legislation is laid out, these are incentives for development for developers and not mandates. The second thing is it really does incentivize how we are talking about the areas where we can build and we should build. And we just need to lessen the regulation and the red tape around, can we actually make that building happen, to make sure we're not having these concentrated areas and concentrated elements where you're actually drastically changing property values. While your intention was to get more people involved, what ends up happening is you're actually dragging down property values. And so there are actually caveats within that about how that local development can take place, where it should take place, and what provides the incentives for it to take place. That actually helps to control that in Baltimore County and also throughout the larger state. I don't think anyone would add on that as well.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Governor. And thank you for the question, Delegate. The only thing I would add is that in that section that you're referencing, the adequate public facility ordinance section, it simply says that if a project receives a multifamily subsidy from the Department of Housing and Community Development, that APFOs can't be used as a convenient tool just to deny it solely on the basis of that. It does not prohibit, and I think this goes, Delegate Naraka, to your question as well, an APFO from being applied. So whether that is, we need sewage improvement, so we need an impact fee, or we need a transportation improvement, we need more parking. That is all completely permissible. All that it does is create a reasonableness test. And I think that it's a fairly low bar to say when we use this tool and we need to develop, that it is done reasonably.
Thank you so much for that information. It's very helpful. Thank you, Governor.
Delegate Lehman.
Chairman, and thank you, Governor Moore, for being here, for bringing your focus and your passion to this issue. It's so important. My question is about the right of first refusal piece. So a number of counties in Maryland right now have right of first refusal laws. My own home county of Prince George's does. What would that look like on a statewide level? We don't have an unlimited amount of money. So what criteria would the state look at? How would it decide where to invest, where to try to match a private offer on housing, multifamily housing that goes up for sale? Has that been completely thought through yet? And what would it look like?
It has been. I know it's and we're actually about a panel that's going to go into detail on it as well. But the thing I will say before the panel comes up and goes into it is it actually does factor in the fact that there are certain localized jurisdictions that have that right of first refusal in place right now. There are some who do not, and there's some that have them and are antiquated. And so it's really saying, how can we get a better statewide understanding of what that looks like, and where the larger goal is, if we're trying to take people from rent to ownership, that we can have essentially a state guideline as to what that looks like with incentives, but not necessarily mandates on them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Delegate Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Governor, for being here today. We
Thank you.
appreciate it. One of the comments has been referencing putting additional stressors on infrastructure. Generally speaking, these individuals are already in the communities, so they're not new to the communities. They're already in the schools, et cetera. But my question is about the right of first refusal as well, too. Just wondering, is there an exemptions for families who want to pass down generational wealth? Will they be able to ensure that's not inhibited in any manner?
There is, and that's currently factored in the bill already.
Okay, thank
Absolutely.
you.
Delegate Foley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Governor, for bringing this package of bills. It's so exciting to see this coming from our governor's office. And I'm particularly excited to see a bill about renters' rights, which I think a lot of times we overlook renters as, that's in some cases the most affordable housing that there is for people, particularly in a state like Maryland has very high real estate values. So thank you for that. And so my question is about the office. I have two questions really about the Office of Tenant Rights. It goes to sort of the authority of the office. So it talks about having a tenant's bill of rights that the office will oversee. And so the first part of my question is that just going to be a compilation of rights around the state or for renters, or is the Office of Tenant Rights going to be proactive in proposing new provisions for the tenant's bill of rights? That's my first question. And my second question is, the bill talks about notifying authorities of violations. And so I wanted to know if that's just notification or if the Office of Tenants' Rights was going to play a more proactive role there.
Thank you so much, and thank you for highlighting the renters piece, because I do want to be clear. We want Maryland to be an ownership society. We want people to have a real sense of not just a stake in, but an ownership in the future of the state. We also understand that one of the first pathways that people go to get there is renters, and we not got to do a better job of protection of that. And the reality that Maryland has, some of the highest eviction filing rates and literally the lowest of eviction filing fee is something that we need to address. And we'll hear from the panel later on. Good to see you, Sheriff. Here's the panel on just how problematic that is to put that kind of weight on the other entities within our society. The first part of your question on the compilation of rights, the answer is yes. It is more of a compilation of what we've seen from other jurisdictions. And I'm sorry, the second part of the question?
The second part was in terms of notifying the appropriate authorities. Is it just notifying them, or is there a more proactive role? Like, would they advise tenants about how to go about pursuing cases, things like that?
Sorry, thank you. Yes, and that's really more. They have more of like an ombudsman role that will serve for how exactly we're dealing with the notification of the tenants.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Final question for this witness goes to Delegate Holmes.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. And as others have mentioned, I really appreciate you bringing this package to us. It's a very important package. And as Chair of Housing, I have heard a lot of these questions often. One of the questions that has come to me is relevant to the affordable housing piece. And you are correct. It has been an afterthought for so very, very long. In a lot of jurisdictions that I represent are currently zoned large lot subdivisions. Sure. Changing zoning to include affordable housing is going to be difficult in some persons' mindsets. And all I'm looking for now, Mr. Governor, is some assistance and some concepts into how we can change persons' mindsets, particularly in those large lot subdivisions in a lot of jurisdictions.
Thank you so much. And Delegate, thank you. And thanks for your leadership. And I completely agree with you that I know for some people it's a challenging thought. And part of the reason that we do have that measurement of balance within these bills about how we're looking at both affordable housing and market rate housing is because we do understand there has to be a balance. That there has to be that when we're talking about the conservative number of 96,000 units, that's not just affordable housing. That's housing. We've got a housing crisis within the state of Maryland. And affordable housing, though, has to be a component. I think part of the way that we continue to articulate this to people when we're talking about what does it mean by affordable housing, we're talking about the examples that we mentioned before, like who we're talking about, who qualifies for that. That when we're talking about affordable housing, it is that working family. It's you know, for the localized jurisdictions, I want people to remember, you know, whether they are the mayors or the county executives, you know what we're talking about for affordable housing? We're talking about your county employees. We're talking about the people who work for the state. We're talking about for the people who are, you know, who are, you know, not just the educators, but the people who are driving the buses, the people who are working multiple jobs. That's who we're talking about. And so I think it is important that we add a measure of understanding that when we're saying we need to have that right balance of market rate and affordable housing, that the you know, who we're talking about when people think about the market rate, oftentimes are the people you're talking about when you're thinking about affordable housing. And that, as we're thinking about what is the dynamic for our communities and what's the dynamic for our society, I just think that we want to make sure that people understand that as they're talking about what should be that right balance of affordable housing and market rate that we have within communities.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Delegate.
Governor, thank you so much. We know not all governors have been as engaged with or have such respect for the legislative process. So we really appreciate you being here.
Thank you, Chair.
And we'll let you get back to running the state. We'll now turn to the full bill hearing on HB 599, the Housing and Community Development Financing Act of 2024. We'll call up Secretary Day and his panel, which I believe is Bill Struver, Cross Street Partners, Leslie McMillan from Build, Claudia Wilson Randall, Community Development Network of Maryland, and Trisha Swanson from Care First. And Mr. Secretary, as a reminder, we're treating you as the sponsor, so you will not be timed, but your panelists will all be on the 2-minute clock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think we had 5 names that were just read. We've got 4 seats, so we might need to pull up a chair. Is that okay?
Yep, you can pull up a chair, you can rotate out as you.
Okay, or we can rotate out. That'll be fine.
Right.
There are people here. Who's the other? Who are the others?
Struver.
Bill Struver.
Mr. Chairman, good afternoon. Members of the committee, thank you so much. Again, for the record, my name is Jake Day, Secretary of Housing and Community Development. And if I may, as we get into talking about the Housing and Community Development Financing Act of 2024, I'd like to just open and say, with respect to the 3 bills, the deliberate intent of the administration here, as you heard from the governor, was to try to be as comprehensive as possible, to address not only the housing shortage and subsequent affordability crisis being faced by Marylanders, through addressing the 2 primary categories of barriers, regulatory barriers and financing barriers, and also to ensure that we are responsive to the fact that even as we add housing supply, we have people in dire situations, renters who are victimized frequently, and ensuring that we protect them. And so the housing package collectively is designed to respond to those 3 challenges. The Housing and Community Development Financing Act of 2024, at its core, this bill establishes the Maryland Community Investment Corporation. This is a community development entity, or as the governor said, a CDE, aimed at leveraging federal new market tax credits, or NMTCs, to revitalize and strengthen our communities throughout the state. These tax credits, established by the Treasury Department, have been instrumental in funding various real estate and business projects in low-income communities around our nation. With approximately $5 billion allocated annually to the NMTC program, it is critical that Maryland takes full advantage of this opportunity to spur economic growth and development in our state. The impact of new market tax credits is tangible and it's transformative. For example, the state of California has deployed $253 million in federal new market tax credits through its state CDE. In Los Angeles in 2022, NMTC played a pivotal role in the construction of a 200,000 square foot California Air and Space Center, showcasing the Space Shuttle Endeavour and providing 150 hands-on educational exhibits. In Chicago, the tax credits assisted in the remediation of a long vacant brownfield site, revitalizing it into a Black-led federally qualified health center, providing comprehensive health services to an underserved community. Similarly, in Dallas in 2021, New Market tax credits facilitated the construction of a 60,000 square foot shelter and resource center for people experiencing homelessness, offering a lifeline to those in need. We can't leave money on the table. With the establishment of the Maryland Community Investment Corporation, we have the opportunity to replicate and amplify such successes right here in our state. With our own state-sponsored community development entity, we gain greater control and flexibility over how these federal funds are utilized. This means we can direct investments toward projects that align with our state's unique priorities and address the specific needs of our communities. As required by U.S. Treasury, the corporation would be managed by a board of directors with a chair picked from among their membership. The proposed membership would include the comptroller, Secretary of Housing and Community Development, Secretary of Commerce, and 2 members appointed by the governor representing nonprofit entities in the state and low-income communities. The MCIC would allow us to work hand in hand with existing state funding programs, ensuring a more coordinated and effective approach to community development. Critically, the second part of the bill is that it provides additional flexibility in the use of the Strategic Demolition Fund resources. Specifically, it expands the allowable uses to include credit enhancements and debt payments on government bonds. This enhancement will significantly accelerate capital formation for program activities, enabling us to multiply the impact of our state's investment in revitalization projects. By transforming communities' liabilities into assets, we're not only providing the physical landscape, improving the physical landscape of our neighborhoods, but also we're creating opportunities for economic empowerment and growth, something Maryland desperately needs. The Maryland Community Investment Corporation will serve as a crucial resource in achieving these objectives, channeling federal funds to where they're needed most and catalyzing positive change in your and my communities. The Housing and Community Development Financing Act represents a vital step forward in our ongoing efforts to promote equitable and sustainable development across Maryland. By harnessing the power of the New Market tax credit and enhancing the Strategic Demolition Fund, we can unlock the full potential of our communities and build a brighter future for all Marylanders. Thank you. What's next? You want to go first?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair, and the distinguished legislators. I'm Leslie McMillan, a lay co-chair of BUILD, and we are here in support of House Bill 599. This can have a transformative impact on addressing the vacant and abandoned housing in Baltimore City and across the state. Baltimore City it's no secret, we've been facing a crisis in vacant and abandoned houses. We have more than 13,000 vacant and abandoned buildings, 21,000 vacant lots, and thousands of homes that are at significant risk for vacancy because of the proximity of these vacant properties. It's not new to Baltimore. It has this crisis is rooted in a long history of destructive and racial discriminatory housing policies and practices, redlining. The changes in the Strategic Demolition and Smart Growth Impact Fund, commonly known as Project CORE, could be transformative, especially if they're combined with the proposed investments made by Governor Moore's budget. Project CORE being more flexible can be maximally useful on the ground as we act at scale and strategic ways, in particular for debt service and for credit enhancements. BUILD is not new to this work. For 15 years, we've been doing this work in Baltimore City, transforming 450 properties without displacing a single resident. Our work using Project CORE, working with our partners, has made it possible for us to do much in those few neighborhoods. It's critical now that Project CORE be made more flexible. Over the last year, builders with Baltimore City and the Greater Baltimore Committee to develop this vetted plan to address the vacant and abandoned housing. What I wanted to say is strategic investment can rebuild communities, but more important, addressing the vacant and abandoned properties in Baltimore City will create a return for Baltimore, for Maryland taxpayers. We need to act now. Let's pass this bill.
Bill Streaver, CEO of Urban Action Community Development. It's a community development enterprise, which is the vehicle by which you compete for new market tax credits from U.S. Treasury, parent company's cross-street partner. We've been in the new market program since its inception. We've closed over $1.5 billion of new market transaction, generating over $300 million in net upfront cash subsidy for really high priority, high impact community development projects that are tough to finance. New market tax credits often work with historic tax credits and become the biggest share of the capital stack for these tough to finance community development, economic development projects in distressed neighborhoods. Some have many as 15 or 20 sources of funds. So new market tax credits, historics together are very impactful, doing all kinds of good things in community facilities, charter schools, like Henderson Hopkins School, the fastest improving K-8 in the Baltimore City system, and EBDI health centers like the Behavioral Health Opioid Crisis Center at Hebrew Orphans Asylum in West Baltimore, workforce training like the Center for Neighborhood Innovation at home with Associated Builder Contractors, biggest in the nation, skilled building trades apprenticeship program with their Jumpstart pre-apprenticeship program and Living Classrooms Fresh Start program for returning citizens, housing through Habitat. New markets are a very important subsidy source, and community services like Reverend Hathaway's PS 103 Thurgood Marshall Center. And many commercial uses too, in terms of commercial kitchen and small business incubators like the Packing House Project that DHCD has been hugely helpful with in Cambridge, Maryland. Baltimore and Maryland, from our perspective nationally, really suffers from the lack of CDEs. Many states have their own CDEs competing. Many cities have their own CDCs. And the chance to leverage the 60 million a year, 20 million of subsidy, 2-to-1, is a big funding source to really move the needle on really important projects in our state. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Corman and members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. My name is Claudia Wilson-Randall. I'm the Executive Director of the Community Development Network. We have members across the state. It's great to hear reference to Cambridge, Baltimore City. We also have Hagerstown, Garrett County, Baltimore County. We have members throughout the state. And I'm very excited about Governor Moore and the administration putting this bill forward, HB 599. And you have my written testimony, but I just wanted to take a little time to say that throughout the state, there are very disinvested areas throughout the state. In almost every county, we can point to somewhere in that county that lacks investment and has been neglected for 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years. And the power of having a community development entity like this is that they don't bring 1 million or 500,000 at a time. They bring tens of millions. And that power is something that, and that tool is something that Maryland has been missing. So I am just really enthusiastic about the possibility of having a community development entity like this, because I think so many communities could benefit from that tens of millions of dollars to complete a project. And that's all sorts of projects. That's, we see projects like childcare centers, retail, community facilities, and some states, we even see that going to parks and other cultural amenities as well. And we have not seen that power come to Maryland. So this work to make great places in Maryland that benefit the entire community is vital. And I hope that you will move this forward, and I hope for your favorable report. Thank you.
I don't see Tricia Swanson, Mr. Secretary.
I don't believe so, Mr. Chair.
Okay, colleagues, let me know if you have any questions. I do want to acknowledge we've been joined by our colleagues, the odd couple from the Ways and Means Committee. Any questions for this? Any questions for this panel? Okay, I do not see any, Mr. Secretary, so thank you. We do have a number of in-person favorable witnesses to follow you. I'll call up Heather Hiff from Maryland Nonprofits, Alice Kennedy from Baltimore City Housing and Community Development, Mayor Scott, if he's here from the city, and Sarah Redinger, Habitat for Humanity, Metro Maryland. Please go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Heather Iliff. I'm president and CEO of Maryland Nonprofits. We represent the 40,000 501c3 organizations that the governor mentioned earlier, and we are in support of the entire package, all three bills. I know that you have a lot of testimony to hear and you have our written statements, so I'm just going to drive home the point that nonprofits are working so hard to help people get into the labor force, get their lives on track. We're talking about people with disabilities who are absolutely able to work, people recovering from mental health challenges, people with disabilities, people who are returning from incarceration. All of these folks want to be in our workforce, want to be part of our communities, and nonprofits get them through all of these barriers and help them reach so many personal goals. And then they run smack into this housing crisis, smack into this barrier in every county in the state. It is a problem. We can't quite get people over the hump to self-sustainability when we just can't find an affordable place with them and for them for people to live. So the housing crisis is real. We look at Comptroller Brooke Learman's economic report showing that we have 180,000 Marylanders who dropped out of the labor force since 2019, and housing has been one of the main reasons that has been a barrier for people, that they can't live near where they work, they don't have transportation, they don't have childcare. So we think it's an important part of getting our economy going, and it's critically important for Marylanders in need. We urge favorable support of all three bills. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Chair Corman and Vice Chair Boyce. Alice Kennedy, Housing Commissioner for the City of Baltimore, here on behalf of Mayor Scott and the city administration as well. I'd like to state that House Bill 0599 would unlock new tools to strengthen Maryland communities and address the ongoing housing crisis as laid out by Governor Moore, as well as Secretary Day earlier. The City of Baltimore has an amazing partnership with the state and state DHCD, and this bill actually just continues to strengthen the partnership that we've had over the years and unlocks the new tools as been discussed here by creating the Maryland Community Investment Corporation, as well as creating the flexibility that is needed in the Strategic Demolition and Smart Growth Impact Fund to include those debt payments as well as credit enhancements. Since 2019, the City of Baltimore has been actively implementing what's called our Framework for Community Development, which outlines a strategic implementation plan to address vacant properties in the City of Baltimore, as well as new construction, vacant lots, our middle neighborhoods, in a holistic, comprehensive approach that leaves no one behind and is geared specifically to address racist housing policies that have been in existence that have created disinvestment across our communities. This bill helps us in terms of tackling that. As of this morning, we are at 13,579 vacant properties in the City of Baltimore. It's the lowest number of vacant properties that we've seen in decades, coming off of the highest number, which was in 2015, which was over 16,500 in that range. The tools outlined in this bill will help us actively be able to address this problem holistic across all of the properties. And it helps our partners that are actively on the ground doing this work and doing it successfully using these tools such as new market tax credits and the community development entities to continue to be the good partner that we need them to be to further impact the reduction in community development across the city of Baltimore.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Sarah Redinger, and I'm the Vice President of Community Development with Habitat for Humanity Metro Maryland. Habitat Metro Maryland is a nonprofit serving Montgomery and Prince George's counties that builds, sells, and preserves affordable homeownership in partnership with limited income families. And since 1982, we've completed more than 885 projects. To advance its mission, Habitat combines funding and resources from an array of sources, including mortgage payments, private donations, grants, revenues from our restores, and of course, government funding. Because Habitat is focused on homeownership, Habitat is not able to utilize one of the largest federal funding tools for housing, the low-income housing tax credit. It's exclusively designed for rental housing. And while Habitat and others have long advocated for a federal tax credit program for homeownership, one does not yet exist. That said, Habitat affiliates and other nonprofits across the U.S. have successfully used new market tax credits for the development of affordable homeownership. House Bill 599 would authorize the creation of the Maryland Community Investment Corporation with the objective that it apply for new market tax credit funding. The creation of the MCIC has the potential to increase the use of federal new market tax credit funding in Maryland and could play an important role in increasing affordable homeownership opportunities for low-income families otherwise locked out of the market. Homeownership was out of reach for many lower and middle income families across Maryland before the pandemic and is even more out of reach now due to increasing home values, interest rates, and property taxes. As you know, homeownership is the primary way that families build wealth in the U.S., and it is imperative and a matter of equity that we play an active role in breaking down barriers to wealth building. In order to provide affordable homeownership opportunities, we need subsidy tools, and new market tax credits are one such tool. Habitat encourages the committee to provide a favorable report as we work collectively to leverage available resources and provide affordable homeownership opportunities in Maryland. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for this panel? I do not see any, so we will move on to further in-person favorable witnesses. Chelsea Andrews from the Housing Opportunities Commission. Gregory Countess, Maryland Legal Aid. Please don't lean against the lights. Gregory Countess, Maryland Legal Aid. Dominic Beopia, Regal Capital, and Priscilla Kania, AARP Maryland. And please, as soon as you sit down, one of you begin when ready. Please go ahead.
Right. Thank you. Chair Corman and members of the committee, I am Chelsea Andrews of the Housing Opportunities Commission of Montgomery County. In addition to its other roles, HOC is a local housing finance agency. Working closely with the county government, we've been able to use that authority to develop creative financing tools that allow us to build more affordable housing. One example is the Housing Production Fund, which we know this committee is working to expand statewide through Delegate Stewart's Bill HB 7, creating a Housing Innovation Fund. But the need is vast, and we need every possible tool. We are excited to see that the state is exploring creative solutions and hope you will support the creation of a new financing entity. We want to express our deep appreciation to the governor and the administration, as well as this committee, for making affordable housing such a high priority. We're excited about this housing session, but we need a housing decade of innovative approaches such as this bill. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Corman and Vice Chair Boyce. I am Priscilla Kania, an AARP volunteer lead advocate. On behalf of over 850,000 members, we thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of HB 599. Affordable housing is a high priority for AARP due to the number of older Marylanders on limited and fixed incomes. The recommendations in this piece of legislation would positively impact this population. We would like to see the committee consider adding nonprofits representing older adults to Section 10-1105B6. That's the sections about members appointed to the board of directors by the governor. It would be fitting to give voice to this constituency group. Thank you very much, and we request a favorable report.
My name is Gregory Countess. I'm with Maryland Legal Aid. I'd like to thank Chairman Corman as well as Vice Chair Boyce for the opportunity to speak here today. part of my job at Legal Aid is to represent communities, clients that are involved in community economic development. And I've done that work in Baltimore and other places throughout the state. House Bill 599 puts in place an entity that I think is uniquely positioned in order to bring to bear and reverse some of the capital disinvestment that has taken place in Maryland's poor communities for a long, long period of time. In fact, a study by the Urban Institute showed that there's actually 1/3 less invested in Maryland's poor and Black communities as there are in its white communities. And as I said, this bill would hopefully reverse that. It would benefit, excuse me, some of Legal Aid's clients. We have a client that's right now involved in a blight prevention project, that is to take vacant homes and to turn them into home ownership opportunities. Another project that it's involved in is taking a closed down school, converting it into a high school for adults as well as housing. This investment under, I think, this unique and visionary bill by the state is going to help make that happen. And I've told the story of a client of mine who spends over 50% of her income in order to secure housing. This bill will help to make that story less likely.
Good afternoon. I'm Dominic Wapia. I'm a business development officer at Regal Capital, which is a CDE in Baltimore. I'm here to support the bill, and I believe setting up a state CDE will allow Maryland to partake in the new market tax credit program. The new market tax credit program has been vital for fostering economic development and revitalization in underserved communities across the states. The economic impacts of this program cannot be understated. Since the program's inception in 2002, over $3.8 billion has been invested in more than 100 projects and businesses in Maryland. Some of these projects are the Remington Row, Home Lithograph, Casa de Maryland, and Lexington Market. Over 14,000 full-time jobs and 23,000 temporary construction jobs have been created. Additionally, over 16 million square feet of real estate has been constructed or renovated using new market tax credits. However, more can be done, and through the state CDE, we believe the housing crisis that has been talked about can be tackled. The bill represents a critical step forward in the state's commitment to economic equity and community development. The states will be joining other cities and states that already have CDEs like Illinois, California, Dallas, and Phoenix. I urge all of us to strongly support the bill, and I look forward to seeing its positive impact on communities in Maryland. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no questions, so we're going to call up our final panel of in-person favorable witnesses. You might have to rotate seats a little bit. Casey Anderson, Affordable Housing Conference of Montgomery County, Dan Ellis, Neighborhood Housing Services of Baltimore, Ann Riggle, City Life Historic Properties, Nick Henninger, AUB, Greater Baltimore Committee, and Councilmember Azella Shaw, City of Rockville. Please go ahead as soon as you are ready.
Hi, I'm Casey Anderson, appearing today for the Affordable Housing Conference of Montgomery County. We strongly support efforts to increase the supply and availability of both market rate and income restricted housing throughout the state, but particularly in the Washington suburbs. We support this bill, but would ask that the administration and the General Assembly consider ways to ensure that the Washington suburbs can qualify for new market tax credits that may be made available as a result of this bill. As many of you know, low-income housing tax credits are often allocated disproportionately to Baltimore City because of real and perceived differences in the prevalence of economic conditions that justify larger investments in aid for affordable housing. But the Washington suburbs, as many members of this committee know, also have distressed areas, places that need reinvestment and need for more affordable housing. And so we think it'd be appropriate to make sure that the Prince George's, Montgomery, and other parts of the DC area benefit from the tax credits in this legislation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Dan Ellis. I'm the CEO of Neighborhood Housing Services of Baltimore. So NHS of Baltimore, among other things, one of the things we do is we develop housing in West Baltimore. We've had the privilege of using new market tax credits to develop housing in the communities in West Baltimore. And the way that new markets can be used for home ownership. It's usually used for commercial projects or retail projects, but it can be used to promote opportunity for home ownership. And it works in one of two ways. The funding can either be used to close the appraisal gap, which there's been a lot of conversation about need for doing that. It can also be used to close the affordability gap, which can be used to help ensure that the residents in the neighborhood can become owners in the neighborhood. And that flexibility of use allows the project to meet the needs of the neighborhood in a way that allows for that flexibility. It also is used to leverage additional funding to the tune of millions of dollars for a project. The project that we did in West Baltimore resulted in 25 homeowners who now live in their homes, paying taxes, good members of the community, and stabilizing the community, taking vacant houses and turning them to productive use. This is the goal that we are all looking to achieve. The other piece, though, that's important to note on House Bill 599 is the changes to the Project Core program, which are really critical as we look to leverage revenue or leverage resources of the state to identify ways that we can further grow and invest into the communities around the state. The changes allow the funding to be used for debt service, which what that does is it allows for some money to be, for greater sums of money to be leveraged, resulting in the revenue from taxes and other income in the short term that they can then cover all the debt service on the back end. So allowing that use is critical. We applaud the governor and the secretary for their leadership in this space, and we urge a favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Ann Riggle with City Life. And this is a very exciting day. We've been working with DHCD, Controller Brooke Learman's office and the governor's office on this effort. We've been so involved in it because it's so significant for the state of Maryland. Since 2002, the CDFI fund has allocated $76 billion in new market tax credit authority. Through this bill, we can join other states that are getting new market tax credits. Those include the Chicago Development Fund, the Phoenix Development Fund, the Los Angeles Development Fund, the California Statewide Community Development Fund, and the Dallas Development Fund. The Maryland Community Investment Corporation is an excellent opportunity for the state of Maryland to bring needed funding to address these housing shortages. The state is doing a stellar job. We work with DHCD almost every day, and they're absolutely incredible. And we can't imagine how much more we can do with federal funding. Just like Governor Moore said, we like federal investment. We can estimate that the contribution to the capital stack for housing would be approximately 20 to 30% of the capital stack. It's significant. It makes all the difference in the world, as Dan was referring to in his projects. Being able to offer market rate housing or a little bit above market rate housing as affordable housing, because we have enough subsidy in the housing to be able to do that for the home buyers and do what we all want to do, is create generational wealth for the next generation. So it's so significant. Thank you very much.
Would you mind just rotating seats so she can get the microphone? Just rotate seats. And Nick, why don't you go ahead while we're waiting?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On behalf of the Greater Baltimore Committee, I am here today to proudly support House Bill 599. Both for its impact on the Maryland Community Investment Corporation's establishment and also for the positive changes to Project Core. So the Greater Baltimore Committee, under the leadership of Mark Anthony Thomas, is focused on billion-dollar opportunities for Baltimore City and the region around it. Some may wonder why we are here today to speak about vacant housing, if that's the case. Well, we know that vacant housing if properly remediated once and for all and at scale, is an absolutely multi-billion-dollar opportunity to turn around the entire city of Baltimore and the region with it, changing both our reputation on a national and global scale, attracting new businesses and residents, and bringing back residents from the near suburbs to create a vibrant city for all. So on behalf of the Greater Baltimore Committee, I ask for your support of this legislation so that we can once and for all address the vacant housing crisis in the city of Baltimore. And I do this standing alongside our partners from Build and the City of Baltimore DHCD and the Mayor's Office. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Corman and members of the committee. I am Isola Shaw, Rockville City Council member, and I thank you for this opportunity to provide testimony in support of HB 599. The City of Rockville Mayor and Council unanimously support HB 599, which creates state-owned financial institution, the Maryland Community Investment Corporation, that could fund community development projects around the state by taking advantage of the new market tax credits. This bill also expands the eligible cost for which a grant or loan can be issued to a local government or community development organization under the Strategic Demolition Smart Growth Impact Fund to include debt payments and credit enhancements. We strongly support the provisions of HB 599 due to its potential to enhance community development initiatives and further diversity, equity, and inclusion within Rockville and designated sustainable communities. We are especially hopeful that the city's housing authority, Rockville Housing Enterprises, would be able to take advantage of the new financing opportunities to build upon their work, preserving and producing affordable housing. In conclusion, Rockville is excited about the potential for new funding opportunities for community development projects that would improve Rockville's affordability, equity, and livability. For these reasons, we urge the committee to provide HB 599 with a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. I do not see any questions for this panel. So that concludes the bill here on HB 599. We'll now turn to HB 538. We'll call the secretary back up along with this panel. Jonathan Rundu, the ARC Central Chesapeake Region, Secretary Flora, Maryland Department of Planning, Christine Manigan, Maryland Affordable Housing Coalition, and Casey Dawkins, University of Maryland. Please go ahead when ready, Mr. Secretary.
Well, good afternoon again, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Since I provided the briefing on the state of housing to the committee in December, the data has continued to come in, and our housing landscape remains alarming, reflective of inaction. Rental costs, mortgage interest rates have risen even higher. Countless Marylanders can't afford to buy a new home in the neighborhoods where they grew up. We're pricing out Maryland's next generation, my children, our grandchildren. According to polling, the Maryland Association of Realtors released last week, 99% of voters in this state, ages 18 to 34, believe it's harder to buy a home now than in previous generations, which, by the way, I think is about the only polling question that could be asked where you'd get that kind of agreement. And more than 80% of Maryland voters say it's too expensive to buy and too expensive to rent. Maryland's 96,000 housing unit shortage is growing at a rate of about 5,600 units a year, as you heard the governor say. And it's costing Maryland families, translating into cost burdens that strain their budgets and eat away at their paychecks. We had many discussions over several months with local elected officials, with legislators, with advocacy groups to develop a legislative response. And we all agreed there was only one solution to this housing crisis, and that's more housing. Together, we built the Housing Expansion and Affordability Act using feedback from those very partners. The first component of the act targets the most suitable locations to increase density where it won't change the character of the surrounding area and is sensitive to the underlying zoning. These density bonuses are limited to specific locations so long as they contain a certain percentage of guaranteed affordable housing units. Allowing added density in these areas within 1 mile of a planned or existing passenger rail station, property is owned by a 501c3 corporation, or formerly state-owned properties just makes sense. Take, for example, formerly state-owned campuses. This bill kills 2 birds with 1 stone, maybe many birds with 1 stone. It revitalizes dangerous eyesores while addressing the housing shortage and bringing tax revenue back onto the books for both local governments and for the state. The second 2 components of HEAA focus on the root of the supply problem: construction costs and local barriers to development. The state and its officials have a responsibility to address the statewide consequences of this housing shortage, and the HEAA reasonably lowers the barriers to produce more housing. By allowing manufactured homes in single-family zoned areas, the state can help address high costs and the lengthy time frame of construction and open the pathway to home ownership and wealth for many Marylanders, especially for first-time home buyers who can't afford a down payment on a site-built home. The HEAA also allows us to protect projects the state has invested in, money that has been appropriated for projects that are following state guidance by ensuring that they aren't unreasonably stalled by adequate public facilities ordinances. APFOs are an important tool, and they help manage growth in a responsible manner and balance development with the capacity of public services. But in practice, the result of many APFOs around the state is a stalling and halting of essential projects that are necessary to ease those cost burdens that are being placed on the backs of Maryland families due to the lack of housing infrastructure. And Maryland voters are paying attention. 65% believe that regulations are making it too difficult to build housing. For too long, Marylanders have let short-term challenges supersede our state's long-term need for housing. Our proposal seeks to ensure that requirements like transportation improvements and impact fees are able to be applied, but that APFOs are not used to kill projects altogether as we address the significant shortage of housing. We need 96,000 homes statewide to house the Marylanders who are already living here. They're cramming into existing housing, sometimes living in unacceptable housing conditions, or even becoming homeless. If I've learned anything in the past 15 years as an elected official, a mayor, a council member, a planning commissioner, a housing official, a board of appeals member, it's that politics is a numbers game, and the numbers are out and they don't lie. Maryland knows we have a problem right now. Every day we wait is another day that another Maryland family can't sign a lease. Another day that another Maryland family can't pay their rent. Another day that another Maryland family can't pay their mortgage. Everyone has been brought to the table, and we have worked together on this solution. This is a year to make progress because this problem isn't going away without our action. If we don't take a step forward, we're going to have to do it next year. And the hurdles are going to be higher. The deficit will be greater, and the voters will be speaking even more loudly. Let's make this session the turning point. I urge a favorable report on the Housing Expansion and Affordability Act. Thank you.
Next up. Good afternoon, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, and all the members of the committee. For the record, I'm Rebecca Flora, Secretary, Maryland Department of Planning, and before you today in support of House Bill 538, as well as so well summarized by my colleague, Secretary Day. My testimony is specific to the density bonus provisions of the bill and is provided as a supplement to the written testimony previously supplied. As an accredited planner and actually a former developer across public, private, and nonprofit sectors, I'm here to basically say that density bonuses are in fact a very effective tool and a very reasonable tool
to basically try to ensure that we can provide more affordable housing, particularly where there's market interest and viability is challenging. For the housing developer, a density bonus provides an added number of units or square footage area. This in turn reduces the per unit cost. Basically, site development costs and overall common area costs are so expensive at this point that when they're spread across a smaller number of units, it just becomes impossible to make the numbers work. So this is a way of helping to make those numbers work. For the public, House Bill 538 takes the necessary precautions, and I reviewed them very carefully, to ensure that there is minimal to no impact. This is done through the overlay approach that ensures existing underlying zoning parameters remain intact and are scaled appropriately for underlying zones in surrounding contexts. This is a very reasonable approach to achieve what we're trying to accomplish here. Additionally, by stimulating the market viability for affordable housing, particularly in areas near transit, we address multiple other public benefits such as added transit ridership, improve access to economic opportunity without the necessity of owning a car, creation of walkable neighborhoods that build a sense of community and promote public health, and by providing added density. I'm out of time, but I would love to talk to you about Euclidean zoning and our single purpose zoning, which this also begins to address. But we are here ready to support this bill and to help local jurisdictions implement the bill as they interpret it. And I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Good afternoon, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, and members of the committee. My name is Christine Madigan, and I'm here representing the Maryland Affordable Housing Coalition, which is a statewide organization comprised of 185 members. I come here before you today in support of House Bill 538, the Housing Expansion and Affordability Act of 2024. As you've heard today, the state's housing crisis is well documented, very acute, and the only way to solve it is to build more housing. The Adequate Public Facility Ordinance, or APFO, provisions of the Housing Expansion Act will help make that happen. Specifically, these provisions will block local jurisdictions from denying a tax credit development or other state-funded affordable housing development solely on the basis of an APFO. While APFOs are important to ensure that public facilities are not overextended, they're too often used as outright tools to deny valuable projects for other reasons. This bill removes that barrier. Importantly, however, the bill does not block APFOs altogether. Local governments will still be able to apply an APFO to address public facility concerns. What the bill will do is prevent the unreasonable application of APFOs that are so difficult to comply with they become de facto denials. A reasonableness test will apply. I'll also note that at the request of the Maryland Association of Counties, the APFO provision of this bill will sunset after 15 years. To address Maryland's housing supply and affordability crisis, developers must be able to build housing communities for residents who need it, including police officers, teachers, and healthcare workers, people our communities cannot afford to lose. These housing developments are well designed with quality construction and energy efficient materials. House Bill 538 will help pave the way to build them. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Corman and members of the committee. My name is Jonathan Rondo, and I'm the President and CEO of the ARC Central Chesapeake region. I'm here today in strong support of Governor Moore's housing agenda, especially Section 7, 504 of the legislation concerning density bonuses for 501c3 organizations. The ARC Central Chesapeake region is a nonprofit regional organization serving people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. In 2007, the ARC founded Chesapeake Neighbors, our affordable housing nonprofit subsidiary, to create quality affordable housing opportunities, not just for people with disabilities, but for all people and families who need access to housing. We specialize in creating scattered site mixed income housing that blends affordable and market rate units. Density bonuses allows developers like Chesapeake Neighbors to tailor affordable housing to communities' needs with greater nuance, a critical tool for creating diverse and inclusive communities we all need. For example, in Anne Arundel County, we are developing an additional duplex on a site due to the county's workforce housing density increase for that particular zone. We are able to then double the number of affordable housing units that we can build at the property at a lower cost. Density bonuses allows us to increase the economies of scale while staying true to Chesapeake Neighbors' scattered site philosophy. As a nonprofit developer, we do this work through a combination of grants, government funding, and financing through community banks. As a scattered site developer, we aren't able to leverage tax credits, and so density bonuses are just another tool to use. For organizations like Chesapeake Neighbors to be able to meet the needs of the communities we serve in increasing housing options, we see that density bonuses are something that can help us bring that to scale. I urge your support of this bill. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. My name is Casey Dawkins. I'm a professor at the University of Maryland's Urban Studies and Planning program, and I'm a faculty member at the National Center for Smart Growth. And I'm coming before you today in support of House Bill 538, the Housing Expansion and Affordability Act of 2024. And my remarks will be confined to the Land Use 4104C section, which states that a legislative body may not prohibit the placement of a new manufactured home in a zone that allows single-family residential uses. Manufactured homes offer a low-cost housing alternative that is affordable and of comparable quality to single-family homes that are constructed on site. These cost savings come from economies of scale in production, lower on-site labor costs, and increased protection against theft and weather damage offered by secure climate-controlled manufacturing facilities. Studies have found that the average cost of manufactured housing is approximately 2/3 the cost of traditional single-family housing, and these cost savings are passed on to consumers in the form of lower housing prices. Manufactured homes offer a promising market-based solution to our ongoing affordable housing crisis. The local land use regulations often stand in the way of efforts to expand the supply of manufactured homes. Although the HUD code, the federal HUD code, governs the assembly of manufactured homes, local zoning laws ultimately determine whether and where manufactured homes can be placed after they've received a HUD certification label. My own research has found that these regulatory barriers can significantly constrain the supply of manufactured homes. Several states have already passed laws similar to the one under consideration in Maryland, and I fully support the Maryland legislature's attempts to do the same. Manufactured housing is essential for us to quickly address the 96,000 housing unit shortage that the state's facing today, and the cost of building has risen dramatically due to inflation, supply chain issues, and interest rates, and utilizing manufactured housing will help to address those costs for both builders and purchasers of homes. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. We have a number of questions. We'll start with Delegate Ruth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Secretary Day, Secretary Flora, and everybody on this panel. Obviously, this is much needed legislation, and I appreciate that. I did have questions about the affordable housing percentages, and for either of you, Secretary Day or Secretary Flora, I know from a planning background, I'd be interested to hear some of these. Looking through it, there's different sections, obviously, and some of them have a 50% minimum affordable housing. Is there any concern that that might be too high and might create concentrations of poverty? And Secretary Flora, under modern standards, what are really the ideal percentage of affordable housing?
Okay, if I start?
Go ahead.
Okay. Delegate Ruth, thank you so much for the question. I'll start, and then Secretary Flora can correct me. My former professor, my former planning professor here. Not a joke, if you didn't know that. So the percentages were designed specifically to respond to the sort of a formula that we were thinking about. And the formula is this, and this is a philosophical formula, as well as a pragmatic one. First, acknowledging what the governor said, and I'll just reiterate it, which is that we believe that a supply response to a price problem in the market is necessary and is fundamental, but also that we could not be comfortable staring back at history 5, 10 years from now and saying, well, we sure did add more units and it did bring down the average price, but we failed the people at the margins. We failed those who are most vulnerable, that the market does not produce unsubsidized housing for. That's what DHCD does. I mean, much of what we do is we finance affordable housing that the market cannot produce without subsidy. So the formula in our thinking goes, incentivize the production, require the affordable units, and then subsidize the affordable units. And you've seen increased appropriations, a request for increased appropriations in the governor's proposed rental housing works fund. That is very much in line and in support of this bill. Now, that being said, low-income housing tax credits or a state bond financed housing deal does produce a higher percentage, greater than 50% normally, a higher percentage of affordable units in those developments. And so by its nature, we would be involved in subsidizing those projects or those subsets of a larger project. Let's say, a developer could certainly finance a portion of a project and as a market rate deal and a portion as a state subsidized or state finance deal, and thus achieve the 50% on that. Now, I think there will be commentary, and there has been commentary that it's easier to pencil a deal with a smaller number of affordable units, and I have no doubt that that's true. And I think it's a reasonable topic to debate on whether or not it's 25% or 20%. And we can have that debate, but let's not lose sight of the fact that we must produce more units in order to address the housing crisis facing our state.
Right. Thank you for the question. There's a couple of things I'd like to respond and add to what the Secretary has indicated. One is around, first of all, let's just keep remembering what we mean by affordable housing in terms of that 60% AMI. That's our teachers, our public service workers. This is about the people who we live with day to day that can't find housing and we risk losing. To your point about, is 50% too high? No. If it were much more than that, we might start losing that threshold that we always should be shooting for, which is diversity of housing type, diversity of income type,
Right.
and essentially diversity in terms of sort of getting that balance of ensuring that we have multiple types of people and incomes that can live in any community. When you create what I would call homogeneous communities where it's all the same, then we risk a very difficult situation because everybody ages out at the same time. Those communities really don't function well long-term. So my direct answer is no, I'm not concerned. I think that everything that we can do to ensure things like, good design standards, ensuring that there's a mix of housing types so we can really make that a robust place is something we would have to work with. And I think is all about trying to make it affordable so we can work with those types of ways to make a really vibrant community function, actually.
Thank you. And I really appreciate that. And Secretary Day, I was very glad to hear you say that we're not relying on the market alone. And I do think it's important to take steps to ensure that there's affordable housing as a part of this. I guess my concern is housing is not in isolation. It's part of a larger ecosystem. And when there's too much affordable housing, for example, maybe retailers might not want to come into a community because they may say there's just not a market for their services. And I know in my communities, people want nice stores and nice restaurants. So I guess I'm asking from that perspective, I noticed like the transit-oriented development, I guess it is 25%. And so how, what the difference between 25 and 50 and
Yeah, if I may, the thinking here is that the market is our friend in these transit-oriented development sites, and will likely respond to incentive faster, just generally speaking, than say the very large catchment of nonprofit-owned land, which is spread throughout the state, and also true with and we can provide maps of the locations of the formerly state-owned campuses. So that formula incentivize, require, subsidize, it works still. And yes, that is the way in which you achieve the 50% unit count minimum in those areas where you've incentivized the density bonus outside of areas where the market is going to naturally want to invest capital. I do want to point out though, your point about retail catchment areas is a good one. And I want to be clear that nothing in these bills, nothing in this bill, in the three components that you and I are speaking about right now, would concentrate poverty to a degree that it would change the catchment area in a retail for any type of retail store, nor would it concentrate wealth in any way that it would necessarily change the reaction of a particular catchment area for a retail store. Projects are built in the dozens to, in some cases, 100 or more units, particularly when you're talking about something that's subsidized by the state. We're talking about an average of maybe 80 to 100 units. These are not, huge developments that change the character of a community, nor its average income. Again, we're responding to the fact that these families already live in the areas that we're talking about, or, within an area that they have to commute to because they work in the areas that we're talking about that have insufficient housing in the state today. And so I don't anticipate a concentration in one way or the other, but rather an acknowledgement of the dignity in terms of housing that folks deserve.
Great. Thank you so much.
Delegate Teresa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the secretaries and everybody else for being here. I was really thrilled to hear you say incentivize, require, subsidize. I think you and I talked about that, and I believe in that so strongly. What I wanted to go back to for a minute is what is the reasonableness test? As a former county official, and I see a lot of county officials here as well, but I'm very familiar with the APFO, and so I want to understand what is the reasonableness test, and how do we make sure that there are the adequate public facilities that we need for these communities, such as not having overcrowded schools or other things that would be involved in the APFO laws?
Delegate, thank you. This is an important part of the bill to talk about. I think the alternative to this, recognizing that the intent is to actually reduce regulatory barriers to producing housing. The alternative to a reasonableness test is to tell jurisdictions what is acceptable parking percentages, what acceptable design standards are, what acceptable requirements as far as setbacks are and height. And I think we get into the business of making every community look alike if we dictate that level of detail. It's why I think, generally speaking, incentivizing the market is a better approach than, say, a forcing of particular parameters on any given jurisdiction or all jurisdictions. This is why I'm a big believer in incentivizing the market to act and trying to goad action and bring people off the sidelines. So the reasonableness test is designed to ensure that a adequate public facilities ordinance does not substantially present hardship to a project that would affect its viability, affect its density, or its affordability. Certainly viability and density could be achieved if you charge $4,000 a month in rent per unit. What we're trying to do is ensure, once again, that APFOs are not, that adequate public facilities ordinances are not abused in such a way, misused in such a way that they restrict the production of affordable units through these incentives, and instead ensure that a reasonable conversation is had. If a jurisdiction simply does not have the sewer capacity, is at max capacity in its sewage treatment plant. I've been there. I had one of those in my backyard. Not literally, in my jurisdiction. And expanding that infrastructure was important, and we had to do it. We never stopped development in our community, but I understand that there are certain limitations that have to be considered. There are others, such as a conversation about fear related to traffic, for example. Well, with a bill designed to add density around transit stops for the Maryland families that already work and live in the areas that we want to provide decent, safe, affordable, and comfortable housing in. I don't think it's reasonable to say you have to stop producing the housing units. You have to stop building because we fear increased traffic. The very nature of our response is designed to incentivize transit ridership, density, walkable communities. I think that's the intent of the reasonableness test. And it's one that over time we will need the courts to help us with. It encourages that route for conversation with communities versus, again, a more prescriptive, detailed, one-size-fits-all response.
If I can just add to the reasonableness, because this has been a big one for me also, is that I think we have to acknowledge that this is not going to be a linear approach solution. If we take a linear approach and we wait for everything to be perfect, we will never have housing. This is going to have to be a holistic approach. And so I've been involved in projects that were going to take at least 4 years just to get through permitting. And, you know, I think we have this chicken and egg thing where we can't solve everything and make it perfect and stop development. I mean, development just to get through design and permitting alone is a couple of years typically. And so it's a tough one, but we have to, I think, just accept the fact that this can't be linear or we won't solve the problem. We have to look at it holistically. And I think the reasonableness approach is an excellent one because in our gut, we know when it's reasonable. And I think it's one that we have to just really understand. How does it get to the point where the deal just falls apart and you can't possibly ever make housing happen here?
Yeah, no, and I appreciate what both of you are saying, and I really appreciate what we're working towards here. I just want to make sure that, and I hear what you're saying about traffic. I've certainly seen where that's been sometimes used as an excuse to in terms of APFO, but and I may be not remembering correctly, but I didn't think setbacks and height were part of APFO, but maybe they are, and I'm just not remembering. But in terms of schools, we want to make sure that we're not overcrowding our schools in areas that we have, you know, our most vulnerable kids. So I just, I guess I just want to make sure that that's a piece of what you're looking at when you look at reasonableness. And I wonder if you considered, instead of requiring that not to be interfering at all, perhaps requiring the counties to move affordable housing projects ahead in the APFO. So, you know, once you've got your APFO test, you've got an order of projects. And the question is, couldn't you move the affordable housing projects first if you didn't have enough adequate public facilities for the rest?
Delegate, I think counties could handle that in any number of ways because the bill doesn't prohibit APFOs from being applied. It doesn't prohibit impact fees from being applied. It doesn't, prohibit whatever the solution that jurisdiction wishes to pursue, so long as that solution isn't to deny purely on the basis of not meeting some numerical test. You know, if an impact fee to help pay for an additional school, again, as long as it doesn't impact to the point of viability, I think is perfectly reasonable. We had impact fees in my jurisdiction. Most jurisdictions do. We hold developers to recognize that they do impose some effect on our infrastructure, and I think here's the most important point I make. All these conversations are reasonable. What we have done, however, is said we're going to deprioritize housing. We're going to deprioritize housing in this state for the basis of water infrastructure or the basis of school infrastructure or the basis of road infrastructure or any of these other things that are also important. What the bill does is it says we have to be reasonable about those things, and we have to give consideration to the crisis that we're in. We're not in a traffic crisis. It feels like that sometimes when you're on the road. We are not in a traffic crisis as a state. We are not in most jurisdictions, not in a water and sewer crisis, and we can find those that are having particular challenges. But we are in a housing crisis, and it requires a supply response.
And
Thank you. Oh,
I
sorry.
just want to remind, I just came from accessory dwelling unit task force that I chair. Someone testified there that there are 4 households living in one single family unit. I think that's widespread. These folks are here. They're living in conditions that we have to help support because no one wants to live that way. We have to be able to provide options for them.
Thank you.
Delegate Stewart. So all the folks crowded in here, just be careful leaning back because you're hitting on the panel with the lights. Uh-oh. He should know better. He's a former delegate. Delegate Holmes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Secretary Flores, it's good to see another fellow recovering developer in the room. Secretary Day, you spent a lot of time talking about the term unreasonableness. So did the governor. And on page 2, it talks about unreasonable limitations. On page 13, it talks about unreasonable restrictions. And then just a couple of moments ago, you, Secretary Day, said you're going to have to ask the courts to assist. And that causes me some pause because I'm just trying to see how we can move HB 538 in its intent if we're going to be relying on the court system. So what is it that we can do? Or what is it that can be done based upon the definitions that you've just given us? And how the court systems are going to push back or assist us.
Delegate Holmes, I shouldn't have used the word invite. I think they will. These issues will find their way before the courts, and that's because we've got experience with other states. So we are following models. We are looking at other states, and again, some states have been very prescriptive and prescriptive to the degree of telling jurisdictions how many housing units they must build, how many housing units they will build, or else state funding will be withheld. There are more heavy-handed approaches. The question of reasonability and ensuring that jurisdictions are allowed to seek and recovering funds through impact fees, as many adequate public facilities ordinances require, is, I think, a much more moderate approach to acknowledge that that jurisdictions have a role to play here. This is the state government asking for a seat at the table, not the whole table unto ourselves. And so will the courts play a role? I think undoubtedly. I think even if we are prescriptive, the courts are going to play a role. But the alternative, in my mind, is to be far more prescriptive about what may or may not be required with respect to the projects that we're talking about when it comes to adequate public facilities. And I also want to remind us that we're only talking about state finance projects. The adequate public facilities clause of the bill only applies to state finance projects, which amounts to around 2,000 units per year. And that's new construction and preservation. So less than that. And so, we're not talking about all housing production in a given year. We're talking only about state finance, so low-income housing tax credits or bond finance deals.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Delegate Healy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have 2 questions. The first one, I wanted to ask Professor Dawkins about I've heard manufacturing housing, and I've also heard people talk about modular housing, some things that sometimes you think about manufactured housing, you think about like trailer parks and that kind of thing And then, but I know that there's a lot of things where you have a regular foundation and you bring in pieces of it and put it together on site. And I've actually seen that done in my neighborhood years ago. So I don't think this is a new thing. I mean, was this not allowed before?
The manufactured housing provision really just pertains to HUD code certified units. You know, so those that are built in the factory, HUD says these are meeting the national building code, then they're placed on site. If it doesn't meet that standard, then it's not covered under this provision. So, you know, talking about mobile home parks, what often happens in many communities is that, you know, they relegate HUD code approved homes to those parks by not allowing them in single family zones as a by right use. And so that leads to sort of a segregation of that particular housing type. Before 1976, you know, our sort of idea of mobile homes and trailers weren't governed by this new HUD code. And so the intent of it was to elevate the quality.
Well, I'm talking about something that happened like within the last 30 years where you have, how you can't tell in the neighborhood. It looks like all the other houses in the neighborhood. But I was there the day they brought them in, the pieces in on a truck and put them on a foundation. And it was quite something to see. But you know, that was maybe 20 years ago and nobody could tell the difference now. So is that the kind of housing you're talking about? Or are you talking
this
about?
is to make that standard practice.
Okay.
I mean, I haven't done sort of a review of zoning across the state to know who has a restriction, you know, that would be affected by this. But I do know of places that say, you know, if you have a HUD code home, it has to go into this zoning district.
Oh, okay.
Not in single family.
I was not aware of that.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yep.
My other question, I'm going to circle back because I think a lot of us are really concerned about education. I mean, we're trying to fund the blueprint and we're trying to make sure that all the policies that we have across all these different areas work together to make that useful, helpful to the whole community. I appreciate very much, Secretary, you talking about some of the on the ground issues where families are overcrowded together into homes where you have sometimes 3 families living in a large house. It's a big house that was built maybe as a McMansion or as a mansion even, but now they've got 3 or 4 families living in there. So I understand, and that I think is the best answer to what we've been talking about with the adequate public facilities, because those children are in our schools already, but they're just not adequately housed. So, but my question really is, how do we make those distinctions? Because I'm from Prince George's County. I've seen a lot of different things. We do have, it's not just about the impact of building a new school building, but it's also educating children from pre-K through 12 and all the costs that go with that. And how do we decide, is there a test that you could do? Is there something you could find out about where are the families now? And how can we house them in their own neighborhoods where they've been living inadequately for a while?
Well, let me start on that one. So one of the functions of the Maryland Department of Planning is the census. And so we are actually the agency that works with the U.S. Census and provides updates to that. One of our other functions are the school projections, which we update annually. And so through those, that data, that gets supplemented through estimates through the American Community Survey, we've got a pretty good handle on, you know, where people are living, how they're living, but it's not perfect by any means. And I think, you know, that data that is from a standpoint of school projections updated annually. And then of course we work with the counties to compare, make sure we're all within the same range every year, is clearly a start point to know where people are and what their situations are. But I think that combined with a collaborative relationship where I know you all at DHCD, you know, are really tracking housing specifically and where people are living. I think that's, you know, it's data. We have to, and then it's on the ground knowledge. A lot of times, and that's what allowed us to actually even have the accuracy of the recent census, is partnerships with on the ground organizations that really can understand what's really going on the ground. or teachers. And, you know, how are these children showing up at school? What's their situation? But I'll bounce it over to Secretary Day to build on that.
The only, I think Secretary Flora covered most of it, and I think it's a very good point, which is we know that families are living in conditions that are producing negative outcomes, right? And one of those negative outcomes, in fact, recently I read that the number one influence on performance for children is housing stability. And so the instability produced by the housing shortage and the environment that these kids are in is obviously carrying into their school day. You know, I know if I wake my girls up 10 minutes late, it impacts their school day. I can't imagine if were in an overcrowded situation. I can't imagine if they were unsure about where we were going to sleep at night. So there's no doubt. There's no doubt.
Let me just follow up, Mr. Chairman, briefly. The issue is about when you have sometimes it's easier because where you don't have any people living at all, where you're redeveloping an area like we did on Route 1, where it was all car dealers, and now we have townhouses there. Clearly, there were no people living where the townhouses are because it was all, you know, mixed use, but it was not really mixed. It was all commercial and industrial, and now it really is mixed use. But that's a different kind of development than what you're talking about, where you're starting something new where there already are people, and you want to make room for more people along the transit areas. So can you address that, please?
Yeah, so I think two thoughts, and one, forgive me if I step into the planning world too much here, reel me back in. But Maryland's comprehensive plan requirements, which particularly in the last 15 years have required 15 years, I think, have required a municipal growth element, are such a critical tool to anticipating what future population is going to look like. We do a better job than most states in that regard. And so we are equipped, our school systems are equipped, our counties are equipped, our municipalities are equipped to anticipate what future growth will look like. The truth is we're not meeting those expectations, those numbers, because we haven't been building the housing units to get there. But we can at the very least anticipate through our planning exercises as a state where the need is. But I do want to point out again that the shortage that we're facing today is not even accounting for the numerical shortage that we have referenced over and over again, is not even accounting for new people moving into the state. It's purely accounting for the children that are already in those schools, the families that are already in our communities and are living in unacceptable conditions.
Thank you so very much.
I just want to remind my inquisitive colleagues, these are the first 5 witnesses of 48 witnesses on the second bill out of 15. This is a really important bill and your questions are excellent. We also have a subcommittee process, and I'm confident the departments will be available to you for some of your more detailed follow-up questions. Just keep that in mind as you're asking your questions and doing your follow-up. Delegate Stein.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And my question will be a quick one. Secretary Flora, you mentioned utilizing an overlay approach, I guess, in determining whether benefits under this bill, the subsidies would be applied. Could you elaborate a little bit on that?
Yeah, it's just the density bonuses essentially are something that go over top of the underlying zone. So we're not replacing the underlying zone. We're just saying you can do more of in that underlying zone, or in this case, you're allowed now to do mixed use, for instance, and if it's an non-residential. So when we do overlays, we're supplementing, putting over top of the existing what's there. We're not taking away what was there. We're just supplementing it over top of that. Does that help explain it a little bit?
As part of that approach, I guess, do you calculate other impacts of the overlay of the potential, potentially additional housing?
The main thing, which is why I very much support this particular approach, is that it ensures that those underlying codes, parameters, everything are all still intact. We're simply saying you can do more of these houses, or in some of the instances you can add mixed use. And so I think it's it's just a way of trying to once again scale this in a very reasonable manner, rather than just preempting and saying we're going to do away with single family zoning, for instance. We're which is something we would never do. We're going to basically just allow for more.
If I can just
Yes,
add very
please do.
quickly, the state is in this business. The way that I think of it that we would probably be most familiar with is usually in restricting with overlay zones what can happen, not incentivizing additional action. So critical areas are one of the good examples of an overlay zone that the state has.
Okay, thank you.
Delegate Creighton.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And my colleagues have asked some remarkable questions, many of which were on my really scribbly list right here. So I appreciate that. I do want to build upon the question that Delegate Speaker Pro Tem Stein just asked, and then also make one comment about the adequate facility studies. I think we all agree that we do have a housing crisis on our hands, and that maybe we don't have a traffic crisis. We do, however, have an education crisis, and I come from that with a lot of experience. So I feel pretty confident saying that if you indeed, and I believe you, have data showing us that the people we are building for, right, are already there. They're just housed in different ways. They're already utilizing our infrastructure. They're already going to our schools. Then make my life easier as a delegate from District 42B in Baltimore County, and please give me those numbers. Let me see that so that I can tell my constituents that we're not out adding 2,000 more families to an already overstrained school system, because we may be able to guess at what the population is going to be. But currently the numbers I'm hearing for these sorts of build projects in my district in particular truly overwhelm our school projections. And we know it takes 15 years of struggle to get a new school, because we've just done it for 2 schools in Baltimore County. So I'm sorry, I want to ask more specifically about Delegate Stein's question though, about the overlay over the overlay. Because in Baltimore County, I think that may be a particular concern right now. And while my poor brain really doesn't want me to ask about the Euclidean density bonus algorithm that you mentioned, begging me not to do that.
That was the professor in me, sorry.
I do believe that it would be irresponsible for my constituents for me not to understand it before voting one way or the other on a bill like this. So the particular question is about safeguards and guidelines, similar to what I asked the governor, to keep concentration or overbuilding in one particular area, because Baltimore County is already taking steps in the right direction. I know our county executive left the room after turning out the lights, I think, but but they're already thinking the right way. They're trying to make these changes in Baltimore County by already giving, possibly we're in the process of already upzoning a lot of areas that are in zones next to transit. And I will say that majority of that is in my district along the 83 New York Road corridor. And we're seeing the possibility there of already about 1,500 family units through the county rezoning, right? So will this also overlay on their upzoning overlay? Because we may see then an explosion there that there's no way we could actually deal with in my area.
Delegate Guyton, thank you for both of those points. On the first, let me just note that the Up for Growth report is something we can share with everyone. It's a methodology. It's the most conservative methodology. Meaning it's the most conservative in that it views the shortage as only 96,000 housing units. I can provide you with others that say we have a housing shortage of 120,000 or 150,000 units, and that's still only for people who already call Maryland home. And so we can provide you with a variety of those reports.
I don't want to interrupt you there on that. I believe you. I believe those numbers. What I'm not sure, I believe, is that they're already living in my district and utilizing my schools. And I'm sorry that if that sounded harsh, but I think that's the question. That's what constituencies are worried about, not whether they're in the state. We know they are, and we want to do something about that.
Right.
Delegate, can we let them answer the questions? We have
Absolutely.
a lot of people
I
who ask
apologize.
questions.
Well, so I think it's important that I note that whatever is adopted into law today, nor the law as it stands today, none of that will prevent people from choosing to live wherever a housing unit might be created, so long as they can afford it. We've been in that business as a nation before, and we usually did it on the basis of race. And we have to be very cautious not to make those decisions as a state, and to correct them when we can. But today, all we're talking about is ensuring that enough housing would exist for the Maryland families that live here. I think to your second question, the discussion of upzoning in Baltimore County would change the base level of zoning in the areas where it's articulated. So to plainly answer your question, any additional density bonus that was created would be an electable choice by developers in that area. It is not a mandate. Developers don't have to build to that density. They don't have to choose to build using the incentive that's on the table, but it is an incentive that would be overlapping whatever that base zoning is. So yes, if Baltimore County chose to upzone certain areas around transit stations, a state density bonus would enable that election by developers in those areas. Yes.
Thank you.
Delegate Naraki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Secretary, thank you for being here. I do have two questions. My first question is, looking through the bill, and you're talking a lot about reasonableness, and I believe that we should be reasonable with these things. One of the things that I don't think is reasonable is for us to treat market rate housing in a different way than we do for affordable housing with respect to adequate public facilities. The constituents in my district that live in areas, frankly, that would be considered affordable housing, or however you wanted to qualify those, are those that need these adequate public facilities more than any other areas in my district. So I don't think it's fair to say to someone, a child in a market rate home, that they have more of a right to a less crowded school or a better school than someone that's in an affordable house. So I'd like to know how you would respond to that.
I think it's pretty simple from my perspective, which is that it's not acceptable to insist that lower income families have inadequate housing facilities. If we can insist that it is important for everyone at every income level to have adequate public facilities, and yes, we're usually talking about schools and water and sewer infrastructure and roads, then I think it is also acceptable for us to insist that there be adequate private facilities, adequate housing facilities, places where people don't have to crowd 3-4 families into a small apartment. And that is what the bill does. It says that at the lowest end of the income spectrum, that there has been a disproportionate effect of the use of that particular tool. It's something that we've probably all seen. We've probably all attended planning commission hearings or city or county council hearings where people talk about, I don't want those folks living in my neighborhood. No more Section 8 housing, no apartments, no compromise. I've seen all the signs. I've heard all the talking points. And what it has done is it's led a very, again, reasonable tool to be abused and misused to punish low-income families. That part of this bill is designed to correct that historical wrongdoing.
Sure, and I don't disagree with that. And we don't even have an APFO in Baltimore County, and we've actually been fighting to get that to correct these ills that you're talking about, because frankly, my communities and some others are those that have been hurt the most from not having these adequate public facilities. But one question with respect to the rail lines in particular. So I have a heavy rail station in my district, an Amtrak station. It's the only one, not only in the state, but in the entire Northeast corridor. And I've spoken to the administration about this, where passengers cross the rail line to get on the train. It is incredibly dangerous. I am very concerned about incentivizing more development around that particular station and potentially creating a very dangerous situation for children and others until we correct that station. So I want to know kind of what your thoughts are about that.
I think if we had replaced in that statement, in that example, if we had replaced dangerous highway that people have to cross, it could be the very same argument. So I completely agree. I completely understand. And I think it's a very, very reasonable conversation to have, that we have designed poor infrastructure. We have subjected low-income families to the worst of it, low-income neighborhoods to the worst of it, and that we ought to do better. What I don't think we can withstand as a state is to say, for some reason, the roofs over people's heads should come last. That is what gets me. That's what I don't understand. That why we must sequence things such that that comes after anything else. When in fact, it's the roofs over people's heads, it's housing, it's the things we build that pay for our public infrastructure, our public facilities. And so the chicken or egg conversation, I think, has to be better synthesized by our cities, by our counties, by our state. And I don't disagree at all. And I think it's a very good example to say that we have rail infrastructure or road infrastructure that puts people at risk, or school infrastructure that doesn't do a fair job providing a good space for education. I think these are all reasonable things to articulate, identify, and correct. And I think the General Assembly has done an incredible job trying to address the school side of it. I know the transportation infrastructure is its own conversation and its own fight, but let's also ensure that we are simultaneously building out the housing infrastructure that our families desperately need and deserve.
Okay, thank you.
Delegate Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Secretary, panel, thank you for being here. My questions were pertaining to the 501c3 portion of this. Are there guardrails or safeguards to ensure there's no bad actors, like, a random company can't set up a 501c3 and then reap these benefits pretending to be a nonprofit when they're not?
So the only guardrails are IRS rules, but I think what I'd note is that I don't know that it would be beneficial. I don't know that it would produce enough economic benefit to force a 501c3 to then learn about and go through the competitive funding rounds to try to get the funds that it would take, the public funds that it would take to finance a housing project to be competitive. I think those that are in the space, such as the ARC, those that are in the space, such as nonprofit developers, will tell you it's no easy endeavor, and it'd probably be a lot easier if they were a for-profit developer. Maybe I'll leave it to either of you.
That makes sense.
I would agree that there are other incentives and differs in that way.
Great, thank you.
Delegate Lehman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Secretary and your team. So I'm going to return to the buzz sort of phrase of the day, adequate public facilities, and a comment you made earlier. So starting on page 5 in the section entitled Housing Expansion Affordability is this definition of adequate public facility law, meaning, of course, local laws on planning, staging, provision of adequate public facilities. And then a couple of pages later, you start talking about qualified projects. So did I understand you earlier when you commented, which if this is the case, I think we've buried the lead here, that this would apply only to the set of criteria that have to do with like formerly owned state land, more than one building that's 50 years old. So you're not talking about waiving APF or pressuring local governments to waive APF requirements for other types of projects, or are you?
So to be clear, I want to differentiate, or there's a disconnect between one of those topics and the other. So to answer your second question, no, we are not talking about insisting that adequate public facilities ordinances be waived. We are saying that they can't be used as a means to solely not issue permits to a state-financed housing project, which is the small subset of projects that DHCD finances either with a low-income housing tax credit or bond finances. And so that is the way in which we produce affordable housing units in the state, generally speaking. There are a few exceptions, but it's a small subset of exceptions.
And did I hear you estimate a number of units that would come out to be? Did I hear you say 2,000?
I said 2,000, but that does include units that are preserved. So every year we finance the preservation of affordable housing units. So those are existing units that are reaching the end of their life, by which they are guaranteed to remain affordable. And so we have to refinance those and put money back in. So we can get you an exact number, but I think it's north of 1,000 units a year, far less than 2,000.
Okay, thank you. That would be helpful if I could get that follow-up. And then the last question, Mr. Chair, if I might, is a provision on page 8 that talks about
the affordability criteria being 25% of units being affordable in transit-oriented developments, if I read that right. Why would we only require 25% in TOD areas versus 50% in non-TOD areas? I think, you know, more often than not, lower income people don't drive. They can't afford to own cars. This seems to me to be backward. Am I understanding this bill correctly?
Yes, you're understanding it correctly, but the reasoning is, as I spoke to earlier, the reasoning is that the 25% affordable units, that has an effect on how a project will pencil out. That has an effect on the project's viability, right? The requiring of the affordable units. So the math there of incentivizing the density, helping to add market rate units to a project, and then requiring that 25% of the units of the total project be affordable, we're hoping that the incentive will cause a market reaction to build, and that the requirement will produce the affordable units. When we're saying 50% in those former state-owned campuses and 50% in the nonprofit-owned land, on nonprofit-owned land, that speaks clearly to that third piece of the arithmetic that we incentivize, require, but also subsidize. The only way to produce those affordable units is for state finance deals. Again, bond financing or tax credit financing. So the state would be engaged as a funder, as a funding partner in those projects.
Well, thank you. I'd love to talk to you a little bit more offline about those figures and what kind of feedback and where you got that. 'Cause
Happy to.
I think that should be reconsidered. Thank you, Mr.
Happy to.
Chairman.
Last question for this panel, Delegate Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, the secretaries, for being here. I understand there's 150,000 people still to go. Very quickly, you mentioned specific locations, 501c3, state-owned property, and transit stations. Go to the rural areas. We have a plethora of 501c3s here. If you get to the rurals, there's hardly any. You talk about adequate public facilities, and most of the rural areas are on water and sewer. You talk about transit stations, and we don't have any, except for the fact that even the commuter bus services are being cut by the Department of Transportation. So how does this bill, or how do you effectively work this bill to help the rurals as much as it appears to be helping the urbans?
Well, Delegate, I think it's a very good point. And I want to pull up our map of former state-owned campuses, and we can start there and point out that this is in part how we get to helping some of those rural areas, that we do have former state-owned campuses in my neck of the woods down in the Eastern Shore, in Upper Eastern Shore as well, in Western Maryland, and a few like the La Plata Armory in Southern Maryland, not many, but a few. Those are some of the sites. But I want to hone in on the nonprofits as one of the ways in which we can help rural Maryland. There are so many organizations that are not in the business of housing, but are in the business of helping people in their communities, and I think would be quick to act, even if it meant a small number of units to respond to the challenges they're having. I'm thinking about Delmarva Community Services or Shore Up, many of the community action agencies. But I would also note that this encompasses our churches, and not every community is facing this, but at least in my community, many of our churches, and the church I grew up in, the congregations have shrunk. Many of the folks are going to much larger churches that have much larger new facilities, and we have older churches in our neighborhoods that are significant landowners that have lots of land that is being underutilized. That's a prime opportunity, a prime resource for potential senior housing, for housing some of the aging parishioners in those congregations. So I think there are ways in which this bill responds to all of Maryland. But I do want to acknowledge, you're 100% right, that providing for incentive for areas like transit-oriented development does make this an urban and suburban concentration, right? The focus is on those areas, but not exclusively. And I do think it's reasonable to consider that we want to help our rural areas as well. And I think the nonprofit component of this bill in particular is our way of doing that.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you to this panel. We're going to call up our next panel, Councilmember Pickard from Anne Arundel County, Megan Cook from the town of Easton, Mayor Michael O'Connell from the city of Frederick, County Executive Fitzwater, Councilmember Rigby from Howard County, and we're going to slide in also County Executive Oshevsky from Baltimore County in honor of all the Baltimore County delegates asking questions today. And you guys will just have to rotate around a little bit to make room for everybody. And please go ahead when you are ready.
Good afternoon, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. My name is Councilmember Allison Pickard. I am Chair of the Anne Arundel County Council, and I come before you today in support of House Bill 538, the Housing Expansion and Affordability Act of 2024. The housing crisis, the affordable housing crisis, is hitting every city and town across Maryland. The statistics, as you've heard, are staggering. The governor has curated a measured approach to help guide local jurisdictions to adopt housing policies that will be impactful. Bill 538 should be seen as a supportive hand, nudging local jurisdictions to be responsible and do their part to bring affordability to every zip code. We have seen other states respond to the housing crisis with a heavier hand. I'm appreciative of the governor's more targeted approach. By encouraging local governments to craft policies that create transit-oriented development, incentivize density bonuses, allow for a variety of middle housing dwelling types, reduce regulatory barriers like APFO, and et cetera, Bill 538 should jumpstart housing production with an affordable threshold. As a legislator at the local level, it's clear to me that the governor and his team have worked with intention to seek this compromised approach. Housing affordability has become a kitchen table issue that affects families, young professionals, retirees, and employers alike across the state. I know Anne Arundel County is leading on housing policy with numerous impactful policies like workforce housing, accessory dwelling unit policies, and school APFO reform. Yep, it can be done. You can reform your school APFO. It took us 3 years, but we got it done. With additional policies like inclusionary zoning and missing middle in the works, we have shown it is possible to adopt good housing policy. But progress remains slow and the crisis keeps increasing. As a local legislator, I'll leave that fine point. All yours.
Okay, next. Please continue. Come on, move along. Thank you.
All right, we will jump through it. Good afternoon, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, and the Environmental and Transportation Subcommittee. I'm Councilman Christiana Rigby, representing North Laurel, Savage, Columbia, Jessup, Elk Ridge, Guilford, and nearly every TOD we have in Howard County. I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of this bill. I'm going to start with probably the most important point first, which is there is a cost to inaction. There is a real cost to inaction. We have rapidly increasing housing assessments, which seniors cannot keep pace with. We have decreasing revenue to county and state budgets, an inability to meet those funding needs for education, and to recruit and retain employees. And that's the reality. If we don't act, it will continue. In Howard County, we have a shortage of over 20,000 housing units. We see this impact our residents in several ways, whether they are young adults, they are professionals moving into the county, or families, employers struggling to make new hires or have staffing stability. Bidding wars occur on nearly half of every home sold in Howard County. So think about what that means, a bidding war on almost half of all these houses. It means everybody who is not at the top is pushed farther and farther to the margins, which is absolutely impacting our rural counties and their housing affordability. This proposal is in line with Howard County's general plan and many other regional general plans where the growth is directed. And since we all very much care about our schools and capacity, I want to highlight something. In Howard County, we've done our math. We know where our students are coming from. They are coming from single-family detached homes, like mine, which have 2 school-age children in them. Go figure. But apartments, especially in TODs, generate far less students. So we're talking about 20 students out of 650 units spread over 14 grades and 3 school levels. It should not be a reason to vote no. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, members of the committee. It's an honor to be here today to support House Bill 538. In Frederick, we have taken the steps we think we need to take to start this process. We've established a Department of Housing and Human Services. We have adopted a moderately priced dwelling unit ordinance, and we've recently made modifications to try and make it more workable. We're using about $8.2 million from our housing funds to create affordable housing opportunities in our community in a variety of different ways, which we hope will help about 870 families when all is said and done. For decades, Frederick was known as a bedroom community. It was people who drove to qualify and found Frederick, and we're trying to change that. That is not my vision of Frederick. It is not our vision. And I don't think it's any mayor or council member or council person's vision to be a bedroom community. We are healthiest when the people who work in our community, whether they work in our schools or in our fire departments or our police departments or our major employers, or for our restaurants or our hotels or our grocery stores, we are the healthiest when those people can afford to live in the community in which they work. They are more engaged in their community. As a family, they can be more committed to what happens in that community every day. And we know it's not just about housing, but I appreciated what Secretary Day said about that's a critical piece of infrastructure. We don't often think about it that way, but it's transportation, and it's access to healthcare, and it's access to childcare. Childcare and healthcare and where you work are all things that can affect where your child goes to school. So all of these pieces have to be part of the conversation as we're talking about a solution, but it does fundamentally start with the right of every person to be housed in adequate, safe, decent housing. Thank you so much.
Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, members of the Environmental Transportation Committee. My name is Megan Cook, Mayor of the Town of Easton, and I come before you today in support of House Bill 538. It's an honor to be alongside Secretary Day and the rest of this panel in support of the bill, which is addressing one of the most challenging problems facing our state, adequate affordable housing. As Mayor of Easton, I can assure you that the affordable housing issue is not only endemic to Maryland's metropolitan areas. With a population of over 17,000, we're the smallest town represented on this panel. Producing more housing at an affordable rate continues to be one of our greatest challenges. Median values for our home in Talbot County have eclipsed $470,000. And currently Easton's median family income is $99,000, almost 20% higher than the average. Even with that higher than average MFI and assuming a family has capital to provide a down payment, a typical family is well short and unable to afford a home in our town or county. This is a problem we not only hear about from our residents, but we see reflected in our own organization. Almost 70% of the town's workforce commutes from other communities. Relying so heavily on surrounding counties and states to supply our workforce brings many negatives such as increased traffic, infrastructure repair costs, and the loss of tax revenue to support our town. We're also sending a negative message to our talented workforce when we're asking them to protect and serve a community that they can't afford to live in. I believe this is such an important issue that I'm here to urge your support of the bill, even though it does have limited applicability in Easton. I do so because incremental improvements would be helpful, and I hope that this bill will be a catalyst for a more comprehensive approach to the housing supply crisis that will be more broadly implemented statewide.
Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, members of the committee. My name is Jessica Fitzwater. I'm the Frederick County Executive, and I come before you today in support of House Bill 538. I truly commend Governor Moore and Secretary Day for tackling this critical issue head on, and I greatly appreciate the administration's ongoing commitment and dialogue with the legislature, local governments, and stakeholders such as the Maryland Association of Counties, and the wonderful questions that the committee has asked so far today. As you may know, Frederick County is the fastest growing jurisdiction in Maryland, and with that comes great opportunity as well as considerable challenges. One of these challenges is meeting the housing needs of our residents, and housing affordability is a top priority for our community and my administration. While we know that as a state, we have a housing shortage of a conservative, as we were told, estimate of 96,000 units, I have seen firsthand the acute housing needs in Frederick County. Families are moving to Frederick County for the great schools, job opportunities, and quality of life. But we're also seeing our population age, highlighting the need for affordable units across a broad spectrum of housing needs, from apartments and senior housing to duplexes and triplexes and everything in between. Investing in a varied housing stock is a core tenet of Frederick County's award-winning comprehensive plan, Livable Frederick, because we know that housing is infrastructure, and the way we build housing contributes to the quality of life and livability for all residents. As local government, we need to use the levers we have available, such as zoning decisions and land use policies, to incentivize the development of a broader and richer mix of dwelling types. During my time as a Frederick County Council member, I was proud to champion and pass several pieces of legislation to incentivize the development of MPDUs, including density bonuses and impact fee exemptions. It can be done locally, and the Housing Expansion and Affordability Act of 2024 aligns well with these local initiatives and will help other jurisdictions move in a similar direction. Thank you for your consideration, and I urge a favorable report on HB 538.
Thank you. Councilmember Rigby, would you mind briefly rotating with County Executive Olszewski so we can hear his testimony? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. It's a pleasure to be here with so many esteemed colleagues in local government. Baltimore County Executive and MACO President Johnny Olszewski, joined, in addition to MACO staff, my Director of Community Housing and Community Development, Terry Hickey, is also here for questions later on. Just want to say, as MACO President, I've had the privilege to talk to countless colleagues and fellow leaders from the front lines of this vital issue. We know that housing is complex, and it's clear that our solutions need to be comprehensive by drawing on our shared wisdom and experience from leaders from across the state. I want to echo the gratitude to Governor Moore and his administration for not only introducing legislation to tackle this issue, but for also including MACO at the table for those conversations regarding this housing package. The governor's legislation is much needed, with tools and incentives to benefit and support local housing production where development is appropriate. However, consistent with feedback from my counterparts in local government, we do believe that there are a few changes that can be made to ensure that this housing production does not preempt local land use authority or impact critical community infrastructure. In that spirit, I am here today to support House Bill 538 while also advocating for a few amendments to the provision that would clarify the applicability of density bonuses, ensure flexibility around APFOs, align public hearing requirements with existing law and practices, among other technical changes. Again, staff is here to answer any specific questions, but think collectively we can tackle this issue together. Once again, I'm grateful to the governor and his team for working with key partners across the state. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for you and your committee's time today. And we look forward to a favorable report with amendments on House Bill 538. I appreciate your time.
Great. Thank you to the whole panel, including for sharing space. Are there any questions for this panel? Okay, I do not see any, so we'll move on to additional favorable in-person witnesses. We have County Executive Pittman from Anne Arundel County, Heather Hiff from Maryland Nonprofits, Allison Sobrowski, Leading Age Maryland, Jose Coronado Flores from CASA, and Lori Graff from the Maryland Building Industry Association. Come on down. And once you're comfortable, please go ahead.
I'm actually here on behalf of County Executive Pittman.
Great, go ahead.
Good afternoon, committee. My name is Jansen Evelyn, and I'm here on behalf of County Executive Stuart Pittman and Anne Arundel County Government. I serve as a Deputy Chief Administrative Officer within the Office of the County Exec. We're here to pledge our support for House Bill 538, the Housing Expansion, Housing Affordability, and Affordability Act of 2024. This critical legislation will help address the current housing crisis that Anne Arundel County and all of Maryland are facing. State-level housing reform is big, and Governor Moore and Secretary Day are to be commended for throwing their weight behind long overdue housing reform. Since taking office in 2018, County Executive Pittman and his administration have taken several important steps to address the severe shortage of both rental and home ownership opportunities within the county. Like many of our neighbors, Anne Arundel County, 45% of renters are cost burdened, and the median home sale price was $470,000 just last year. The county has let out on numerous legislative incentives to spur the development of affordable housing. As Council Chair Allison Pickard just noted, we established a housing trust fund to support affordable housing development, funding eviction and homelessness prevention programs, establishing our own workforce housing, density incentive provisions, and modernizing our school adequate public facilities ordinance to reduce it as an impediment to housing development. Furthermore, in partnership with the council, we are undertaking several more significant pieces of legislation in the very near future addressing inclusionary housing zoning and incentivizing redevelopment. This bill includes and expands upon provisions that have already proven effective in Anne Arundel County. Increased density allowances in areas such as multifamily and mixed-use zones increase the financial viability of development while requiring affordable units ensures that we leave no one behind. All of these reasons, we requestfully request a favorable report on House Bill 538. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Allison Siborowski. I'm the President and CEO of Leading Age Maryland, here today in strong support of House Bill 538. You have our written testimony. Leading Age Maryland is a community of 150 not-for-profit aging services organizations that provide housing, services, and care to more than 20,000 older Marylanders every year. We represent more than 90 affordable senior housing communities across the state. Affordable senior housing provides more than just shelter. It is a platform for delivering critical supportive services that help older adults live healthier, more independent lives. Maryland's 60 and older population is growing more rapidly than any other component of the population, and there is simply not enough affordable senior housing for those who need it. To prepare for the growth in Maryland, in older Maryland or older renters and coming demographic changes, Maryland must do all it can to increase the supply of affordable homes. Housing cost burden for low-income older adults is at an all-time high. I think it's also important to note that those who are 65 and older, who are low income and severely housing cost burdened, are at significantly higher risk of homelessness than any other age group. And the wait is too long for those who need it. Our members report that many age and income qualified older adults wait between 2 to 8 years to move into an affordable senior housing community. The development of additional affordable housing would help ensure that more older Marylanders with low incomes can access affordable housing, improving both quality of life and health outcomes. For these reasons, we respectfully request a favorable report on House Bill 538. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Lori Graff, CEO of the Maryland Building Industry Association. As I've been before you many times this session, our members build housing, and we need to do something now to fix this issue. I'm not going to be repetitive. We put a lot of information in our written testimony about the statistics. You've already heard a lot about it. I'm going to talk very briefly about how we got here. There's a lot of different issues going on: increased interest rates, increased cost of materials, decrease in labor force, supply chain issues, increased federal regulation, increased state regulation, increased local regulation. We can't control a lot of those things, but it's time to make housing a priority in the state. And this is the time to do it. If we wait till next session, the problem is only going to get worse, as you've heard from many of the other witnesses. I know that there's going to be a lot of conversation around this bill. I encourage you, if this isn't the solution, let's find other solutions. We need to act now, or these numbers, these 96,000 will only increase. With that, I'm just going to touch a little bit anecdotally on some things that I just hear from our members. This is an economic development issue. This isn't just a housing issue. It's where are my employees going to live? Where are the teachers going to live? What can we do to make housing more affordable? We want to be part of the solution. We are very excited about this conversation. I will tell you, I hear more and more from my members that they're looking at other jurisdictions. They have much harder time getting financing in the state of Maryland because of our housing policy. So we need to really take a holistic approach, and you're going to hear a lot of other bills throughout session about housing. And we really need to look at ways to better our housing policy, to get better opportunities for our Marylanders as a whole. With that, we will ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Last call for Maryland nonprofits or CASA. Okay, any questions for this panel? Okay, moving on to the next panel of in-person favorable witnesses. Sean Davis, also Maryland Building Industry Association. Kevin Lindemood, Healthcare for the Homeless, Angela Martin, Maryland Community Action Partnership, Alice Kennedy, Baltimore City, and Sarah Redinger, Habitat for Humanity. And please go ahead when you're ready.
Sure. To the Chair Corman and Vice Chair Boyce, thank you for, and the members of the House Environmental and Transportation Committee. I'd like to say thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak and share our support of HB 538, House Bill 538. On behalf of the state and federally designated anti-poverty network of community action agencies, we support the Housing Expansion and Affordability Act of 2024. We believe that this bill represents a positive and necessary step towards ensuring that all members of our communities have access to safe, affordable housing. As Maryland's statewide network of anti-poverty agencies, we've witnessed firsthand the challenges vulnerable residents across the state face due to the lack of affordable housing and housing challenges. Each year, we serve over 112,000 families providing housing services. These services include developing affordable housing, as well as removing the barriers to home ownership by providing housing counseling, rental and mortgage assistance, budget counseling, and more. If this bill were to pass, it would do three things for our nonprofit organizations. That would be, first, it would allow us to utilize the assets for our assets for affordable housing projects. It will encourage partnerships with developers and government agencies to facilitate development of affordable housing projects. And it will lastly benefit agencies by streamlining zoning regulations, making it easier and more cost-effective to develop affordable housing unit. We urge your support of this bill. Overall, it will help us to serve those communities most vulnerable. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for your patience, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, members of the committee. My name is Kevin Lindemood. I'm the CEO of Healthcare for the Homeless. We operate clinic sites in Baltimore City and Baltimore County and support people in housing throughout Baltimore. We're here in very strong support of HB 538. Maryland, like the rest of the country, as you've heard, is truly facing a housing affordability crisis with private market costs too high and subsidized housing availability too low to meet the needs of families with low and moderate incomes. The result of this math problem too often is homelessness, and it's up 12% over the previous year, rising fastest, perhaps not surprisingly, in the areas of the country with the highest housing costs. And Maryland is number 10. For 20 years, Healthcare for the Homeless has delivered programs and supportive services to help people get housed and stay housed. Last fall, we opened Sojourner Place at Oliver, a 70-unit affordable apartment building in Baltimore with co-developer and co-owner Episcopal Housing Corporation, and we stand ready to build more. We desperately need more affordable housing, particularly for those making 30% or less of area median income. More than 200,000 Maryland households earn less than 30% of AMI. This is between, depending on household size, $26,000 and $40,000 a year, and there's only 30 available units at this income level for every 100 households who need them. HB 538 will make it easier for mission-driven nonprofit organizations like ours to meet the state's pressing need for quality, affordable housing, and we urge a favorable review.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. Again, my name is Sarah Redinger, and I'm with Habitat for Humanity Metro Maryland. As you've heard, Maryland is experiencing an affordable housing crisis, but this is particularly acute as it relates to affordable homeownership. Current market conditions make it nearly impossible for many lower and middle income families to purchase homes and build generational wealth. The data show that the only income bracket increasing in net ownership units are households earning more than $150,000. And there is an increasing racial ownership gap. As an example, in Montgomery County, there is a 36% gap between white and Black and African American households that own their homes. We must actively and intentionally work to break down inequitable systems and barriers to affordable housing. Habitat is pursuing manufactured housing options to increase the speed of affordable housing development while decreasing the cost per unit. There are many high-quality, energy efficiency-driven manufactured housing options on the market that can fit seamlessly into existing neighborhoods. Regarding zoning changes, allowing for even small increases in density will make the creation of new affordable homes less costly. Habitat, as an example, typically subsidizes each single-family detached home that it builds or rehabilitates by between $150,000 and $200,000 per unit. Increasing density allows organizations to spread costs across more units, ultimately decreasing the subsidy needed per home and increasing the number of homes we can build with the same amount of money. Additionally, by allowing increases in density for affordable homes, particularly built by nonprofits, we may be able to build in higher cost neighborhoods that otherwise do not have affordable homeownership options, thus ensuring that families of all income levels have access to all neighborhoods. No one tool will solve our housing crisis. We need a plethora of tools working in tandem to ensure all Marylanders are safely and affordably housed. This bill will add more tools to help us build a wealthier and more equitable Maryland. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Corman and Vice Chair Boyce, Alice Kennedy, Housing Commissioner on behalf of the City of Baltimore and Mayor Scott. We are pleased to state that we support House Bill 0538. A number of key components of the legislation, such as the density bonuses and the manufactured homes, are initiatives that the administration supports and are already reflective as well in our local building and zoning codes. We are committed to working with the governor and the administration, Secretary Day, to continue to address Maryland's housing crisis by promoting affordable residential development. Vibrant and thriving communities offer a variety of affordability options, and it requires a holistic, comprehensive approach to achieve those collective affordability goals. This bill supports a balanced approach to ensure both market rate and affordable housing is created, and to provide the much needed housing options for our families within Baltimore City. And this is also a key component as we look to reduce as well as prevent displacement in our communities as we continue to grow and invest in our housing work and redevelopment work across the city. Mayor Scott is poised to make the largest singular commitment that any mayor has made in the city of Baltimore by committing $300 million of city funds over 15 years to our vacant housing crisis, as well as the redevelopment of our vacant lots across the city. This bill, HB 038, would aid efforts already underway to support development in these targeted areas of the city, and which align also with our focus areas. The bill represents a targeted approach that's particularly helpful in transit-centered jurisdictions like Baltimore, but also expands those housing options in partnership with our nonprofit organizations and our communities of faith that are growing in numbers, acting as housing developers in Baltimore City and across our state. A number of key components of the legislation enhance or expand our existing incentives to create housing opportunities, and for that reason, we respectfully request a favorable report.
Thank you. Last call for Sean Davis. Okay, any questions for this panel? Okay, thank you all very much. We will turn to another panel of in-person favorable witnesses: Chelsea Andrews from the Housing Opportunities Commission, Gregory Countess from Maryland Legal Aid, Kaya Holder, Anne Arundel County Community Action Agency, Priscilla Kania, AARP Maryland, and Benjamin Wexler, YVS Law. If you need to rotate seats, we can do that, but let's bring all those folks up. We're still here. And please go ahead when you're ready.
Chair Corman, Madam Vice Chair Boyce, and members of the committee, we need simple, fast, and scalable solutions to address our housing crisis. I am Chelsea Andrews, President of the Housing Opportunities Commission of Montgomery County. We act as a public developer, a government agency charged with building and managing housing that's affordable for all residents. As a housing provider, I want to tell you, building new housing in this environment is really difficult. Building new affordable housing is even more difficult. That's why we're thrilled to see Governor Moore and this committee taking such a leadership role in addressing our housing crisis. Restrictive zoning makes land scarce and expensive. And once you're able to find land, building requires navigating complicated building codes, stormwater requirements, building energy standards, road codes, undergrounding, utility wires, etc. Each of these requirements are there for a good reason, and no one should have to live in unsafe or substandard housing. But they can make for a planning process that's fragmented and unpredictable. Only an increasingly small number of developers are capable of navigating this complexity, and investors demand higher returns to compensate for the risk. Thankfully, our leaders increasingly recognize this barrier. Montgomery County has taken strides to make our process simpler, faster, and more predictable, and clearly the governor and the legislator are focused on this as well. We hope you will take into consideration the many comments provided by all of the stakeholders here today and pass a balanced bill that makes it simpler, faster, and easier to develop housing in Maryland. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Gregory Countess. Again, I'm with Maryland Legal Aid. I'd like to thank you, Mr. Chair Corman and Ms. Vice Chair Boyce, and members of this committee for the opportunity to speak here today. If I can, I've been around, you see through this gray on my head, but I have observed housing policy over the space of some almost 45 years. And I remember 25 years ago noting that the analysis of an impediment, which is a document that has to be produced for federal entitlement jurisdictions, noted that it was the supply of affordable housing was a barrier or impediment to fair housing. I've represented many clients during that period of time who fought to preserve affordable housing resources, as many municipalities and owners sought to close it or tear it down. So it is, and I've noted that back in 2015, 2016, DOJ and the Department of Housing and Community Development noted that zoning impediments or barriers also and impeded the ability to build affordable housing. And so I welcome this day. My clients welcome this day. It's a day long overdue. And so for that reason and others, we urge a favorable report for House Bill 538. Thank you very much.
Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce. I'm Priscilla Cania. Excuse me, I lost my voice. AARP Volunteer Lead Advocate. On behalf of over 850,000 members, we thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of HB 538. We're very supportive of this entire bill. Excuse me, as affordable housing is a high priority for AARP. I lost again. I submitted written testimony with comprehensive thoughts on affordable housing and how this type of housing is much less available today than it was in the past, especially since 1949. My brief comments today will be limited solely to manufacturing homes. Modular homes offer an excellent, affordable, aesthetically pleasing alternative that can be in place for occupancy in much less time and cost than homes built on site. The concept is frequently dismissed as trailer park housing. I previously lived in an area with an abundance of modular homes. You would not know they were prefab houses unless you saw the trucks towing them in. They're highly desirable, especially for people looking for an affordable option. And that's what our older population and their children who are trying to find houses today are looking for. Thank you for this bill, and we request a favorable report.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, my name is Benjamin Starbuck Wexler. I am a practicing land use zoning and real estate attorney based out of Anne Arundel County. Been doing this work for about 25 years, the vast majority of it in Annapolis and Anne Arundel County. And I'm here speaking on behalf of House Bill 538. I think the governor indicated that one of the main supply side issues is, quote, regulation and red tape. And that is basically my job description, is dealing with the regulation and red tape and trying to get projects from kind of early inception to the finish line. And I think Secretary Flora indicated 2 years for even an easy project. That's pretty accurate. Sometimes 3, sometimes 4. If there are appeals, sometimes much more than that. So the local zoning constraints on development are real. And I want to speak specifically to the new language in Title VII, Section 505 that is being proposed in this bill. And basically those are the provisions that give local jurisdictions some flexibility to deviate from parking requirements, from bulk regulations and so forth to get to the bonus density. In my 20+ years of doing this, 20 in Anne Arundel County, I can speak from personal experience. I don't think that a single project that I've worked on, dozens of projects, thousands of housing units, many multifamily, ever get to the allowable density under the existing zoning, much less a bonus density. And without some flexibility from the new provisions of Title VII, Section 505, those bonus densities that are very important to deliver this housing product, they are going to be just ephemeral. There's going to be kind of a phantom bonus density. So appreciate your consideration for this bill and strongly urge a favorable report.
Thank you. Last call for Kia Holder, Anne Arundel County Community Action Agency. All right, any questions as they get up? Nope. Okay, good. We will now turn to our, I believe, final favorable in-person panel. Claudia Wilson-Randall, Community Development Network of Maryland. Nick Henninger, Greater Baltimore Committee. Danielle Adams, Frederick County Building Industry Association. Matt Hill, Public Justice Center. And Alderman Brooks. I read their name on Twitter all the time. I should be able to pronounce the last name. Thank you, Delegate Stewart. I knew you would know. And please go ahead when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. My name is Claudia Wilson-Randall, Community Development Network of Maryland. I know we've had a long hearing today, but I do want to voice my support for House Bill 538. You have my written testimony. A couple of things I just wanted to add. One, Maryland is among the wealthiest states in the country, and this bill is about our future and building future opportunity for Marylanders. We know there are solutions to the housing crisis that we're currently in. The need for housing impacts all of you in this chamber today and all of the people in Maryland. We are short by thousands of units. This is homes for veterans, nurses, bus drivers, x-ray technicians that we're all going to need, and the person who answers the phone in offices across Maryland. Your cousin's son who got divorced, they deserve a home too. They're not more important than teachers or police or firefighters. Mothers, grandmothers, great aunts. People are living longer. This longevity economy that we've been talking about, affordable housing is part of that as well. People with disabilities also make up a fair share of the population throughout our state, and we also have to make sure that we have housing and homes to suit them. This bill would establish regulatory incentives vital for development to address the housing supply in a matter sensitive to local zoning. Let's not let routine backlash come in the way of what we know that needs to be done. Let's make a way to build a stronger economy for our state. There is significant evidence that building opportunity does not threaten the good fortune of middle and high income residents across our state. Housing is education, housing is economic development, housing and transportation, housing and health. We need to move with the agent's urgency. We urge a favorable report for House Bill 538. Thank you so much.
Mr. Chair, esteemed delegates, I'm here today on behalf of the Greater Baltimore Committee to urge a favorable report for House Bill 538. As we know from the Comptroller's recent report, our state has seen anemic growth over the last few years. Places that are growing, both economically and population-wise, are building. Those places include Atlanta, Nashville, parts of Florida, parts of Texas, even Northern Virginia. You see cranes in the sky, you see new single-family homes, new offices, new multifamily buildings. And we don't see that in many, many places in Maryland, even in fantastic places to live and grow up, like I grew up in Harford County, where there is such a deficit of multifamily housing compared to the demand there. We know that this problem is being experienced nationwide, particularly in states like ours, which developed many hundreds of years ago. But other states are absolutely taking on this challenge head on. And I would reference in Massachusetts, the MBTA zoning law, which provided for at least one high density zoning area in every single municipality where the MBTA had service. That kind of thing is making a difference throughout the Northeast in states that take this on, and Maryland should be next. We know as well from the political science research that the NIMBYs, although they do come out to the various hearings on each of the projects that might be subject to a zoning change, are often not representative of the general population. And for that reason, they skew the public's perception of whether or not we actually do support growth and whether or not we do actually support housing that is affordable and accessible. I urge a favorable report for House Bill 538. Thank you.
Good evening, Chairman Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, and the members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. My name is Alderman Brooks Schandelmeyer. I represent Ward 5 on the Annapolis City Council. And up until recently, I represented one of that large percentage of Marylanders who was cost burdened. Despite also representing a ward in my city, I could barely afford to live in it. That's why I'm very excited to testify in support of House Bill 538. This bill is a very good first response to our housing crisis that is hurting Maryland's families. By working with our local jurisdictions to establish these types of regulations, we can have a very good first way to step forward and make a positive impact in people's lives. Now, I understand a lot of people have expressed worry about adequate public facilities, and I understand that, but something that needs to be understood is that these ordinances can often be used to block much needed housing development and much needed affordable housing development. The city of Annapolis about a year ago got national attention for using an adequate public facilities ordinance to block 7 developments, including senior housing and affordable housing. And when the author, who was still on the council, was asked, where did these numbers come from to set this standard? He couldn't remember beyond, we needed a number. We're not unique in that. These steps taken by the state can really help clear up a lot of that red tape, clear up a lot of those burdens and hurdles that builders who want to create affordable housing have to clear. And so that's why I strongly recommend supporting this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. My name is Danielle Adams. I'm the Executive Officer of the Frederick County Building Industry Association, and I'm speaking to you today on behalf of Maryland Building Industry Association. I'm in favor of the House Bill 538 along with Maryland Building Industry. I wish to express my gratitude to Governor Moore and all those who have worked to sponsor this bill. We have to start somewhere. We have to provide options of housing for Marylanders. It is our top priority in the Builders Association to provide safe and affordable housing. This is not only possible with your support, but all the leaders of this state. An increase in housing volume is going to help solve this problem. The bill is critical to Frederick County as we hope to stay in lockstep with the increase in growth in population. We anticipate a surge of seniors not being able to age in place, and we need to answer their needs. Due to the lack of housing supply, the cost to live in Frederick County is becoming increasingly out of reach. A healthy economy is reflected when the employees of our local businesses can work, live, and thrive in that community. Far too often in Frederick, we see folks work in our county, but they live in Pennsylvania and West Virginia. What does this do? It takes the taxes outside of our state. This leaves us depleted of opportunity to add back into our communities. This deficiency of rental properties, lack of resales, and the skyrocketing costs of new construction is pushing our housing prices through the roof. Sending individuals and families outside of Maryland to seek affordability will further cause and exacerbate this problem. They continue to seek options that we cannot provide. This bill can provide a stepping stone and opportunities to help individuals and families meet their housing goals. I also would like to emphasize that in Frederick, we focus on families in the Alice household. This is working poverty. In order to have an individual earn about $50,000, they're in working poverty. This is far too expensive. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, Matt Hill, I'm attorney at the Public Justice Center, and we are in strong support of HB 538. I think the only insight I can add is around the intersection of this bill with fair housing. Taking Baltimore County as an example, where we've done quite a bit of advocacy over the past 10 years. The county has, through its zoning and regulatory apparatus, had perpetuated segregation and had a disparate impact on Black residents, families with children, persons with disabilities, by denying new affordable housing for families in opportunity areas. They entered into a HUD voluntary compliance agreement, part of which included producing 1,000 new units in opportunity areas over 10 years. It's not going well. The county has repeatedly missed various benchmarks to build those units. The reason it's not going well is in part because of the zoning and regulatory burdens that the county continues to allow, which opponents of these new developments then seize on to anchor their opposition. You only have to look to the Red Maple project, which is 56 units proposed for Towson. Couldn't find a better site right near quite a bit of transit, jobs, education opportunities, and yet it's been stuck in litigation for 4 years. Again, using those same zoning and regulatory burdens. This bill is important to clear out some of those zoning and regulatory burdens, to lessen that opposition, and to actually, if the state's serious, start to dismantle some of these processes that perpetuate segregation and have a disparate impact, particularly on Black residents of the state. Thank you.
Thank you all. Any questions for this panel? Okay, thank you all. We are going to transition to a favorable with amendment panel. Dan Reed, Greater Washington, Tom Cole, Modular Home Builders, Terry Hickey, Baltimore County Government Department of Housing and Community Development, and Matthew Wessel, Maryland Building Industry Association, which I know was also signed up in favor. Dan, please go ahead when you're ready.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Dan Reed, and I'm the Regional Policy Director for Greater Washington. We're a nonprofit that works to advance racial, economic, and environmental justice and land use, transportation, and housing throughout the DC area. We strongly support House Bill 538, as well as the other two bills in the governor's housing package, and we applaud the leadership displayed here by the governor and by Secretary of Housing Jake Day, and we're really grateful they've started this important dialogue. As many people have said today, the consequences of our housing shortage are clear, right? Double-digit home price increases, working families getting priced out of the neighborhoods where they built their lives, and a slowing economy. You know, I've lost count of how many of my friends and loved ones have been priced out of this state and have moved to North Carolina or Florida in the past few years. Every single one of them is not just a loss for my family, but for our whole state. The flip side of that is, you know, I was able to buy when I was 26 a subsidized inclusionary zoning condo in Montgomery County in Silver Spring, where I grew up, making $51,000 a year. This is me, someone who lived in affordable housing, and it was life-changing. It is the reason I could afford to stay in Montgomery County. It's the reason I could afford to buy the house I live in now in Montgomery County, and that's something we could provide for so many other people in this state. That said, we have two proposed amendments for this bill. Regarding the affordability requirements, ironically, right? One of our concerns is that they might actually still be too high to make projects pencil out, in particular for projects near transit where land values are really high. One suggestion we have is to maybe make it lower than it's a little lower than percentage of the density bonus, like 15 or 20%. And for missing middle housing, which is already, a more affordable housing product than single family homes without subsidies, that we have more flexible affordability requirements and possibly none at all. Because that's, like manufactured housing, providing a more affordable housing product that doesn't currently exist. So thank you for your time, and I hope you'll give this a favorable report.
Thank you, Tom Cole. On behalf of the Modular Home Builders Association, I'm going to be very brief. We submitted our requested amendment. The manufactured housing provision is great. We support the entirety of the bill. We just want to clarify the modular dwelling definition. Many people before me have already testified to the great benefits of modular home building in terms of affordability. Actually, it's more energy efficient than many other building styles, but we want to make sure that in these zones that are allowing manufactured housing, that modular home building is allowed as well. So with that, we would request a favorable report. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Matthew Wessel, a land planning consultant with over 30 years of experience in totaling projects that provide housing in Maryland. I'm also on the board of the Maryland Building Industry Association. Taking a project from concept to reality can be full of uncertainties, including regulatory changes, NIMBY opposition, and added costs that ultimately reduce density, increase home prices, and slow the speed to market, making it challenging to supply the amount of housing needed to meet demand. The Housing Affordability and Expansion Act provides hope by recognizing our state's housing crisis and initiating steps towards its resolution. I'm in support of this bill. My concern is that while helpful, the bill as written is not enough to address the overall housing shortage of 96,000 units. A recent policy brief on the bill from the George Mason University Mercatus Center outlined a 10-year pathway that illustrates just how much needs to be done to meet the shortfall. I would like to see the bill amended to promote all forms of housing, including more to do with market rate. One way to do this is to amend the bill to require clear housing targets for each jurisdiction based on economic and population growth projections. This would support strategic informed local planning and provide local jurisdictions with a state goal that can be used to measure progress and eliminate obstacles in meeting this goal, eventually solving the state's housing crisis. Thank you.
Thank you all. Last call for Terry Hickey, Baltimore County Government. Okay, any questions for this panel? Delegate Tarasa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Cole, good to see you.
Good to see you.
I have a really quick question about modular homes.
Yes.
And I hope you can help me. And if not, I can speak with the secretary later. But what my concern about modular homes is not the modular homes themselves, but it's the mobile home park ownership. And can you clarify for me if that's what we're talking about, or we're just talking about prefab homes?
Correct.
And is the language correct in the bill to make sure we're referring to the right thing? Because I know, as I do, that some of those mobile home, the way they're owned is very difficult for the residents.
So I appreciate the question, because the mixing of manufactured, modular, and mobile homes is a problem for the industry. Modular homes need to comply with all of the building codes of the jurisdiction, and once completed, they are considered the same as any other method of single-family detached construction. Mobile homes are not. Mobile homes are treated differently under the tax code. They're treated differently under the building code and under the zoning code as well. But how it exists right now, many of our jurisdictions apply the same definition in their zoning code to mobile homes, to modular home building. And that I believe that's part of the reason why we are having many other groups that represent these local governments come forward and support these type of amendments, because we don't want to mix that anymore. Modular home building really just means that you have components of the build that are done off-site. They are brought on-site. It's just a different method of building.
Okay, so it's not the type of ownership, it's the actual kind of fabrication.
How you build it. Yep.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any further questions for this panel, so we'll call up another group of favorable with amendment panelists: Chris Parts, AIA Maryland; Richard Hall, Prince George's County Planning Department; Casey Anderson, Affordable Housing Conference of Montgomery County; Dominic Butchko, Maryland Association of Counties; and Chair Harris, Montgomery County Planning Board. Please go ahead when you're ready.
All right.
Dom, you're a pro. Come on.
All right. Yeah. And I was just trying to defer. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Dom Butchko with the Maryland Association of Counties. Always happy to be an ENT talking about housing and hear an enthusiastic support with amendments of House Bill 538 First, I want to say that local jurisdictions are incredibly grateful to the governor and the administration for working hand in hand with us on this. Although we still do have a number of technical concerns, I mean, the amount of just consulting with us from August to the beginning of session was just phenomenal. And so we really do have a very targeted surgical bill here. That being said, we just do have a number of technical concerns around implementation. Specifically, we just had a robust conversation about manufactured and modular. I think that's an important point. MACO would like to have modular, not manufactured. Additionally, around the applicability of certain density bonuses. So the idea is that there is one density bonus with multiple paths to get there and not a stacking of density bonuses, which could have several concerns, as well as there's some concerns around the unreasonable standard. We would like to propose an alternative proportional standard, and as well as some other technical points that you can read in our testimony. I understand it's been a very, very long day. So that being said, MACO definitely in support with amendments. This is part of our 2024 housing initiative, one of our top 4 things for the year. And thank you very much.
Yeah, I'll go next. Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, and committee members. I'm already here as chair of the Planning Board of Montgomery County. We're thrilled that the Governor Moore is seeking legislative solutions to the state's affordable housing crisis, and we appreciate that the many delegates and senators who are supporting these efforts are also co-sponsors. I've spent most of my career working to make more homes more affordable for more people. I've done so as vice president of both Montgomery Housing Partnership, a nonprofit, and the Bizzuto Development Company. Montgomery County is proud to be one of the most diverse communities in the United States, but we know home prices determine who gets to live in our county and who doesn't, who gets to build generational wealth through home ownership, and who gets squeezed out. Without more affordable homes, our communities will become more expensive, more diverse, and less integrated. We also know we need a greater variety of housing types: apartment buildings, townhouses, duplexes, triplexes, and single-family homes. More of all types. In Montgomery County, we continue to incentivize projects that include high levels of affordable housing by providing density bonuses and making them eligible for programs that streamline the approval process. Later this year, we plan to bring together experts in planning, zoning, development, finance, and policy to help us all strategize around this topic, and we hope many of you will be there with us. Our new 30-year general plan, Thrive Montgomery 2050, devotes an entire chapter to housing for all. In fact, it treats access to safe and affordable housing as a basic human right. But we all know we can do even more here and statewide. We have shared with the legislative staff ideas to make the bill even more effective. We share the governor's sense of urgency. We know we can end the affordable housing crisis. We support HB 538 with the suggested amendments we submitted. Thank you very much.
Madam Vice Chair Boyce, my delegate, and members of the committee, it's great to be before this committee again. It's been a very long time. My name is Richard Hall, and I work for the Prince George's County Planning Department, which is part of the National Capital Park and Planning Commission. We support House Bill 538 with amendments, and as the chair said, we have also submitted written testimony, so I will be brief. I think it's important to note just a little bit of sort of background on the 2 counties, because we're both part of the same commission there. Together, Montgomery County and Prince George's County make up 1/3 of the state's population and 1/2 of the rail stations that are in the state as defined in the bill. So that's an important context. We also have much of our zoning, as Mr. Harris mentioned, much of our zoning is fairly complex and has a high level of density and a lot of mixed use. Our amendments aren't that different from MACO's in many ways. Our amendments are really seeking to add more detail and clarity and to really help make the bill operate as it was intended. Many of our amendments are related to the definitions and other categories of many of the things you all talked about before, such as how to define unreasonable limitations and also mixed use and that type of thing. So just a couple highlights from those pieces. So we are asking effective date be moved from October to the end of the calendar year. We also are asking that affordable dwelling unit should the definition for affordable dwelling unit should include existing affordable and inclusionary housing programs. We think that the mixed use definition should include residential. Thank you.
I'm Casey Anderson. I'm here for the Affordable Housing Conference in Montgomery County. As I mentioned before, our organization supports broader access both for affordable income restricted and market rate housing production in the state. And we congratulate Secretary Day and Governor Moore for being willing to spend political capital on behalf of creating more opportunities to build housing of all kinds. With all due respect to MACO, we think this bill is a little too narrowly targeted and surgical. We think that, and in line with some of the comments I heard from some of the members of the committee earlier today, affordable housing isn't just for people who live near transit or in urban areas. In fact, Artie had mentioned Thrive Montgomery. During the preparation of Thrive Montgomery, the planning department showed some analysis that only about 30% of jobs, even in Montgomery County, which has, I think, well in excess of a dozen metro stations, are within a mile of metro rail or high capacity rail transit. So even in an urbanized area that is served by high quality transit, there are large numbers of jobs that are not accessible to transit, and it's appropriate to have affordable housing near jobs. Even people who don't have access to cars benefit from being able to live near the place where they work, minimize their need for auto travel. And also buses are in fact a real form of transit, contrary to what some people might try to tell you. So we'd like to see this bill expanded to include market rate housing and to increase the geographic scope beyond just the former state-owned campuses, sites owned by nonprofit corporations, and near metro rail and MARC stations as is currently described in the bill. I have some other written testimony, but I think I'll wrap it up with that. Thank you for your attention to our comments.
I'm sorry. Oh, you want to switch? Is that okay? Yep.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Vice Chair Boyce and members of the committee. I'm Chris Parts, an architect with AIA Maryland, here representing nearly 2,000 architects across the state in support of this legislation. Briefly, I'd like to try to talk about two things that probably have not been said today. One is we really like the legislation because it recognizes a variety of scenarios of middle housing to enable greater options in areas zoned for single family residences. Some jurisdictions such as Minneapolis have revised their zoning in 2020 to no longer allow strictly single family zoning citywide, creating greater housing options where infrastructure already exists. It's simply good sense planning. Secondly, I wanted to speak to the transportation enhancing opportunities in development and transportation. I'd suggest that you all might look at this transportation-oriented development as a glass half full opportunity, where density of housing may also be accompanied by creative solutions, such as vertical schools that could be part of a density bonus of a project to meet community needs or other means of creating adequate public facilities. So for instance, on the York Road corridor, now Delegate Guyton, that could be something that could be part of the development that's part of what's developed there. So I think that those are opportunities that really need to be considered and are part of the planning process, engaging the community, engaging the local government, and looking at how that can really be a benefit for the community and not something different from what you already have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There are two questions. We'll start with Delegate Healy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming. I really appreciate this panel, particularly that you have MACO and you have the DC metro area represented. And that's where my question is about the density bonuses, which probably are more valuable in some jurisdictions than in others, where there's a culture where high density is more than acceptable. That's something people really want. And in other places where either because of land values or whatever, it's not so much. In your development of this legislation, in your discussions with the administration, was there ever any thought to being able to transfer these bonuses from one jurisdiction to another? So you have a jurisdiction where they really don't, it's not a real incentive to have more density. And there's a place where density is really craved. So could they maybe sell that or trade it for something across the lines? Was that ever part of your discussion?
Yeah, so thank you, Delegate. That's a very good question. So a few things there. I want to recharacterize when I say that we were working with DHCD. So MACO did not craft this package. That being said, we were consulted on a number of potential elements within it. Just so it's clear what our role is. Now, on the idea of transferring density development between counties. So, I mean, to my knowledge, that was not brought up in our conversations. I do think that idea is worth exploring. That being said, you know, different jurisdictions, and I mean, I think the people from Maryland National Capital Parks and Planning can tell you that they do land use differently. And so how you would apply density one place and then transfer it to another, I think that would be rather complicated. That being said, it's an idea that we would love to explore further.
Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate Stein.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks to everyone for your testimony. My question is for Dom. What if and you mentioned this during your testimony, maybe could you amplify on what you mean about establishing a proportional standard on the adequate facilities issue?
Yes, so that is a great question. So when we talk about reasonable or unreasonable, I mean, the way that the standard is written in the bill, if that were to be implemented, it'd be very difficult for local jurisdictions to actually comply with, and you'd be opening up projects to more additional lawsuits. And there are certain times when you do have to apply certain restrictions. When we talk about proportional now, that's giving us some guardrails and some more context to operate in. So let's say that a project gets a density bonus. Well, then with that, you're also going to have a height bonus. And so right now, it's not clear whether or not we can and can't do that. And so this just gives us the flexibility to comply with the state density bonus should it be awarded to a project. Does that make sense?
Yes, I think so. So this would be, I guess, the county potentially amending any APFOs it has in place in a flexible manner so that it can accommodate the additional construction authorized or funded under the bill.
Correct. Yeah. So not only APFOs as well. And so I believe my friend from Prince George has brought up pushing back the implementation date. MACO has that amendment as well, because this will take a number of code changes at the local level to, account for these density bonuses. But it's not only APFOs, it would be other policies as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much. We'll call up our last
Thank
three
you.
favorable with amendments. Lisa May, Maryland Realtors, Angelica Bailey Thumbari, MML, and I believe this is Michael Sponseller, Sponseller.co.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Lisa May with Maryland Realtors. We did submit testimony with amendments, as many others have. We are guilty of that. But we wanted to focus on the big picture in our comments here, which is that you are going to receive a whole lot of amendments, and many of them are going to compete with one another. And the worst thing that we can do is say we cannot decide between all of those amendments. We throw up our hands and we do nothing. Doing nothing is what has been done in the past few years, and it is not working. And you don't have to take our word for it. Included in our written testimony are comments from Maryland residents telling their story of the housing crisis from a poll that was conducted just a month ago about their struggles to afford housing here, their struggles to stay here. This needs to end. We really cannot wait another year while our workforce leaves the state, while our economy stagnates, while those children that we are going to educate and make into the envy of the country under the blueprint find that upon graduation, they cannot live here because of housing. We have to stop this trend. And so no matter what else you do, you need to pass House Bill 538. Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak on the Housing Expansion and Affordability Act. My name is Mike Sponseller. I'm a real estate developer and broker specializing in Maryland Beltway adjacent areas and a resident of Prince George's County. I'm speaking today on behalf of the Maryland Building Industry Association. I would like to thank the governor for bringing this legislation forward and pushing the dialogue about housing scarcity in the state of Maryland. I appreciate the opportunity to have this discussion at the state level, but we must do this and we must do much more in order to reverse the course of the last 20 years. In pursuing the noble and necessary goals of improving life safety, mitigating impacts on the environment and regional infrastructure, Maryland has not done an adequate job of balancing the housing needs of its residents. Restricting housing cannot be the solution to infrastructural shortcomings. As previously illustrated, Maryland is one of the least affordable housing markets in the country. Its housing cost burden created by scarcity means families must work longer hours and have less money available for necessary things like food, education, and childcare. Housing creation is a time-consuming, expensive, and financially risky process. While we're discussing a few bills that attempt to increase housing supply, there are currently another 10 or 15 in circle right now that will make things harder for housing. This bill must be the tip of the iceberg. Finally, despite concerns about legislation allowing rampant overdevelopment, housing creation in transit and activity areas is complex and difficult. Infill areas are subject to multiple layers of overlapping state, local, and federal agencies regulating project approvals. Thank you for your time and attention.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, Angelica Bailey-Thupari on behalf of the Maryland Municipal League. We are support with amendment on this bill. First and foremost, I have to give the administration major props for the collaboration and the communication that we've had both in the last few weeks and also in the interim. It has been a long afternoon. You all have our written testimony, so I'm just going to quickly highlight our members' biggest pain points here. The first being infrastructure. Our towns and cities are deeply concerned about having adequate infrastructure to increase density, and also the unreasonableness aspect. Confusion and vagueness make local leaders nervous. They have the best of intentions to comply with state laws, of course, but with limited resources, there is limited room for litigation, and they are certainly very nervous about that. So we look forward to continuing these conversations with the legislature and the administration. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for this panel? Not see any, so we will now turn to some unfavorable witnesses. We have, I believe, only one in person. I'm going to butcher the last name. I apologize. Adam Rubinski, City of Havre de Grace.
Yes, sir.
Was that close? Not really.
Rupinski. So pretty close.
All right, please go ahead.
Good afternoon or good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Adam Rubinski, representing the mayor and city council of Havre de Grace. We are here opposing House Bill 538. You heard a lot of testimony today. From our perspective, this bill does not lift up municipalities, it circumvents them. And frankly, it would damage local government in a number of ways by allowing developers to, again, circumvent our ordinances to increase density in areas that maybe aren't intended for high density developments. We have an example in downtown Havre de Grace, which may be applicable to one of these situations, which is in a historic district, not really suitable for high density housing. We are frankly terrified of the implications this will have on adequate public facility ordinances and our inability to forecast debt service. Every year, we take a look at number of permits we have outstanding, the amount of infrastructure we need to implement in order to meet the adequate needs of those permits. And then every few years, we go out to the bond market and we take on large amounts of debt to finance that infrastructure. If we are unable to do that, that leaves a lot of gray area for us. And frankly, it creates a lot of unknowns. What are we going to do when we can't supply the water, the sewer, when we can't provide the pressure for fire suppression? What are we going to do when our schools are overcrowded? So I'll leave it there, and we request an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for this witness? Okay, we have a couple of unfavorable virtual witnesses. We'll call up Eric Rockel and Kathleen Bettel.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm here today to speak unfavorably about Bill 538. I'm going to deviate somewhat from the testimony that I had previously prepared. I just want to say very generally, I'm unfavorable and concerned about this due to the potential implications for APFO legislation and also for the density bonuses. Now, very specifically, I'll ask the committee to look at section 7-505 of the bill. It sort of touches on what Secretary Day was speaking about earlier with regard to the unreasonable limitations that wouldn't be placed on APFOs. If you look at that section very specifically, it says the local jurisdiction may not impose any unreasonable limitation or requirements, and emphasis is being put there, including requirements concerning height, setbacks, bulk, parking, loading, and similar requirements. So that, my estimations, is beyond the scope of what normally we consider APFOs to be concerned with, and something that is not appropriate for the bill. For these reasons, I would ask that the committee bring back an unfavorable ruling on the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bettel?
Hi, my name is Kathleen Bedell. Thank you, Chair Corman and members of the committee. I'm also speaking in opposition of HB 538. I concur with Mr. Rockel's specifics, as I was going to testify to the same section 7-505 about the state-funded affordable housing projects. I would like to add a second one, which hopefully is in some of the amendments that have been brought to you by the other favorable with amendment people. That is the place where affordable housing is giving the zoning density bonus of up to 30% in the multifamily residential zones, and then the highest allowable residential density in the non-residential zones. This approach could just simply lead to overdevelopment of our local land use with the increase of density, which is why these projects should also have the benefit of the input of our local planning departments and local elected officials. The net result of this bill could be school overcrowding and huge congestion, two conditions that citizens should not have to endure regardless of the noble intentions of this bill. In closing, let land use and density considerations remain at the local level as well. Thank you.
Thank you both. Any questions for these panelists? Okay, our virtual informational witness is apparently not in the waiting room, so that concludes at long last the bill hearing on HB 538. We'll now turn to HB 693, Renters' Rights and Stabilization Act of 2024. We'll bring back up Secretary Day and his panel, Kevin Lindemood, Healthcare for the Homeless, Michelle Siri, the Maryland Legal Services Corporation, Secretary Lopez from Department of Human Services, and Councilmember Ramos from Baltimore City.
Good afternoon, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, members of the committee. My name is Jake Day. We've met before. It's a pleasure to be with you again, and on the third and final of the governor's housing package of 2024. I think I just caught some applause in the audience.
Yes, he did.
Extremely honored to be here on behalf of the governor and with this esteemed panel and before you today. To talk about the Renters' Rights and Stabilization Act of 2024. In a nutshell, and as I indicated at the beginning of my remarks on the first bill today, this is a bill designed to increase housing security in Maryland and to bolster protections for our renters. This is a full-scale and ground-up approach that protects the most vulnerable, the unsheltered homeless, tenants subject to a turbulent rental system, and those who have lacked opportunity to build generational wealth. The Renters' Rights and Stabilization Act seeks to address high eviction filing rates, establish a new Office of Tenants' Rights, and disseminate a Tenants' Bill of Rights, reduce barriers to becoming a renter, and create new pathways to home ownership. For far too long, renters in Maryland have faced exploitation and manipulation due to systemic flaws and a lack of transparency. Perhaps the most striking example of this is Maryland's eviction filing fee, which is the lowest in the nation at just $15, significantly lower than the national average of $109. In the vast majority of eviction cases, 95% of all filings, tenants pay the late rent, they pay the late fees, and they pay court costs, including a filing fee, before actually being evicted from the unit. The state's existing landlord-tenant laws have created a system where landlords are incentivized to file for an eviction as a tool to collect rent, rather than to use eviction process as it's intended as a tool to legally remove a tenant and repossess their property. Renters are truly at a disadvantage, struggling to survive and then needing to navigate a confusing patchwork of agencies and programs to get help. High security deposits, often equivalent to 2 months' rent, create a significant barrier to renting for low-income Marylanders. By reducing the allowable security deposit to 1 month's rent, we aim to create more equitable housing opportunities. Additionally, by creating the Office of Tenants' Rights, housed within the Department of Housing and Community Development, we can serve as the central point of assistance for Maryland renters. It would be the first dedicated statewide office focused exclusively on the needs of renters, providing them with transparent resources on their rights and how to exercise them, frequently asked questions, an accessible website, tailored informational services with support from our team. By ensuring renters have ready access to their rights in plain language, the pathway to self-advocacy is cleared. Options and, most importantly, solutions are made available. This kind of support, partnered with the work of a certified financial counseling provider and implementing a tenant right of first refusal, can empower renters to transition to home ownership, thereby stabilizing neighborhoods and preventing displacement. In a recent poll commissioned by the Maryland Association of Realtors, 89% of Marylanders report that even with a full-time job, the ability to afford a home presents a huge or medium obstacle to their family. We must continue to increase homeownership opportunities across this state and ensure that we remove the barriers that folks have to achieving it. It will take time for housing supply to meet demand, but Marylanders need help now. And I think we can all agree that doing nothing is not an option. 81% of voters in that poll believe that the cost to rent a home in Maryland is too high. That's a 20% increase since just 2020. And 48% believe there are too few places to rent, up from 34% in 2020. Again, the numbers are in, and again, the math is clear. Maryland renters are struggling. Not only are they struggling with rising rents and too few housing options and unattainable home ownership, but they're struggling to keep a roof over their head even when they found one. This bill is an important step toward a more equitable housing landscape for all families, including renters, and a step toward addressing our housing crisis. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Chair Corman and members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. My name is Rafael Lopez, and I serve as the Secretary of the Department of Human Services. I'll ask for your forgiveness now because I need to go to the Senate and testify on 2 of our departmental bills, so please forgive me running out after I testify here. Our team at DHS serves over 1 million people a year in every one of Maryland's 24 jurisdictions. We empower Marylanders to reach their full potential by providing preventative and supportive services, economic assistance, and meaningful connections to workforce development and career opportunities. While full of promise and potential in their own right, many of the people we have the honor of serving struggle with economic insecurity, including housing affordability and stability. The Renters' Right and Stabilization Act of 2024 would provide first right of refusal for tenants to purchase the property where they live when it is for sale, creating a new path to home ownership for renters. Helping households build family wealth matters in the work we lead at DHS. We are driven by 12 core values that represent the Moore Miller administration values, and our approach to this bill reminds us of 3 of them. First, being data-driven and heart-led reminds us of the human impact of this bill. All households experiencing economic insecurity are likely to struggle with housing instability. We administer several economic support programs whose participants may benefit from the bill's protections and opportunities, including access to financial counseling and the tools to report unfair or illegal housing practices. We did some additional research after submitting our written testimony, And we actually believe that it'll impact more households. Over 376,000 Maryland households participating in the Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program, or SNAP, and Temporary Cash Assistance, or TCA programs might actually be benefit from this bill. A conservative estimate of 22% of SNAP participants experiencing homelessness are also participating in TCA. So far this year, the average number of households participating in TCA is 16,736. And these are households, not individuals. There are currently 594 households participating in TCA who identify as experiencing homelessness, and 2,100 SNAP-only households identify experiencing homelessness. Okay, continue. Mr. Chair, may I continue? Thank you. The data points are not simply about the numbers, but in fact, the hopes and dreams of the people we serve. We also are reminded of our second value to move urgently. Through our Emergency Assistance to Families with Children program, we provide cash assistance to families who need emergency help paying rent or utilities. Between 2022 and 2023, we received a staggering 45,363 EAFC applications that represent the stories of struggling families. Another example of where housing matters is when youth unacceptably age out of foster care without stable housing options. Our local departments of social services work with the Family Reunification Program, or FUP, vouchers for families where housing is a barrier to reunification. And we also help young people 18 to 23 years of age who have or are at risk of aging out of foster care to homelessness. Imagine for a moment a Maryland that does not age out our young people in foster care, and communities where affordable housing options are not a condition that keep families from safe reunification from their families with their children. That's not a pipe dream. It's actually possible to work together to create this reality. Finally, we want to challenge the status quo. We believe that it's okay to disagree and offer a new viewpoint, and that's exactly what we're doing here by generating new solutions to make sure children and families are connected to the resources they need to thrive. We respectfully request your favorable report of HB 693, as we believe this is a critical lever in Governor Moore's vision to end childhood poverty in Maryland. With that, thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, members of the committee. Kevin Lindemood with Healthcare for the Homeless, here in full support of the Renters' Rights and Stabilization Act. I'll speak to one provision in this bill that will remove a major barrier to housing, reducing the allowable security deposit for renters from 2 months' rent to 1 month's rent. Maryland is, as I mentioned previously, the 10th most expensive state in the country. Fair market rent for a 2-bedroom apartment is $1,600 a month. And to afford it, you'd have to earn a little more than $31 an hour, about a little less than $65,000 a year, more than twice our state's minimum wage of $15. More than half the renters in our state, using federal affordability standards, pay more for housing than they can afford. Currently, a tenant is often required to produce the equivalent of 2 months' rent as a security deposit in addition to the first month's rent. That's 3 months. For typical renters whose average savings is only about $3,400 in Maryland, an upfront cost of $4,800 is an insurmountable obstacle to obtaining housing, or, as importantly, to moving to better opportunities. For the most of the clients that we serve at Healthcare for the Homeless, with even lower incomes and no savings, even 1 month's security deposit upfront is a significant challenge and only delays access to housing. It's past time that Maryland joined the District of Columbia and 12 other states as economically and politically diverse as California, Alabama, Kansas, and New Jersey in limiting maximum security deposits to 1 month's rent and lowering a significant barrier to housing. We applaud Governor Moore, Secretary Day, their teams, not only for this measure, but for this broader housing package. And I think you see throughout this lengthy afternoon that it was a broad and strong coalition coming together to support it, and we urge a very favorable review.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the ENT and Judiciary Committees. My name is Michelle Seary, and I am the Executive Director of the Maryland Legal Services Corporation, here in support of HB 693. As you've already heard, Maryland has the lowest eviction filing rate in the nation, well below the national average of $109, which results in a system that incentivizes landlords to use the eviction filing process as a rent collection tool, as opposed to what it's actually intended for, which is a tool to repossess property. Not coincidentally, Maryland also has the highest eviction filing rates in the country. Over 48% is our filing rate, compared to the national average of 7.3, 48% compared to a national average of 7.3. And yet, as Secretary Day already said, in 95% of cases filed in Maryland, the tenant still pays the rent and eviction is avoided. So in order to bring Maryland in line with the national norms and to reduce those eviction filing rates, HB 693 increases the surcharge in summary ejectment and landlord-tenant matters from $8 or $18 to $93 per case. Now, HB 693 is not designed to prevent landlords from accessing the courts and petitioning the courts in appropriate cases. Rather, it's designed just to limit the use of the court's involvement as a rent collection agency. And it's meant instead to make every time a tenant's experience, instead to prevent the drastic remedy of every time a tenant experiences a short-term delay in payments going to eviction court. HB 693 also includes a very critical provision preventing the landlord from passing the cost of surcharges onto the tenant. And without that pass-through, the system will continue to encourage landlords to treat the rent courts as that collection tool, as they know that the filing fee will ultimately be covered. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, my delegate, members of the committee. My name is Odette Ramos. I am the City Councilwoman for the 14th District in Baltimore City. It's great to be before you today. Prior to my becoming a council person, I was kind of a common entity in this chamber, so I appreciate you being back here. I want to talk a little bit about this bill, particularly one section regarding, you've heard it as tenant opportunity to purchase, right of first refusal, and a couple of other terms, but it's all similar. Basically, what this means is that when a landlord or an owner is about to sell the home, that they offer first to the tenant and negotiate with the tenant first. And if the tenant cannot meet the price or their negotiation is not successful, then the landlord can put it up for on the market. But if the price comes in at 10% lower than what was previously negotiated, or more than 10%, then the landlord has to go back to the tenant. And this is a housing stabilization tool. We have it in Baltimore City. My predecessor, who had been in office for a very long time, was one of the first ones to pass this law nationwide. And I actually bought my first house with this policy. After she left office for a little brief time, it was watered down. And when I entered into office, we shored it back up and named it after her. And now we have a very strong policy that is used. It is helping residents who are older adults who have been renting for a long time. It is for families who have been in their homes and want to be able to purchase that home, and also people just starting out like I was. I'm grateful that the governor wanted to put this in his package because it is working in Baltimore and it will work statewide. Thank you very much. And I'll just say that the amendments you have before you do include what I had just described around the tenant opportunity to purchase. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And as Ms. Siri said, we're joined by members of the Judiciary Committee behind us. Delegate Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Secretary, thank you again. There's a lot to like in this bill for sure. And I especially like the idea of, making Maryland competitive, right? So I was looking through some of the unfavorable and the favorable with amendment testimony. Again, in regards to being competitive, and I wanted to give you a chance to respond about specifically, there's some concerns about the recovery of filing fees and court fees. Just want to make sure, again, that keeps us competitive when we look at nearby states.
So Delegate Allen, thank you for that. I think the intent here is to recognize that tenants who find themselves in a situation like this are themselves in difficult circumstances financially, and continuing to to punish them puts them at an increased disadvantage. From a competitive landscape standpoint, again, there are 12 states plus DC that already have that prohibition. So I think it is reasonable for us to consider that as a Maryland solution as well. I don't know if anyone else wants to.
I would only jump in, thank you, Delegate, and I would just jump in to say, as I said, the national average is 109. So we are so far behind that frankly, there's no comparison. And especially when you then look again at the filing eviction rates of the 49% or 48% compared to the national average. And so we're just bringing it in line. We're not trying to go, and create new grounds. It's just really bringing us up to that national norm.
Great, thank you.
Any additional questions for this panel? Okay, we'll let you off easy on this one, Mr. Secretary. We'll turn to
Thank you,
panel
Mr.
number 2.
Thank you.
Former Attorney General Brian Frosch, Erica Palmisano, and Sheriff Cogan from the City of Baltimore. Let me go first.
Sorry about that. So thank you to the chair and to the vice chair and to the committee. I am Sheriff Sam Cogan. I'm the sheriff of Baltimore City, and I'm the one who goes out, my staff goes out and evicts people. So I thought it was important that I was here today to sort of explain what I'm seeing. I worked for the sheriff's office for 26 years in Baltimore City. And one of the things in taking office, this is my first year I just completed in office, that I wanted to do was to keep better statistics and data. And so I'm very proud that I can come to you today with some actual statistics that I don't think have ever been heard before. So first of all, since January 31st and going back 5 months, that's the time frame that we've been keeping this data. We received 37,728 eviction notices in Baltimore City. And of that, just like you heard, only about 5% of them have resulted in a warrant. So my deputies have had to go out in their car and post all those properties. We've had to put that in the mail. I have to have 20 deputies and a support staff of 10 people, right, to do this function, which is larger than every other unit in my office, larger than my domestic violence unit, larger than my fugitive apprehension unit. The only other unit it's not larger than is my court security unit. So I have to maintain this. And really what I am, it's not just the rent court that's the debt collector. I am a debt collector, right, when we do this, because all the ones except for that 5% are resolving. And then we're looking at, and here's where the actual new data comes from, which no one's seen before, and we're going to be releasing this next week. But in that same time frame of 5 months, from January 31st back, 545 households, right, have received an eviction notice in Baltimore City for rent that's under $250, right? And of that, we've evicted 17 households. So that will show you sort of like the disparity on that. From the rent owed between $250 and $500, we've received 758 households notices. So I just want to let you know that there's a human aspect of this. I see it every day, and any eviction we can prevent, I think, is very important that you guys look at that.
Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, members of the Environment and Transportation Committee, my name is Erica Palmisano. I'm a small private landlord, and I come before you today in support of House Bill 693, the Renters' Rights and Stabilization Act. In our 7 years, my partner and I have weathered costly repairs, rising expenses, and literal weather, but finding and keeping tenants have been the most challenging. Only once did we file an eviction. We spent weeks on financial and moral reckoning, but paid a minuscule fee. Because it's cheaper to file than to work out a payment plan and tenants pay back the filing fee, large landlords file evictions at 2 to 3 times the rate as small landlords, sometimes just to collect the rent, as we've heard. There's no malice, it's only market incentives that are making Maryland's eviction filing rate so high. Eviction impacts tenants' housing, employment, and health for years. Shouldn't we be discouraged from unleashing it? After the eviction, finding a new tenant took time. Little wonder, when over half of tenants are rent burdened and moving requires 3 months rent for many. Looking for a medium 2-bedroom apartment at $1,600, that'll set you back $4,800 and you haven't bought tape yet. Can't we do better? This bill is a yes to my frustrated questions. It changes the eviction incentives, pairing a larger filing fee with a pass-through prevention. Landlords work to avoid filing, and tenants won't be paying for a more expensive eviction as they would if passing that fee were permitted. This bill also lowers deposits to 1 month, an easier sum to save. 12 states and DC, as we've heard, have implemented this policy and it helps. Some landlords may claim that this bill threatens my financial security. I think it will steady our income by helping tenants secure housing. It will return eviction to its rightful status as a last resort. It will incentivize a rental economy that enriches communities, including mine. I urge you to give House Bill 693 a favorable report, and thank you for your time and your service.
Mr. Chairman and Madam Vice Chair and members, it's an honor to be here before you. And I want to say, as an alumnus of this institution, I'm very impressed with the attendance. You guys are amazing. Thank you for being here 4 hours later. I want to address briefly the arguments that I think you'll hear in opposition to this portion of the governor's housing package, the provisions that increase the fee and have landlords bear the cost of that increased fee. The principal argument you'll hear is this is unfair somehow. It ain't. In fact, landlords get very special treatment in the state of Maryland to the detriment of tenants, to the detriment of the courts and the sheriffs and the public. As has already been mentioned, we have the cheapest eviction process, the cheapest filing fee in the country, and we have the highest filing rate. It's 7 times more than the national average of about 7%. Used to be 13 times as much, 13 times higher. The fact is that when landlords file these cases, they don't want to evict the tenants. 95% of the eviction cases don't result in evictions. In fact, in fiscal year 2022, there were more than twice as many landlord-tenant filings as all other district court filings put together. Landlords, unlike any other creditor in our state, have their own special expedited proceeding for evictions. They file an action and the law says they get a trial within 5 days. Now, the fact is the courts are overwhelmed by their eviction filings. They can't meet that 5-day requirement. So it takes a few weeks most of the time. That's still orders of magnitude faster than any other creditor in our state. Let me just say, landlords will claim that the right to redeem in Maryland somehow makes this unfair. In fact, it doesn't. They're made whole whenever a tenant redeems the unit and the eviction is dismissed. And in fact, all of the jurisdictions around our state, save one, have a right to redemption in some form or another. And finally, let me just say that landlords get a 5% penalty if the tenant doesn't pay on the 6th of the month. That's a 60% annualized rate of return. If you can get that somewhere else, please let me know, because I could use the money. I'm retired. Thank you very much for your attention. Please pass the bill.
Thank you. Delegate Holmes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sheriff, could you just please send us that data that you were talking about from January 31st?
I absolutely will.
Please, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Delegate Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question's for Erica. I just want to check, again, as a landlord, you don't feel like this is going to be punitive or used in a punitive way against landlords or anything? Like, do you foresee any problems with this legislation?
As written, no. I really don't see a downside to this. And I see the upside of stable tenancy and the ability to find more tenants and be able maybe to even choose among several instead of having to work extremely hard to find even one who can pay what I need.
Thank you.
Delegate Love.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This question is for my constituent, the former Attorney General, Senator, Delegate, et cetera. Thank you for being here. So you mentioned a number of statistics. I know we will hear from landlords that they're just trying to get tenants to pay. Do you have any evidence that they are abusing the system that you could share with this committee?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
I mean, I think Sheriff Cogan's numbers show abuse. I mean, why is somebody getting thrown out of their home for less than $250? If you got a beef with somebody for $250, go to small claims court pretty quick, not as quick as the evictions process. But no landlord should have that kind of leverage over a small amount like that. more significantly, when I was Attorney General, our office did a number of investigations. We brought charges against Westminster Management, a large real property management firm. They had 15,000 units under management, and their policy was to file for eviction on the 6th day of the month. If that was a Saturday or a Sunday, they filed on Monday. If it was a holiday, they filed the next day. But they filed the first day that they could. If the rent wasn't over the transom the night before, they filed. We found many, many tenants who always paid the rent, but were often late. They were always sued on the 6th of the month. There was one guy in Prince George's County, I believe, who got sued 20 times over 2.5 years. He never failed to pay the rent by the end of the month, but he was late 20 out of 30 times. And they were in court on the 6th every month, suing him for eviction. They knew they were getting paid. They knew they were getting a 5% bump, 60% return, and they sued him every time they could.
Delegate Cardin.
Thank you for welcoming me to your committee. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here. Ms. Frosch, thank you again. We've had this opportunity to have this debate, and usually it's been in judiciary. It's been, I guess, up here now. So what are some of the other ways that a landlord can get a tenant to pay if they're late? What are some?
That's a great question, Delegate. And if you look around the country, in no other state do they file as many evictions as we do per unit. And what they do is they go and knock on the tenant's door. They call them up, they send them an email, they send them a text message. They find out, look, I didn't get paid yesterday. I'm going to get paid Tuesday. I'll get you a check. I'll get you the rent on Tuesday or Wednesday. And it works. Believe it or not, there are landlords all over the country in every state in the union who do it without having the process that we have.
If we gave,
really, it's a rational decision for landlords to sue on the 6th because they make money doing it.
May I follow up? Okay, so if you gave them another 2 weeks to be able to negotiate, would that help this process? Forget about this. Like, is that an additional legislation that we should be considering?
So the good news is that you did consider it. Delegate Boyce had a bill in 2021 that was folded into a bigger bill that said, okay, landlord, you got to give the tenant 10 days notice before you file an eviction action.
Mm-hmm.
Up to that point, it's hard to tell because the pandemic is in the middle of all this. But in 2019, the eviction filing rate in Maryland, believe it or not, was 92.5%. Okay. We're out of the eviction, we're out of the pandemic. Delegate Boyce's bill went into effect in 2022. And I believe in 2022, the eviction filing rate was 48%.
Right. So we have the 10 days made a substantive difference.
I think so. We don't have enough data to show it could go back up to 70% or something, but it made a big difference. We don't know. It's hard to tease out the effects of the pandemic that were hanging over. But yes, her bill made a big difference. And we're still 7 times higher in our eviction filing rate than the national average.
But we're pretty low in our actual eviction rate, right? I think we're one of the lowest.
We're pretty low in the actual evictions that come from it, which tells you
that you're saying that people are using the system. I understand that. So my follow-up. So if you're knocking on the door of somebody to ask them, please pay your rent so I don't have to file an eviction, and you don't necessarily have a very good relationship with your tenant, couldn't there be issues if you're using the other techniques that you suggested? Could there be issues with, say, harassment or torment that somebody could bring up as opposed to using the legal system as it's been set out to do it in a way that's much less personal?
Well, I mean, I think all business relationships have that danger, but I think the risk is very low. I mean, you are the landlord. To knock on the tenant's door is not unusual. I mean, they got to fix the plumbing or fix the lights or whatever it is. And the tenants are used to having conversations with the property managers. Okay. And certainly doing a text or an email or a phone call doesn't put somebody in immediate jeopardy if they think that the tenant might have a bad temper.
Okay.
If I may, I also might just decide I have to file that time and I have to pay the fee at that point. And, you know, that's what it costs to deal with that particular tenant, but I shouldn't be incentivized with any tenant to apply that same logic.
But if you got to the point where you had to file it because you needed to, don't you deserve at least to be, I'm not maybe fully reimbursed, maybe partially reimbursed, because it's not your fault that you have to file it. You're not the one who's violating the contract.
So I know, like, you asked this question, Delegate Allen, and I think I've seen tenants get evicted for filing fees. Like when you go to the door and you have the writ and they have the money to pay, but they don't have the filing fee. Like I've evicted people for that. So I think that's something that should be considered as well. And you also look at, you know, when the city, when there's the right of redemption and there's 5 months that the person pays late, which is obviously bad, but that equates in filing fees. Sometimes that's passed on to the tenant more than a month's worth of rent.
That's interesting. I think that's legislation for next year, Mr. Chair.
Delegate Stewart.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all for joining us. A couple questions for former Delegate Frosch. You know, your former role that obviously is nearest and dearest to my heart. I did appreciate obviously your tenure as our Attorney General. So following up on a question that Cardin mentioned, just to be clear, filing an eviction does not mean that the tenant has broken the lease, correct?
Well, the tenant is supposed to pay the rent on the first of the month.
Right.
If they're still late on the 5th, the landlord can, but it's a breach of lease to fail to pay the rent.
Right. Yes, but aren't there exceptions, for example, when the landlord is not providing a habitable unit?
Yes.
That therefore has to be adjudicated by a court. So
Yes.
isn't it fair to say that we cannot assume that every filing, it's necessarily the case that the tenant has breached the lease?
Well, yeah, I mean, sure. And it's very difficult for your average tenant to know, well, just because I don't have a working toilet or the stove doesn't work, I may have a defense to an action for eviction. They don't know that.
And at the risk of, you know, Pennsylvania is not necessarily historically the most popular state in this committee for a variety of reasons. So at the risk of bringing them up, I just want to highlight something that you said sort of after the bell rang, and I think, you know, you sort of hurried your point, but I just want to highlight it. It is true that Pennsylvania has a right to redeem that's similar to Maryland's.
Yes.
And it is true that Pennsylvania has a filing fee that goes up to $140. Is that true? And is it also true that Pennsylvania has a eviction filing rate at 7%, which is 7 times less than ours?
Correct.
Thank you.
Could I just point out, Mr. Chair, that the eviction lab at Princeton University has done a study about the relationship between the costs of filing an eviction and the eviction filing rates. And not surprisingly, they're inversely related. And in fact, they cite the example of Alabama. Alabama has a 3.8, I think, % eviction filing rate. And their eviction, the cost of filing an eviction in Alabama is almost $300. You compare it to Mississippi and Georgia, where the fees are 60 to 80 bucks, and their eviction filing rates are 7, 8, 10, 16%. So the more it costs, the fewer evictions you get.
Delegate Naraki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This really could go to anyone on the panel. I think maybe multiple have mentioned this. We've heard that there are 12 states that prohibit the recovery of these fees. Could anyone tell me what those 12 states are?
No, I'm not familiar.
Ms. Palmazan, I thought you maybe referenced that. That's what.
Yes, unfortunately, I don't have the list in front of me because of the 2-minute time cap, but the governor's office provided me with that list. So I imagine that you can ask them and they will provide it.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Chair Boyce.
And this is just a yes or no question. And actually, the former AG and I were just talking about this. Can you tell me any other bill, any other service that you have to pay on a monthly basis that you are sued when you do not pay on that day or after your grace period?
Well, sometimes you could be, but rational creditors don't do that.
Right. So I'm not sued, for instance, for paying my BG&E bill 10 days or 20 days after, or my cell phone bill, or my phone bill, or my ADT alarm, or my credit card. It might be a different story. I might get some less points, but I mean, but isn't that so?
That, yes. I mean, if it weren't so, I would have been in court a lot more in my life.
All right, thank you to former District 16 Delegate Frosch and the rest of the panel. We will now call up another group of favorable witnesses: Rena Shaw, Maryland Access to Justice Commission; Jose Coronado Flores with CASA; Alice Kennedy, Baltimore City Housing Community Development; Chelsea Andrews, Housing Opportunities Commission; and Matthew Lozak, Maryland, Montgomery County Renters Alliance. Please begin when one of you is ready.
Good afternoon, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, and members of the ENT and Judiciary Committees. I'm Rena Shaw, Executive Director of the Maryland Access to Justice Commission. The commission is powered by the Maryland State Bar Association and exists to ensure access to justice for all Marylanders. It's composed of leaders from diverse areas of the legal profession, including the law school deans, the Attorney General, General Counsel of corporations, law firm partners, civil legal aid organizations, leaders, the judiciary, the bar, legislators, and community leaders. We are united for a single purpose: to speak with one voice, to drive reforms to make the civil justice system more accessible, fair, and equitable for all Marylanders. I also serve as the chair of the Access to Counsel and Evictions Task Force. This is a statewide the statewide access to counsel and evictions law, which was passed in 2021 by this body, also created a task force. And part of the reason for that task force is to study potential funding sources to effectuate that law. I want to make the committee aware that this bill is the only vehicle for funding for the Access to Counsel and Evictions program this year, and it is imperative that this body continue to fund this important law. Thus far, the legislature has provided base level funding sufficient to begin construction of this transformational statewide program, and that will provide access to counsel for anyone who income qualifies. It's important to remember the reason why that law was passed: to prevent evictions, to lower disruptive displacement. And thus far, the law has been very successful. The numbers show that we have seen an 85% rate of avoiding disruptive displacement and put other infrastructure in place to effectuate this law. However, we are missing $6 million in funding for FY26. And therefore, this bill is really important to provide that funding. Otherwise, we'll have a gap and we won't be able to implement the law fully. Thank you so much for your time.
Good afternoon, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, and members of the committee. My name is Jose Coronado Flores. I'm a policy analyst with the organization CASA, Maryland's largest immigrant services and advocacy organization. Our members are overwhelmingly renters, which is why we urge a favorable report on HB 693. This bill will help standardize renters' rights, stabilize security deposits, and increase funds to access to counsel. CASA services and advocacy includes tenant organizing. Throughout the state, there are apartment communities where tenants suffer deplorable conditions, transgressions of personal privacy, and unjust treatments by property owners and managers. People fighting for dignified housing and treatment occurs from Montgomery County to Baltimore City. However, the rights that they have as tenants seems to vary from county to county. For example, Montgomery County has a strong tenant-landlord handbook that outlines the things tenants are entitled to when entering a lease, as well as what a landlord can demand from a tenant. This is a powerful tool that outlines notification requirements to enter dwellings and rights that tenant associations hold. Fighting an unjust entry into a dwelling could be easier in Montgomery County compared to other places, for example. And this is not just a hypothetical, it's something that we actively see with all of our regional organizing. Furthermore, the Renters' Rights and Stabilization Act limits security deposits to 1 month rent. which lowers the cost of entry to housing for Maryland's lower income residents. This is the difference between someone being able to sign a lease or having to delay to accumulate the required funds. Lastly, CASA supports this legislation because it directs funds to Maryland's Legal Service Corporation, a partner in our access to counsel work, which helps provide legal representation for low-income renters. For these reasons, we urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Alice Kennedy, Housing Commissioner for the City of Baltimore. I'm here on behalf of Mayor Scott and the City Administration in support of House Bill 0693. This bill provides the enhanced protections that are needed to strengthen the enforcement of our existing laws, as well as reduce the impacts of evictions on Baltimore families. We're committed to continue working with the governor and his administration, with Secretary Day and the Department of Housing and Community Development to continue to discuss how best we can protect tenants' rights before and during the course of eviction. A number of key components of the proposed legislation, like the establishment of the Office of Tenants' Rights, increasing eviction filing fees, voucher program prioritization, or new renter protections and reporting, are things that we at Baltimore City support entirely, and are also somewhat reflective in the work that is underway in Baltimore, such as we do have, as our councilwoman noted, the right of first refusal in existence. And we've actually, one of our partner organizations, Live Baltimore, has been piloting and working to administer a program called Buy Back the Block, specifically that looks at providing down payment and closing cost assistance and repair assistance to renters looking to purchase the property that they currently live in, or also another rental property within a neighboring street or somewhere within the neighborhood. We've been working with the district court, the sheriff's office, and legal assistance providers such as Maryland Legal Services Corporation to leverage resources and to protect our Baltimore families from eviction. While many provisions of the bill are crucial to supporting stable housing for our families, I do want to highlight the impact of changing the security deposit requirement to 1 month. A majority of phone calls we get for assistance that we receive in our agency specifically is a family needing assistance with those security deposit requirements. A number of key components of legislation enhance or expand protections for renters that are desperately needed for Baltimore families, and I respectfully request a favorable report for those reasons.
Good afternoon, Chairman Corman and Vice Chairman Boyce and members of the committee. My name is Matt Losak. I'm the co-founder and executive director of the Montgomery County Renters Alliance. We're the first and only regional nonprofit dedicated exclusively to renter outreach, education, organizing, and advocacy. A couple of points. I want to associate ourselves with the remarks that have been made so far in favor of HB 693, but also point out a few things. First of all, Montgomery County is the largest renter population in the state. We have nearly 400,000 renters. The population of renters in the state of Maryland is nearly 40%. While we absolutely support the idea of building more housing, and we urge the administration and this General Assembly to put more housing funds available, we do not believe that we will be able to build our way out of the rental housing crisis that we are seeing for so many renters. It is a good idea that home ownership be a goal, but the fact is now, not only in our state, but across the country, a majority of renters are never going to be able to buy their own homes. They're going to choose renting as a way of life for the rest of their lives. And therefore, in addition to building new housing, we also must consider that renter protections are a necessary part of this balance. I testified last week, I think it was last week, in favor of local enabling just cause eviction protection that Delegate Janelle Wilkins has put forward. This is part of a housing package that must take place in order to balance building more housing with renter protections. We applaud the Moore Miller administration and Secretary Jake Day for including us early in this discussion and including our viewpoint on what policies need to be developed. We absolutely support the idea that for the first time historically, this administration is creating a position that will focus on renters' rights in this state that is so incredibly needed. I want to also point out something to the committee that in Montgomery County alone, we have seen a doubling just in January of writs of restitution filings. So the pandemic is over, but evictions are on the rise.
Great.
Thank you. We urge your favorable support.
Thank you. Last
Favorable
call
report.
for Ms. Andrews from the Housing Opportunities Commission. Can you make some room for her?
Chair Corman and members of the committee, the day has been long, so my testimony will be brief. I'm Chelsea Andrews, President of the Housing Opportunities Commission. We're Montgomery County's housing authority. And through many tools, we're able to provide housing, affordable housing to almost 20,000 families in Montgomery County. But we still have double that on our waiting list, desperate for help. This bill provides relief and resources for those who are most vulnerable, and we thank the Governor, Secretary Day, and his team for developing it and hope that you will support it. Though I am a longtime resident of Montgomery County, before taking the helm at HOC, I ran an organization dedicated to addressing homelessness in the Bay Area in California. Let me tell you, Maryland has a housing crisis, but we do not yet have a homeless crisis similar to states such as California. It's much easier to solve this problem now by being decisive and providing the resources and the policies needed to build more housing and to support those with housing instability before we get to that point. This bill is a win-win, protecting families from eviction and providing more rental assistance resources. Thank you again for your focus on affordable housing and Maryland's most vulnerable residents. Thank you.
Delegate Foley, first question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is for Mr. Losak. You mentioned in your testimony the just cause eviction bill, which we heard here not too long ago, and you testified on. Is it fair to say that you believe that both this bill and that bill are necessary to stem the tide of evictions that we're seeing?
Yes, Delegate Foley, thank you for the question. It's critical. In a way, we can invest all we want in housing, but if it's not stable legally with legal infrastructure and protections that balance the right of a landlord to maintain his or her profits and keep up with legitimate expenses, but also ensures that in order to evict a tenant, there be a justifiable reason for someone to lose their homes. I should also point out that what I didn't say in my testimony is that we are truly seeing the forced migration of working and low-income families, but what we are also seeing are unstable communities across the economic spectrum. It's not just about working and low-income families. It's about families who are living in rental housing, who are seniors, who are retirees, who are still unstable, and it's affecting our entire communities.
Thank you for that.
Seeing no further questions, we'll call up our next panel. Thank you all. Priscilla Kania, AARP Maryland, Catherine Davis, Pro Bono Resource Center, Lisa Sorrow, Arundel Community Development Services, and Councilmember Shaw, City of Brockville. And please begin when you are ready.
Okay. Well, good afternoon again, Chair Corman and Vice Chair Boyce. I'm Priscilla Kania, AAR Volunteer Lead Advocate. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on HB 693. On behalf of over 850,000 members of AARP Maryland, we submitted written testimony for your review. I just want to comment on two aspects of the bill for your consideration. Over 70% of older adults hope to age in place, meaning that they want to live out their lives in a familiar setting near family and friends, stores, churches, etc. But the challenge for far too many is the cost of ongoing home ownership. While the expenses increase, check your latest utility bill, income is often fixed and limited. A solution is often to rent out a portion of the home or garage. Then they become landlords and with tenants, and they only do this to be able to remain in their home with this extra income. I assume that this proposed legislation never intended to disadvantage this constituency group, but as written, it does not exclude them. So we'd like you to consider excluding this type of eviction from the proposed changes. On the other hand, AARP Maryland strongly supports renters' protection for our elderly renters who face unexpected financial burdens, huge rent increases or late checks, and they fall behind in their rent. They should be given every opportunity to stay in place. AARP also supports the opportunity for tenants to purchase their dwellings. A suggestion to make this more desirable to all parties is to include a minimum rental duration. Possibly this could be for people who have been renting their dwelling for a minimum of 5 years. Again, thank you for your bill, and we request a favorable report.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Lisa Sorrow. I am General Counsel at ACDS. Arundel Community Development Services is Anne Arundel County's nonprofit housing and community development agency. As part of what we do, we work closely with local legal services providers that are helping residents who are at risk of eviction. And we also administer an eviction prevention program, which provides funding to tenants at risk of eviction to prevent those evictions. ACDS and Anne Arundel County are in full support of the Renters' Rights and Housing and Stabilization Act of 2024. We commend the governor for recognizing that ensuring housing stability for Maryland's renters requires a multifaceted approach, which is exactly what this bill does. It comes at it from many different necessary directions. First and foremost, I commend the inclusion of funding for the Access to Counsel and Evictions program. We rely heavily on our legal services partner. You're going to hear from Ms. Williams a little bit later from Community Legal Services. We rely on her team heavily, as do our local nonprofits who are helping people who are facing eviction. We are able to pick up the phone and call them. This is something we need. And so hopefully you will include that filing fee increase to continue the funding, because counties can't do it alone. We funded a program starting at the beginning of COVID that was incredibly successful and absolutely necessary, but counties can't do that on their own. And finally, you've heard about the filing fee pass through. Please don't allow that filing fee to be passed through to the tenants. The nonprofits and the government agencies that are helping people to prevent evictions by paying what is due so they can pay and stay, end up paying that amount too. So it's not just the tenants who are affected by that filing fee. If it were passed on to them, it's also those who are helping them. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me to be here today. My name is Catherine Davis. I'm the Director of Pro Bono Resource Center of Maryland's Courtroom Advocacy Project. Funded in large part by MLSC, we provide direct legal services to over 6,000 clients annually. Many of those are tenants faced with eviction. An overarching goal of this project is to promote housing stability, which is why we are here testifying in strong support of HB 693. You've heard a lot about serial filings and the pass-through and data, and rather than repeating that, I will try to just give a face to one of our clients that we deal with. It's hard to express the number of clients we see on a daily basis who are suffering from serial filings that you've heard discussed before. Miss Green is a grandmother who has rented for the same home for 10 years. We met her in court when she had a failure to pay rent summons for the past 4 months of rent, which she thought she didn't owe. She told us that she had been in court for each of the previous 4 months to defend individual filings, which had been dismissed before trial by her management company. So she insisted that she paid on her app every time a bill showed up. So when we looked at the ledger, what we found was that the problem was that she had missed a water bill about 6 months before. And so each subsequent payment that she made had been applied first to the water bill and then to the late fees and the court costs that were being added to her ledger every month. She had never received a judgment, but she had racked up hundreds of dollars of court costs and late fees. I'm not here to justify her water bill. The point is that rather than trying to resolve it with her, the landlord had used the court system as a collection agency, just as you heard, and to move the cost which put the cost onto her for transportation to get to court, childcare for grandchild, and of course the court cost. There's little incentive to do otherwise as our law stands today. In short, we're standing here for this law today without the pass-through because landlords have more skin in the game. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Corman and members of the committee. My name is Isola Shaw. I am a Rockville City Council member and a renter. And I thank you for this opportunity to provide testimony in support of HB 693. The City of Rockville Mayor and Council unanimously support HB 693, which creates a state office of tenants' rights, increases the filing fee for an eviction, directs the new office to create a Maryland Tenants Bill of Rights, reduces the maximum amount of a security deposit, establishes the right of first refusal, and enhances other renter protections. We strongly support the provisions of HB 693 for the following reasons. 45% of Rockville households are renters, and this number is continuing to grow. Our residents would greatly benefit from the additional protections and resources in this legislation. A state office of tenants' rights would create another resource for Rockville tenants to go to in seeking guidance and support, which could potentially reduce the volume of requests to city staff. Since July 5th, 2023, city staff have received 441 inquiries, with one dedicated staff person fielding these requests. The degree of need is likely much larger since not all residents have the means to contact the city. I would like to note that although we support increasing the filing fee for evictions, the mayor and council are concerned that the additional fee might be passed on to the tenant. Increasing the filing fee may also have unintended consequences on small landlords who are less likely to evict tenants than corporate landlords. We ask that the committee consider potential amendments that would address these concerns. Additionally, we request that you clarify the right of first refusal and exceptions, including the transfer of a title from a property owner to a family member.
Great. Thank you very much for your
Thank you.
testimony. We appreciate it. Any questions for this panel? Okay, I do not see any. We'll now call up Matt Hill from the Public Justice Center, Cheryl Katana, Maryland State Bar Association, Victoria Schultz, Maryland Legal Aid, Kayla Williams, Community Legal Services of Prince George's County, and Wesley Stewart, Green and Healthy Homes Initiative. You may need to swap seats if all of you are here. And please go ahead right when you sit down.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Matt Hill with Public Justice Center, which is a part of Renters United Maryland, which strongly supports every provision of this bill as important to the housing stability of renting families in Maryland. Particularly excited about the reducing the maximum security deposit to 1 month and the Office of Tenants' Rights. In terms of focusing my testimony, I think the insight I'd like to share just a little more about is the eviction filing fee surcharge and not passing it on to the tenants. This is a really important provision to discourage serial filing, as you've already heard. And I just want to elaborate a little bit more on the importance of the no pass-through. Specifically is that if you do allow a pass-through to tenants, what you're effectively doing is making tenants pay more for their own eviction. And that is because of this pay and stay mechanism in Maryland law and in practice. This would actually increase the number of families who are becoming homeless, because that means that the tenants would have to pay an additional $85 in order to pay and stay. Some folks will not be able to pay that, and they will be evicted and become homeless. And that really just doesn't make any sense and totally misaligned with all other policies that I know this committee and the Senate are working on. In my own practice, I'm representing a client now who's had 11 rent court cases in the past 12 months. She's paid and stayed from each of those judgments. But again, if you allow this pass through to tenants, then she's going to have to pay an additional $85 with each case in order to pay and stay. She lives with her son. Their sole income is SSI. I don't think they're going to be able to do that. And so they will be evicted and they likely will become homeless. So this is a very critical provision of the bill to keep in place, and we fully support the governor's bill. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm Vicki Schultz, Executive Director of Maryland Legal Aid, the largest provider of free civil legal services to low-income and vulnerable Marylanders. We represent more than 16,000 clients last year in their most fundamental needs, including eviction prevention. I urge your support for HB 693. We strongly support the many enhanced protections in this bill for tenants. Today, I'm going to focus on our strong support for the filing fee increase in this bill for the following reasons. Number one, the increase is reasonable. It raises the filing fee for rent actions from the lowest in the nation to the national median. Number two, a higher filing fee can help lower filings and reduce racial disparities in evictions. A 2023 study by the Princeton Eviction Lab noted a correlation between low eviction filing fees and high eviction filing rates, and correspondingly, that higher filing fees lead to lower eviction rates, especially in majority Black neighborhoods. Any increase, as my colleague said, however, should not be paid for by tenants. The governor's bill prohibits that pass-through, and we think that prohibition is critical. Landlords have other mechanisms to recoup those costs. Part of the HB 693's increased filing fee will also help increase MLSC civil legal aid funding, an investment that pays off. We recently commissioned a social economic impact report that reaffirmed that for every dollar invested in civil legal aid, there's a $6 return in social economic benefit. When families can resolve their legal issues, they're able to hold down jobs, rely less on state resources, focus on their family, and participate in their communities. Finally, if we truly believe there should be justice for all, then we must fund it as a state. This funding is vital to provide pay equity with other public interest lawyers. We're a union shop at Maryland Legal Aid. Our salaries have been below market, and they've demanded pay equity, which we intend to meet. We thank the committee for this and urge a favorable report.
Good afternoon. My name is Kayla Williams, Deputy Director with Community Legal Services, and we urge a favorable report on House Bill 693. Most notably, this bill will increase eviction filing fees from $8 to $93. Community Legal Services is a nonprofit organization established to provide civil legal services to low-income and underserved residents. We currently have 2 eviction prevention programs, one in Prince George's County and one in Anne Arundel County. These programs which are funded by Maryland Legal Services Corporation, allow tenants who are facing eviction to obtain same-day representation at no cost to them. Since 2018, we have provided legal advice and representation in more than 12,000 landlord-tenant cases, and our services have benefited more than 26,000 individuals. Because Maryland filing fees are so low, landlords often repeatedly file month to month against tenants and oftentimes for individual months instead of the entire balance. This causes tenants to constantly miss work and fall further and further behind. Increasing the filing fees and ensuring that the increase is not passed to tenants would not only reduce serial filings, but it would also generate revenue for Maryland Legal Services Corporation, which funds programs like ours. In many cases, legal representation is often the deciding factor in whether a tenant will be evicted, which is why Maryland Legal Services funding is so important. Many of the cases in which we provide representation result in dismissals, negotiated settlements, and additional time for tenants to obtain rental assistance and relocation assistance. Additionally, many of the tenants we serve have overlapping legal needs. For example, we routinely represent survivors of domestic violence and protective order cases, then assist them with terminating their lease through our eviction prevention program, and finally, we provide them assistance with their family law matters. This is just one example of how clients obtain assistance in more than one area of law and why Maryland Legal Services funding is so important, which if this bill would pass, it would support that funding. For these reasons, we urge a favorable report in House Bill 693. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Wes Stewart from Green and Healthy Homes Initiative. We provide tenants' rights assistance and rental property owner assistance around the state. We're here in support of this bill. We thank the governor and Secretary Day for introducing this substantial bill. I'd like to highlight 2 key components first, which are the security deposit cap. That 1-month cap is so vital for 2 reasons. A lot of times our families, when they relocate, they incur relocation fees, moving expenses, and that first month's rent. If they have to pay a second deposit, they're set up to a cycle of financial duress. Whereas by the second, the third, the fourth month, they're behind and they're a cycle of paying rent court late fees, rent fees, and they never escape from that cycle. So it's really critical. The other thing we're doing by requiring double security deposits is we're essentially pricing out low and moderate, which is moderate all across the state, not just in our most at-risk cities. But by requiring a double security, you're saying to many families, you don't have the right to a house that meets housing code, that's in compliance with the Maryland Reduction of Lead Risk in Housing and is lead certified. So it's really critical we address that barrier that prevents families from being able to get safe and stable housing. And so it's an important cap. We also, again, applaud the secretary and the department for setting up an office of tenants' rights. We think that's important to support tenants. It's also going to allow for increased funding for relocation assistance, which is vital, again, especially in Eastern and Western Maryland. It's a constant need, a constant call for us is how do we assist families moving? And so there needs to be greater voucher assistance, greater relocation assistance funding as well. Lastly, the tenants' rights, right of first refusal has been implemented in Baltimore City and in other jurisdictions. It's not something that's onerous. Not all tenants are going to access it, but it's important if people can have the ability to stay in a house and also for housing stability for them to be able to purchase that home. So again, for a number of reasons, but in particular, the security deposit cap and also preventing owners from transferring those costs on, because otherwise we'll have the same cycle of tenants falling behind if we're allowed to pass along those cost of rental fees to the tenant each month. So thank you again, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Delegate Healy.
Very much, Mr. Chair. Just one very quick question. I wanted to ask Mr. Hill, when you have a person who is every month, like you mentioned, somebody 11 out of 12 months, that they're behind every month, basically, and then this whole process continues. Is there a part of that that's caused by the date? Is it, the fact that the first of the month was a lot of people get their various government checks and so forth, and they may not have them in time to make the 5th of the month. Changing the date, could that be something that could be negotiated, or that's, have the date instead of the 1st of the month, make it the 15th or some other date that makes it easier for people to just having us aside from all these other issues that we're talking about today?
Yes, Delegate Healy. I mean, that is one option. I know in Baltimore City, they've enacted a similar bill that if you have a particular government benefit, then your rent is due when you receive the government benefit. But it's just so easy for folks to get caught up in a cycle because, for instance, in my case, one of the issues is that one of the money orders that my client got never made it into the hands of the landlord. And so she was late because of that 1 month. And that triggered a cycle whereby each of her payments was then misallocated to the prior month. More late fees, more court costs, more late fees, more court costs, certain, then her payments are being misallocated to the late fees and court costs. And that's why she's behind in part. There's also some other issues going on in the case and that we're trying to work out, but yes.
Delegate Terrassa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this is also for Mr. Hill. I recall, and I know this committee remembers the opposition to these rent cases, saying they have to file monthly because the court won't award future rent. Is that true? And is that something you could speak to?
Thank you, Delegate Terrassa. That is not true. So I surveyed 12 colleagues from 12 different jurisdictions around the state, and they all said, look, court awards future rent. What does that mean? So if a landlord says when they file the complaint, February is late, but they're not going to have a trial until March, they can ask for March's rent as well. That's called future rent. And a lot of landlords do. And in Baltimore City, I can personally attest the court awards future rent. And again, my colleagues from 12 other jurisdictions around the state said, yes, they award future rent in those jurisdictions too. The average time between filing and eviction from those 12 jurisdictions was about 2 weeks as well. So just to give you a sense of how long it takes to get from filing to a trial. It's not months. In Anne Arundel County, it's 5 days. So just to level set the expectations.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Delegate Naraki.
Thanks, Madam Chair. This kind of piggyback on a question that Delegate Stewart asked earlier. So he asked about the filing or talked about the filing fees in Pennsylvania. Ms. Schultz, I'm just curious if you could tell me what they are in Delaware and Virginia. I'm just curious, like where we are competitively in the region with respect to the filing fees.
There is a chart that I don't have it memorized. I don't have it in my, but I'm happy to provide that to you. Actually, again, the Princeton Eviction Lab did a survey of all. I have a huge spreadsheet with all the filing fees from the jurisdictions. I'm happy to provide that to you and to this committee.
Okay. Does anyone on the panel by any chance know what those might be in Delaware or Virginia? No. Okay. Thank you.
I don't want to misspeak.
If you do have that information, could you send it to the entire committee? I appreciate it. Is there any more questions for this panel? Seeing none, we will move to favorable with amendments, calling up Grayson Wiggins, MMHA, Brian Anelu, Ayoba, and William Costelli, RWL, and Jeffrey Thompson, Maryland Land Title Association.
Sure.
All right, I guess I'll go first. Brian Anlu, good evening, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Brian Anlu with the Apartment and Office Building Association of Metropolitan Washington. A lot has already been said about the filing fee being unrecoverable, so I won't get into that too much except to say that evictions are very costly. For many of my members, they are a last resort to get renters to pay. And at the risk of sounding like a broken record, as I previously shared with the committee, the cost of evicting tenants and turning over units is already tremendously high. These costs include legal counsel, lost income, and damage to the unit. To the last point, I want to focus on the limitation on security deposits. You heard that limiting the security deposits to 1 month's rent will prevent homelessness. In reality, it will make it more difficult for riskier tenants to find housing. Examples of riskier tenants may include those with spotty or poor rental histories and those with poor or no credit history. In some cases, a 2-month security deposit may not even fully cover the risk posed by renting to those tenants. Rather than passing a 1-month limitation on security deposits, the committee should establish a state security deposit assistance program similar to the one established by Baltimore City to help low-income eligible tenants. It's a one-time grant of $1,800 for residents making 80% of area median income or less. Lastly, Ayoba is concerned about the language that requires an administrative judge to stay a warrant of restitution for certain weather conditions or any state of emergency declared under Section 14-107 of the Public Safety Article. Administrative judges already have considerable authority to stay warrants of restitution, and they routinely use it. We urge the committee not unnecessarily limit the judge's discretion of when to use that authority. I respectfully urge the committee to amend the bill as outlined in my written testimony. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Grayson Wiggins here on behalf of the Maryland Multi-Housing Association. We're very interested to see the list of states that the secretary mentioned because Judicial Proceedings Council did an extensive research on this a couple of years ago and couldn't find one state in the country that prohibits recovery of the cost. I also know we have statutory references for all of our surrounding jurisdictions, including DC, which seems to allow for recovery of the cost. We're talking about, I think, generally prohibiting access to the civil justice system and trying to price people out of access to the court. And my clients are very concerned with that conversation and that general underlying concept. I will also note that to Delegate Naraki's question, Virginia and Delaware, Virginia actually sets the fee at the local level by county, but the fees generally range from about $40 to $55 in Virginia and Delaware. And the discussion up to this point has completely ignored that there's a second fee that landlords pay for the warrant of restitution. So when you're talking about the general price and the whole price of the eviction at the courthouse, they're very comparable across jurisdictions. And that's a great, I think, segue into Delegate Stewart's point earlier about Pennsylvania. So my understanding is that in Pennsylvania, to Delegate Stewart's hypothetical, that those fees are recoverable by the landlord. And so this is where the proponent's conversation tends to bifurcate, and it doesn't really logically flow. Some of the tenant advocacy groups will tell you that the fee must be recoverable to lower the number of filings, but the former Attorney General Brian Frost mentioned several states where he says the filing rates are lower and the fees are recoverable. So you can create a situation where the fee is recoverable by the landlord. And I guess to the Attorney General's point, if we're to believe his testimony, you would see a reduction in filings. Additionally, just a couple quick points. As was previously noted by Delegate Cardin, there is a 10-day notice in current law. That's one of the longest statutory grace periods in the country. Additionally, you don't multiply the late fee 5% times 12 to get 60%. That's not how the math works. It's a 5% return annually. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill Castelli, on behalf of the Maryland Realtors. And we would like to also thank the administration and Secretary Day for working with us on the buyer right of first refusal or tenant right of first refusal. And I did want to just briefly describe the amendment that is included in our testimony in terms of how that tenant right of first refusal would work. It really sets up an exclusive negotiation period for the tenant, which coincides with the 60-day notice that a landlord is required to give that tenant if they're going to end that tenancy. And during that time, that landlord would actually provide the material terms of an offer they would consider. Tenant would either, after 30 days, indicate that they would accept that. They could counter, at which point there'd be negotiation back and forth, or the tenant could decide that they're not going to pursue purchase of that property, at which point they would no longer have a tenant right of first refusal. The tenant right of first refusal then would kick in after the negotiation period, really in two instances. The first would be in situations where tenant and landlord try to negotiate, weren't able to come to an agreement. Then an offer comes in when that property is publicly listed for sale. That offer is 10% lower than the lowest offer that was made to the tenant during that exclusive negotiation period. Second one would be in instances where it is an unsolicited offer. So landlord is really not considering selling the property. They get an unsolicited offer, and then you would have the tenant right of first refusal, giving them 30 days to match the price of that offer coming in and have that time to try to negotiate with the landlord. So that's pretty much how it works. We appreciate working with the administration on that and would encourage a favorable report with those changes and other changes that are in our written testimony.
I'm Jeffrey Thompson. I'm here on behalf of the Maryland Land Title Association. And since, the settlement is the very last stop that you get to when you're going into a property purchase, we figured that way it was better that I ended as opposed to the realtors talking. The Maryland Land Title Association, I think either members of this committee or some of your colleagues may have had visits from our members. And at that point in time, we were opposed to the bill as presented. We have been working with the administration and with the Secretary Day's office, and I'm aware that you have received amendments to the bill that make it far more tenable to us. So we have changed our position to favorable with amendments. And as I commented, we are the last in the process. So it only figures that it's appropriate that I direct your attention to the very last part of your bill. One of the things that we asked for is a provision that allows a tenant, in the event that a landlord has failed to comply with the provisions that Mr. Castelli was just advising you about. The bill initially said that we had to depend upon the affidavit of the individual who was financially most, I guess, incentivized to not tell us the truth. That has been changed. The provision now allows a tenant to seek an injunction up until the time of the closing, but once the closing takes place, then the new owner of the property and the new owner's lender can go forth knowing that they have clear title to the property, and the tenant is allowed to continue and pursue the aggrieved tenant can now go after the landlord. So with those amendments and those changes, we urge that favorable with amendments. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much. Right on time, Delegate Naraki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll keep it brief. Mr. Wiggins, I just wanted to kind of put this in perspective. Has there been legislation in the past introduced on this topic to allow the landlord to recover the fee in the past?
Thank you for the question, Delegate. Actually, yes, there has. So just 2 years ago, Chairman Luke Clippinger introduced a bill that would have raised the fee at a much lower rate and would have allowed the landlord to recover the fee, would maintain that. And I believe, I don't want to speak for the chairman, but I believe, if I recall, that hearing from a couple of years ago. The idea behind it was he looked at the filing fees in our surrounding states and our area, as Delegate Allen mentioned, the competitiveness aspect. And so that fee that he considered raising in that bill was a much lower amount than the $100 that is in this bill. And I would just note, if the $100 is based on this spreadsheet here that I've also been given in the past, this spreadsheet includes things like Supreme Court filing fees. So I'm not sure how they, I've never been a math expert, Madam Chair, but I'm not sure how they calculated that number. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, we will go to our last witness for this evening, Unfavorable, Kathy Howard, Regional Management Incorporated.
Thank you. I will make this very brief. Kathy Howard, Vice President and General Counsel for Regional Management Inc. We are a member of the Maryland Multi-Housing Association. We're a founding member. However, we are at the moment unfavorable on this bill. I think that one of the things that has not been said today is, in all of these things that we have been talking about, is the word accountability. Accountability for both the landlord and for the tenant. The landlord, if you look at what the landlord has to do, the accountability between the landlord and the tenant is all about the lease and what each party has determined that they are going to do under the lease. The landlord has the responsibility to give a tenable, inhabitable, and safe rental property. The one and only thing that the tenant has to do is pay the rent on time. Now, that is accountability, and we think that needs to be remembered when you are deliberating on this bill. Yes, there are a lot of good things that could be done in this bill. Don't get me wrong. I'm not here to say just kill the bill, but I certainly think that we have gone slightly overboard with some of the provisions, much of which the last panel seemed to have gotten some information for and potential amendments for, which we would be happy to look at. However, to take away the accountability of the parties to the lease is absolutely unheard of, and I think it would be a real disservice to both the landlords in this state and the tenants.
Are there any questions? Sorry, Delegate Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the most important testimony that I heard this evening, no harm to anyone else, was from the Baltimore City Sheriff. It was moving testimony. He talked about the stress on the courts, the stress on the renters, and how his department has to deal with repeat filings, how he has to set up a whole department just for this. So given all that, what does accountability look like for multi-housing unit, for your clients?
From my point of view, accountability looks like this to me.
Okay.
The landlord has like 14, a list of 14 responsibilities that I can just pinpoint and would be happy to send to you in a letter.
Okay.
Some of those are, they've got to be lead certified. They have to have licenses. They have to, had them written down here. They have to pay their taxes. They have to hire have to keep all their folks who are employees they have to be insured and to try and train the staff to do all of the things that they are supposed to do. That would include maintenance, that includes groundskeeping, that includes a myriad of things to do. The outside professionals, trash collection, pest control, landscaping, paying utilities, BGE, water, and turning over after vacancy, which is one of the most costly things to a landlord. What does the tenant have to do? The tenant has three things based on what we can see from what we have done for the last 60 years
leasing to tenants. They pay their rent, they need to pay their rent on time. They need to notify the landlord of needed repairs and to conform themselves to the terms of the lease. That's all we ask. Now, the sheriff, I understand that part of the problem with the amount of filings that have been happening in most of these jurisdictions is the backlog that happened when the COVID-19 the COVID-19 situation made the courts be unable to operate. What we have found in just in our little business is that even in our most affordable units, about 30% of the tenants will stop paying if there is no access to the courts. And unfortunately, we are just coming out of an 18-month period from where we were without the access to the courts to now when we have been able to get our tenants back on track to be on time or potentially on time for their rent payments. That is, and a lot of that is what has caused what is going on, not just because it's regional management, but we're not the only ones who've had this problem. So that I think has contributed to what the sheriff was talking about, where there are just a myriad notices that are coming out and that they have to contend with. I think that will change over time now that we are getting back to a reasonable ebb and flow of what has been happening.
Thank you.
Okay, I do not see any further questions, so thank you very
Thank you
much.
for your
That
time.
concludes the bill hearing on HB 693. We'll now turn to HB 181, Delegate Hill. Failure to pay rent proceedings, prohibition on rent increases, and shielding of court records. And if you have a panel, feel free to bring them up.
Mr. Chairman, good afternoon. No, good evening, good night. It's a pleasure to be before you and your vice chair in these roles. This is wonderful. And I'm going to try and be brief because you need it and I need it. And this is a bill that this committee has passed out and the floor has passed a couple of years in a row. And for the first time, the Senate has passed the bill last week with an amendment that I'll ask you to take. But for those who are new to the committee, Mr. Chair, let me explain what this bill does. This bill essentially allows people who are taken for failure to pay rent proceedings and settle it before there's a finding or there is no finding against them to have that record shielded. And so it prevents people who are not guilty or found not responsible in a failure to pay rent proceeding from having the same scarlet E follow them throughout years and years that people who are actually found to be responsible and have a eviction proceeding or a failure to pay rent proceeding against them filed. It's really that simple. The bill that we're asking the committee to take on strips away the provision in the first part of the bill that says that a landlord may not increase a tenant's rent solely on the basis of a eviction filing or finding. So that is what the Senate took off, and all of our support folks are fine with that. So we ask that you find favorably and pass it again.
Thank you, Delegate Hill. Any questions for Delegate Hill? Okay, I do not see any. We will call up a group of favorable in-person witnesses: Catherine Howard from Regional Management, David Wheaton, NAACP, Catherine Davis, Pro Bono Resource Center, and Julia Jester, Shore Legal Access. And please begin when you are ready.
Who wants to start? All right, I'll start. Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members. We are definitely in favor of this bill. We worked on this bill with the sponsor last year, and we were very happy to be able to work with her again. And I would simply ask you at this late hour for a favorable report.
Good afternoon, Catherine Davis, Director of Pro Bono Resource Center of Maryland's Courtroom Advocacy Project, which provides representation for tenants facing eviction in Baltimore City and Baltimore County. You've heard my testimony previously about a client whose management company filed repeatedly based on one missed water bill. This legislation is an attempt to address that issue from a slightly different angle. As you've heard, Maryland has a problem with serial filings. My staff see it every day in court. We see the exhaustion on the faces of tenants who can't believe they're in court for the same thing again. They're of course pleased when we're able to secure a dismissal, but they would rather not have to come in the first place for a case that has no merit. Mr. Herbert is a good example. We met him after his third court appearance for a failure to pay rent filed by an unlicensed landlord. He'd been paying his rent, but an outstanding late fee triggered monthly failure to pay rent filings. After the fifth dismissal, we were actually able to get the agent to put a stop on the landlord's account. What this bill does is simple. It prevents tenants like Mr. Herbert from being disadvantaged when it comes to future housing based on failure to pay rent filings that never amounted to a judgment. In situations where there's a judgment and the tenant redeemed their right to stay, they can petition the court, but it's not automatic. Thus, landlords would not be prevented from seeing records of tenants who failed to pay their debts repeatedly. Rather, clients like Mr. Herbert would not suffer from the fact that their landlord chose to use the courts as a collection method, even though they had no right to do so as an unlicensed landlord. Maryland has a tight rental market, so tenants should not have to worry about being put at further disadvantage due to a mere filing of a failure to pay rent action or a judgment that they're able to settle right away. This body has long recognized the interest of the state has in allowing its citizens to a fresh start after negative situations. House Bill 181 is in line with these laws, and it's the right thing to do. We request a favorable report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Vice Chair and members of the committee. My name is David Wheaton, and I'm an attorney with the NAACP Legal Defense and Education Fund. We were founded in 1940 by Thurgood Marshall as a racial justice organization. And I am speaking in favor of Maryland House Bill 181. Evictions have in the past and will continue to have a disproportionate impact on Black Maryland residents. Black households have the highest eviction removal count in Maryland. Furthermore, households headed by Black women had the highest number of eviction removals in Maryland. The eligibility criteria that landlords most frequently rely on when a prospective renter is applying to live in a property includes prior eviction history. Using prior eviction records to screen tenants is unreliable because these records are often incomplete and incorrect. While eviction court records can often be incomplete, incorrect, and outdated, landlords frequently rely on these records to deny people housing. Past court eviction records can keep individuals and families locked in a cycle of poverty, force families to live in unsafe housing, and cause homelessness and a host of other collateral consequences. Currently, eviction filing records that do not result in evictions are still in court systems and are accessible to tenant screening companies and are often used against renters even if they did not have an eviction executed against them. In Baltimore in 2019, there were approximately 140,000 annual eviction filings, but only an eviction rate of about 4%. This means that 90% of the filings did not result in eviction. This simple presence of an eviction record on a tenant screening report or in a public court record can completely derail a prospective tenant's chances of accessing safe, adequate, and affordable housing opportunities in the long-term future. Requiring the court to seal prior eviction court records when there is no actual eviction will help many Black Maryland renters find more safe and affordable housing. Sealing these records will help limit tenant screening companies' access to these records. This will disproportionately help Black Maryland residents who unfortunately have the highest eviction rate in the state. We urge a favorable report.
Good evening. My name is Julia Jester. I'm a housing case manager with Shore Legal Access, which is an organization on the Eastern Shore that offers free legal services to people with limited financial means. And one of the areas in which we serve is landlord-tenant cases. And as a housing case manager, I work with tenants facing failure to pay rent cases on a daily basis. I am in rent court 3 days a week. And whether tenants reach out to me ahead of time with questions or requesting assistance, or I meet them for the first time at the courthouse through our same-day representation efforts provided by the Access to Counsel and Evictions program, I'm intimately familiar with the ways in which failure to pay rent cases affect tenants in the moment, and perhaps more importantly, the future. I recently worked with a client who was wrongly named on a failure to pay rent complaint. His daughter's landlord viewed him as a co-signer, though this is something he never agreed to. He lived at a separate address, which was indicated on the complaint. He was never in possession of the property, never held financial responsibility, and should not have been included as a party to this case. Shore Legal Access was able to have this case against him dismissed, but it remains a part of his public court record. Rightfully so, he's concerned that this will negatively impact his ability to obtain rental housing in the future, as it will show up on background checks and tenant screening reports. Many cases that we see are dismissed due to the fact that complaints have been filed incorrectly, prematurely, or without standing. Tenants should not be held liable or negatively impacted for a landlord's filing mistake. From January to November 2023, 35% of all failure to pay rent cases in Maryland were dismissed. This number does not include cases that resulted in a judgment in favor of the tenant, which would likely make the number of tenants eligible for shielding under this measure much, much higher. In addition to some tenants paying their balance ahead of their court date, resulting in a dismissal, others are able to enact their right of redemption prior to their eviction date. By doing so, tenants effectively redeem their current housing situation, and House Bill 181 would allow tenants to redeem their security in obtaining future housing as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no questions for this panel, so let me call up James Bell as our last in-person witness, Maryland Legal Aid. And let's just bring up at the same time Albert Turner, Renters United Maryland, favorable with amendment. And please go ahead as soon as you're ready.
I'm James Ball, Maryland Legal Aid. Thank you, Chairperson and committee members. I'm with Maryland Legal Aid. Maryland Legal Aid has already had several people testify before you, so you know who we are. And I'm boots on the ground, just like several of the other people in the last panel. And the story I wanted to bring up was I have a client who I've represented once several months ago in a failure to pay rent case because he got sick, missed a payment because he couldn't work for a week, got back to work. And I've seen him every month for the last 6 months. Every one of his cases has been dismissed simply because he missed one paycheck. He's constantly been able to pay his rent. He just pays it a little bit late because he's still catching up from that 1 week of missed work. This week or last week, I finally saw him for hopefully the last time because he was contractually current finally. But all of those late fees and everything else like that made it take months for him to actually catch it up. There's not a single judgment against him, but there's now 7 failure to pay rent case filings against him. And what this bill does is it allows him to find a new rental unit at the end of his lease. He's a good tenant. I don't think any landlord in this room would say that someone who never was more than a couple hundred bucks short and is now contractually current is a bad tenant. They'll probably offer him a new lease at the end of his lease term. Other landlords might not. Other landlords might just look at this guy as someone who has 7 failure to pay rents on his record and don't want to have anything to do with him. This gives him more opportunities and is really an ability to give these people more opportunities to find proper housing and allow them to participate in our housing market. Thank you.
Good evening, excuse me, Chairman, Vice Chair. My name is Albert Turner. I am a staff attorney in the Human Right to Housing Division of the Public Justice Center. We did submit favorable with amendments, but that amendment was adopted and we are favorable on this bill. We have submitted our written testimony. We submitted this. We also favored this bill that was passed by the House last year as well. I'll just be brief. Whenever I explain this bill, it's akin to an expungement on the criminal side of this type of situation. So a null pros or a dismissal is automatically dismissed, such as in this case, whereas a PBJ, probation before judgment, and the individual has not offended within that time, that case is eligible for expungement, as in this matter where the tenant has a judgment but it redeems it. So we akin it to that type of legal framework, which Maryland has been passing on, has been doing for some time now. And we believe that this would greatly help tenants be able to, and landlords to be able to kind of clear the muck that sometimes dismissals and otherwise issues of filings might create. And so we asked for a favorable report on 181.
Thank you. I do not see any questions for this panel, so thank you all for staying with us. That concludes the bill hearing on HB 181. We will now turn to HB 751, Delegate Ampery. Sale of residential real property, offers to purchase and transfer tax. I know we have at least one representative from Ways and Means with us as well. So please go ahead, Delegate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be very brief before you. I see we all have had a long day as my committee is also still in hearings. For the record, Delegate Marlon Ampry here in support of House Bill 751. The sale of residential real property, offers to purchase and transfer tax. I'll just go really quick. This bill was brought before you last year, so I'll spare you the significant details. But ultimately, the goal of this bill is to reconsider the current situation that we are seeing nationally occurring. We're seeing these large, huge investment firms buying up entire subdivisions, which is then increasing the cost of renting and taking the opportunity for home ownership out of the market for many people across this nation. The goal of this bill is to make sure that whenever homes that are up for sale, that there is a right of first offer, 30-day period where those homes cannot be offered to these large gargantuan companies, where it can only be offered to small companies, nonprofits, and hopefully individuals. That's the goal of this legislation. I'll leave it to you all to read through all the details and partial details. Again, I want to be really brief, but the only thing I do want to say is you'll hear opposition talk about it's not a problem in Maryland yet. We don't have an issue, but I like to think of us being a proactive body, not a reactive body. If we wait for the problem to come, then we're already going to be well under. We're going to continue to have a smaller housing market for people. So I think that we should be more proactive in thinking through how we can address this situation. I'm more than happy to take amendments and think through how we can make this bill work to make sure that we are protecting homes from these major firms from outside of the state and outside of the country in some situations. I urge the committee for a favorable report.
Thank you, Delegate Ampry. Are there any questions for the bill sponsor? Chair Boyce.
Thank you, Delegate Ampry. Yes. Where you going? Where you going? Where you going? Where you going? You're not gonna get off that easy.
All right.
I just want you to very briefly and thoroughly talk about where you have seen this and what has happened.
So currently, there's not where I've seen the issue or where I've seen the solution. Yeah, I would say right now there's not really a state leading on a real solution. I think Maryland should be the state that does that. Where we're seeing the problem are in states like California and Texas. For example, I can send the committee an article, but there was a community in Texas in one of the best school districts in the entire state. It was a popular community for young families to go and purchase homes. An entire subdivision was made available. That entire subdivision was purchased by a major investor from New York, a major firm, and the entire subdivision was purchased. And we're thinking about it this way. If the mortgage for those homes in that community were $2,500 a month, they were then putting up rent for like $4,000, right? For that same home that you would need for a family of four, a family of five to be able to live in a community where they want to live and have good schools. So the goal here is to think through how can we prevent these entire large subdivisions from taking place. And also in Baltimore, we had a situation where a large investment firm bought I want to say over 60 homes in one purchase. And again, I'm fine with people buying homes, and we know that renting and leasing is a viable business model. It's just that we don't want to do it to the detriment of the opportunity for people to be able to own homes, or do it in the detriment where we're overcharging for rent because we have the entire market in our hands. That's a dangerous slippery slope that we don't want to go down.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Delegate Foley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Delegate, for bringing this bill. I really do appreciate what you're trying to do here. But I do have one question. So is there anything to prevent a seller from putting property on the market, not accepting any offers for 30 days, and then, but behind the scenes kind of making a deal, right? And then, I mean.
No, that's definitely a possibility. And I think that's the place where with this bill, you're still allowing the free market to take place. But I think that if an individual is trying to sell a home and we know this market is hot and it's going to get hotter as interest rates go down, if you're sitting on your home thinking I can sell it to an investor 30 days later, but you got 5 bids in hand over the selling price, I think the average person is probably going to go, well, let me go ahead and get this bird in hand right now. That's what I hope would take place. But again, you're right. There's an opportunity for there to be some behind the door deals. And I hope that, we can work together on solving that, whether this year or in the future.
Okay, thanks.
Great. Thank you, Delegate Ampry. We will now turn to a group of unfavorable witnesses. Robert Enton, Maryland Building Industry Association, Lori Graff, Maryland Building Industry Association, and Lisa May, Maryland Realtors. Please go ahead when ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Lisa May with Maryland Realtors. It does pain me to be here in opposed to this bill because I believe that we agree with Delegate Ampry on the downsides that could come from institutional investors buying up large neighborhoods and large swaths of homes here in Maryland. What our concerns are over the process. As a home seller, you really would have no idea whether the person who is making an offer on your property is an institutional investor under the definition of this bill or not. And therefore, you don't know whether you need to wait that 30 days to accept that offer or not. And then in the instance where you do accept that offer, maybe that's the only offer you got on the property because based upon the conditions of some properties, investors are the only ones who will purchase them, then you will be hit with an increased transfer tax. And the transfer tax is split between the buyer and the seller. So therefore, the seller will be penalized with an increased tax just for selling to the only person who is willing to buy. And that is our concern with the bill. We are not aware, as Delegate Ampry said, of other states who have tried to handle it in this way. There was federal legislation that we referenced in our written testimony that tried to handle it from an annual taxation standpoint, where someone like, the IRS or SSTAT, who has that broad picture of what an entity's holdings are, could perhaps take a look at doing something that way. It's just very, very difficult for an individual home seller when faced with an offer in front of them and only a few days to decide to figure out this process and really make it work. And so that is why we must oppose the bill as written. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Robert Enton on behalf of the Maryland Building Industry Association. You have the association's written testimony in opposition. I think this is the third year that this bill has been in. We've opposed it in the past 2 years. This just is not a problem in the state of Maryland. There isn't one shred of evidence that it is. If we look at national studies where this occurs to a large extent, it's California, it's Texas. It is not the state of Maryland. Our members build homes and they want to be able to sell them. They want to have a robust housing market. And there is a market for people that want to rent homes as opposed to maybe an apartment. They want to rent a home, and particularly they might want to rent a recently built home that's modern, that has modern appliances, modern fixtures, and this would tremendously limit that market. Once again, I agree completely with the Maryland Realtors. I mean, how is somebody to know that, whether the buyer falls into this bucket or not? I'm not aware of other states that have enacted this legislation. We just don't think it's necessary for the state of Maryland to pass it, and therefore urge an unfavorable report on the bill. Thank you.
Any questions for this panel? Okay, thank you. That concludes the bill hearing on HB 751. We'll now turn to HB 823, Delegate Sharputian, Melanie Diaz Fire Safety Act. If you have a panel, feel free to bring them up.
Thank you. Please.
Sit here. Oops. Okay. Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, colleagues, thank you for being here and staying close in attention, even at this late hour with many more to come. For the record, Delegate Lorig Charkoudian asking for a favorable report on HB 823. This is the Melanie Nicole Diaz Fire Safety Act. And this bill, you'll hear from the family, so I won't go into detail. This bill was put together very quickly last year in response to the tragic loss of Melanie Diaz in our community. Last year, we put it together quickly. We didn't have time to work with folks on some of the details and some of the challenges. We put it in after the bill drafting deadline because of the timing of the fire. I don't think that this committee actually ever got to hear it, but I do know that many of you had a chance to meet with the Diaz family last year when they were coming, and we were working on getting it out of rules. So I thank you for that. I think you're familiar with the story. I want to tell you a little bit about what is in this bill now this year, and the work that's gone into it. So over the course of the last year, I've spent a significant amount of time speaking with fire safety experts, speaking with building owners, speaking with condo owners, speaking with people who have concerns about the cost, speaking with people who know what the options are realistically, what makes things safer. And we were able to make some decisions, and you can see that in the bill. And one of the things that I did learn through that process was that there are some really hard decisions that we need to make, and I wasn't able to make them in time for this bill. And so you will see a work group to sort of make the rest of the decisions. So that's a little bit about sort of how we got to this point. I want to tell you what is in this bill. One of the things that is very well established, without question, is that full sprinklership in fully sprinklered, full sprinkler installation in high-rise buildings is the absolute safest thing that we could possibly do, and it is what will save lives, both residents and firefighters' lives. The challenge has been that a lot of the buildings that were built before 1974 didn't have that requirement, and bringing those up to the full to having full sprinklers is very costly. We've spent a lot of time trying to figure out where the money could come from, and then part of the conversation that I've had with the fire safety experts over the last year is with an understanding that that full sprinklers are the best and that they are very costly. What are the things that we could do sort of short of that? What are the things that we could do that would be maybe the sprinkler in the entranceway, the sprinkler in, you know, some of the rooms, the mister system, the things that are very close to sprinklers but aren't quite the same level of cost. And I got far enough in this process to understand that I believe there's options, and there's options that could be affordable. But not far enough to be able to figure out what exactly that looks like. And so while I generally don't have task forces in my bills, having spent the time that I've spent on this issue, I believe that bringing folks together, the specific people named in this bill, plus there's some amendments to add people to that group, I believe we can find kind of what that right mix is that gets us essentially as close to full sprinklers as possible with a cost that that folks feel like they can make work. So that is part of the bill. The second thing that we do have in the bill is the requirement of notice related to sprinklers, because we do know that full sprinklers is what makes things safe. We know from the Arrive fire, many of the people that I spoke to, my constituents, that they believed because they were in a building that was appeared to be fully renovated and brand new, that it had all the latest safety requirements in it. And they were shocked to find out that it didn't have sprinklers after they lost a loved one, and many of them lost, injuries and so on and so forth, and damage to their items. So this requires notice. It also requires training. So in the high-rise buildings, if they're the ones that are not sprinklered, requiring training for residents when they sign their lease, and then every 6 months, so that residents have an understanding of exactly what the fire safety features are of the building, and how to engage with those fire safety features, and how to get out of the building and to be safe. It also has a requirement that the smoke detection and fire alarm systems be upgraded to the National Fire Protection Agency's standards. It has requirements that people who are hard of hearing can get visual alarms. We also, in the Arrive fire, we learned that there was someone who was hard of hearing, had asked for a visual alarm, had been told by management that they needed to provide proof that they were hard of hearing, deaf. They were actually deaf. They had to provide proof that they were deaf. They hadn't yet provided that proof by the time the fire happened, and it was because a neighbor banged on the door that they were able to get out. So it tightens up the sort of the ADA kind of requirements around people being able to get fire alarms that would actually help them based on their disabilities. Requires emergency lighting, and a few other pieces. And so without going more into the detail, I want to give the family a chance to speak about their experience and their commitment to creating this fire safety for others, and then I can take questions. Thank you. Do you want to go first?
Hi, everybody. Thank you for being here today. Let me talk. I'm Cesar Diaz, Melanie Diaz father. Last year, on the 8th, my daughter passed away for this Friday, you know. And I promised to her and everybody in Maryland, I will fight for a law who saves life, you know, because when something like this happens, doesn't matter what skin color you are, nationality, political party, just happen and knock your door. I spoke to my daughter the night before. We are supposed to visit her a week after she passed in Florida. That never came. Why? Because the building she was living, they don't require anybody to have this. If you want, you have to pay for. They didn't have to anybody this or this. I am a construction contractor, and I went to myself to Home Depot. I bought it, these 3 items. I paid less than $100. This comes with 10 years warranty. If you divide it by year, it's $10 by year. If you divide it by 12 months, it's 83 cents. My daughter died for less than $1. When they are a billionaire corporation, they say they didn't have money to do that. After my daughter passed, 12 more fires happened in the building. The last one was in December 30th. Same floor, same hallway where my daughter was found dead when she tried to escape with her 2 dogs. The only person who died there. I don't want anybody have the same pain we feel every single day. For everyone here, a year passed. For my family and I, was yesterday, today, tomorrow. That's never gonna be 1 or 2 or 3 years. Because that can happen to anybody, to you, to your mother, father. No? And I just say, don't do whatever I say, just do the right thing. Please support, because that can knock your door and that can happen. I don't want you guys to feel the same pain we feel every single day. Thank you so much.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Zuleika Madera, Melanie Diaz mom. Thank you for having us today and give you the opportunity to talk. What I can say is sometimes changes are necessary. Every year we have different catastrophe. We have tragedy. You can see how many fires you have in the county, how many fires you have in each state. Do you know how many loss we have? It's no money who can give me back my daughter. My daughter was a beautiful 25 years old lady. We have a lot of future, a lot of things to do. She fight for the opportunity equally and help and support a lot of people, animals, and planet. We are here to tell you, please support this law because you have the power to change the law. You have the power to save and protect your community. We don't want this happen again to anybody in the whole United States. This is a country of law. Please provide this law to your community for the safety and security to everybody. We want to say thank you to Lori, to the staff, to everybody who support this law, because it's not only for us. We live in Florida. We're gonna go back to Florida. But here was Melanie community, who she support, she love, she take care. I want you to do the same because it was too late for my daughter. That's why she's not here today. I want you to say thank you again. Please support the law, make changes because changes are necessary and improve the life and security for every person who lives in this area. Thank you so much.
Good evening, everybody in the committee. My name is Cesar Diaz. I'm Melanie Diaz's brother.
As Delegate Charkoudian said, this bill is to implement smoke detectors and systems that would be able to save lives and help people of all kinds be able to get out in the event of a fire. Melanie did not have the opportunity to get out of that fire. When she moved into her unit, my dad had to install a smoke detector himself because they did not provide one to her. The people who were hard of hearing did not get provided the detector that they needed. Way more people could have lost their lives that day, but didn't because they had people who were able to help them get out when the fire occurred. They did not have the accessibility that should have been given to them by the building at that time. And since Melanie's passing, we could have easily just chosen to ignore everything to do with Maryland, gone home and just lived on with our lives. But instead we chose the hard road of wanting to make sure that this didn't happen to anybody else and that nobody else has to go home and have an empty chair, an empty room, an empty bed because somebody in their family is no longer here. Over this past year, I've had several days where I just did not want to get out of bed, or that I just wished that it was me instead of her that was gone from this world. But you all have the opportunity to do what is right and hopefully implement this law so that other people can be saved and not have to worry about what's going on with their loved ones in any kind of high-rise building here in Maryland. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to say to the Diaz family, as Delegate Charkoudian's probably told you, in this job, we deal with a fair amount of tragedy in our districts, victims of crimes, victims of crashes, victims of fire. And sometimes the families or the victims themselves turn inward with their grief. And sometimes they do, Mr. Diaz Jr., what you just said, which is they take the hard road and try to make a broader change. So, we really appreciate you being here and taking that hard road as you described it and advocating to us. With that, are there any questions? Delegate Ruth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. and Mrs. Diaz and Mr. Diaz Jr. I am so sorry for your loss. And I also want to thank you for being here to advocate to help save other lives. It means a lot. Delegate Charkoudian, I just wanted to ask about the MMHA and AOBA testimony that they said the smoke detector requirements are difficult to implement in older buildings. And I wondered if you wanted to address that.
Yeah, so there's a couple of different requirements, but I think that they're referring to the requirements that require is the detection equivalent to the NFPA standards of NFPA 72. And so there is wiring it's associated with that because you're putting the detection, kind of connecting it to fire alarms and wiring the building for that. So there are it does come with a cost. I've had some conversations with them and I would say I'm still working on it. I think it's really important to significantly improve building-wide smoke detection and fire alarm systems. The conversations that we've started to have are sort of along the lines of, are there incremental things that we could do that sort of move it in that direction? If full sprinklership, and it should have been 2025, by the way, I didn't actually expect it to be done in 3 months. That was a error on my part with drafting. But if it's unrealistic to sort of get this done within a year, what are the realistic steps to get us there? And so I would say we're still in conversation on that. I think it's a very important provision, but we don't have an agreement on it yet.
Thank you. And wouldn't older buildings be the most at risk of fire, the most in need of this type of thing?
Well, they are. I mean, they're not sprinklered, right? So the buildings that were sort of pre-1974 buildings are the ones that don't have the sprinklers primarily, unless they've been retrofitted since then with sprinklers. A lot of them have been retrofitted and didn't get the sprinklers added. But so yes, so they are. And I think the one other thing I would mention about the dangers of fire is and smoke in particular, which is how most people die in fires, is that the buildings were built whenever they were built. One of the things that's changed in that time period, though, is you have the old buildings that may be much more susceptible, but you have new materials. So like the way that couches are built and the way, like just everything that we have, like our electronics, everything is way more flammable and way more smokable, or creates way more smoke and way more toxic smoke than materials that were used to, create furniture and whatnot in pre-1974. And so this sort of combination of the older building, the non-sprinkler building, and then the hazards and the toxics of the smoke that comes from not even necessarily the building, but the items that are in an apartment, would be in an apartment building, kind of make it the most dangerous.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I do not see any further questions, so thank you again to the
Thank
family
you.
for being here. I know it was a late evening as well. We have a couple other in-person favorable witnesses, Dan Reed, Greater Washington, and Jeffrey Buttle, Professional Firefighters of Maryland, if either of you are still here. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. My name is Jeff Puddle, President of the Professional Firefighters of Maryland. Our organization is the state level affiliate of the International Association of Firefighters, representing more than 10,000 active and retired professional firefighters and emergency medical services personnel who proudly serve the citizens of the state of Maryland. On February 18th, 2023, the Montgomery County Fire and Rescue Service responded to the report of an apartment fire at 8750 Georgia Avenue in Silver Spring. As a result of this fire, according to the official records of the incident, you certainly just heard the story of the civilian fatality and the Diaz family and the impact it had on them. In addition to that, there were 10 civilians transported to the hospital, 4 civilians evaluated at the scene, 7 other civilians self-transported to the hospital, and 3 firefighters were injured while operating on the scene of the fire. Several relevant findings, according to the report: confusion among residents on evacuation routes and procedures. The building did not contain sprinklers in the apartments, and there was no functioning fire alarm in the apartment where the fire originated. Some of the development and severity of the fire was also impacted by some of the same factors: delay in reporting the fire as the occupants attempted to extinguish the fire, no working smoke alarms, no working sprinkler system. The passage of this legislation would lead to much improved fire safety requirements that very well could have prevented many of the issues that occurred with this fire, as well as occurring in the future. With that, I encourage a favorable report, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Okay, thank you. We have a few favorable with amendment witnesses: Grayson Wiggins for MMHA, Brian Anlou for AOBA, and I think for Mr. Anlou, we have K Management is going to be virtual, I think, just for questions. Is that correct?
He had to drop off, so it's
Great.
just me today, Mr. Chair.
Please go ahead.
Good evening, Brian Anlou with the Apartment and Office Building Association of Metropolitan Washington. AOBA is favorable with amendments on House Bill 823. Our members support efforts to make high-rise multifamily buildings safer. We support the lease notice provisions, the signage requirements, fire safety instructions, and requiring that there will be visual notification devices for tenants that are deaf or hard of hearing. We also support the work group, and we look forward to participating in those meetings to potentially identify cost-effective alternatives to sprinkling in particular. However, we do not support the smoke detection requirements as currently drafted in the bill. NFPA standards, as you heard, are a little bit, not a little bit, they're extremely complex and difficult to adapt to older buildings. This requirement will trigger new fire alarm system upgrades that include addressing the audibility of the smoke alarms and interconnecting the smoke detectors with the fire alarm panel. And it's not just the detectors themselves, it's the strobe lights, it's the pull alarms. It's a whole system that would need to be upgraded in a building. And the cost of that could easily exceed $1 million, which is something that's very costly, as I've shared with you all before, for multifamily building owners to absorb. And that would have to get passed on to tenants through rent increases. And that's a real material impact that it's going to have on those tenants. You heard a little bit from Delegate Charkoudian that we are still discussing potential incremental approaches and changes to fire safety. And to that end, we have a meeting with the county council, Councilmember Kate Stewart, and the Montgomery County Fire Marshal on Thursday to discuss how do we make incremental changes without triggering full code upgrades that are going to be the most costly. So we stand ready to work with the sponsor, the county fire marshals, to identify those incremental improvements. And to that end, we ask that the smoke detection requirements be removed from the bill and that the work group be expanded to study this issue instead.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'll be brief. Grayson Wiggins on behalf of the Maryland Multi-Housing Association. We would echo much of Mr. Anlu's testimony. You have our written testimony as well. And the only other note, as Delegate Charcudian said, we have been having conversations about this subject for a good period of time, and with Chair Smith in the Senate and other stakeholders, including the Firemen's Association. And we appreciate those conversations. And I did notice just on page 6, line 27 for the work group, it includes one representative of a building owners and managers association. In addition to what Mr. Anlu discussed, we would just ask that be changed to 2, just to include both MMHA and AOBA. Thank you.
Delegate Foley.
For both of these gentlemen, do you ever see getting to the point where you have the working smoke detectors as described in this bill? I mean, you talked about how expensive it is to do it in the time frame, and talked about maybe doing some incremental things, but do you ever see the point where you would get to where all buildings should have this kind of protection?
So I want to make a very important distinction. There should be working smoke detectors in buildings. That is different from there should be smoke detectors that comply with NFPA 72. Those are 2 very different things. And NFPA 72 specifically includes a very complex formula for where you place the detectors. I had K management on the call to answer some of the more technical questions about why that's difficult. But my understanding of it is that because of the requirements in NFPA 72, which goes through code revision cycles every few years, and is meant to be for the newest buildings, that is where those newest technologies are being applied, and that's where you're getting that high cost. So should there be smoke detectors that are working in multifamily high-rise buildings? Absolutely. And I would even go as far as to say that there needs to be greater fire code enforcement at the local level on some of these things at the risk of, speaking on how to turn on behalf of my members.
So I'll word it a different way. Do you ever see total compliance with NFPA 72?
Not as currently drafted. I do think that there are alternatives, and that's what I think can be explored as part of this work group. I will also say, if you look at my written testimony and that cost exceeding or approaching $1 million, if the ultimate goal of the work group and recommendation is to do sprinklers, I'm not sure why you would do the smoke detection requirements and do the sprinklering at the same time separately. Like, that wouldn't work. It would be more cost effective to do them together. And so that's why I'm saying, let's not take this approach right now. Let's study the issue with fire code experts over the interim, and then have them come back to this body and make recommendations on how do we do exactly that.
Okay, thank you. I hope nobody dies in a fire while we're studying it. But anyway, thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Okay, thank you both very much for being here. We will, that concludes the bill hearing on HB 823. We'll now turn to HB 535, Delegate Vogel, Maryland Task Force on Educator Housing. And we have some Ways and Means members sticking with us as well.
Mr. Chairman and the Environment and Transportation Committee, thank you for staying late with us this evening. I have before you HB 535, which is a bill to establish a task force on educator housing here in the state of Maryland. What initially led to this bill was, we have a shortage of housing that I know you all are discussing and spent the day looking for some solutions. The housing shortage is uniquely impacting our educators, who many of them can't afford to live and rent a home in the communities where they're teaching. There are a number of different solutions that have been either proposed or advanced across the country, that I think it's worth our state taking the opportunity to assess and figure out which would be most impactful here for Maryland Educator. So I asked for a favorable report on this bill, and I know that we have some testimony and support.
Good evening, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, members of the committee. My name is Matt Pipkian. I am representing the Maryland Multi-Housing Association. I am here in support of this bill. I would like to thank the sponsor for bringing this forth to us. We love the idea of bringing all the stakeholders to the table. We just kindly ask one small amendment that we can have a seat at the table as well. But by all means, we love this bill and we hope you support it. Thank you.
Thank you both. Is there any questions for the sponsor or his panelists?
Mr. Chairman, if I can, there's written testimony from the Maryland State Education Association, the Baltimore County, and MACO that should be available in the floor system.
Great, thank you. I believe that concludes the bill hearing on HB 535. We'll turn now to Delegate Vogel again, HB 699, Criminal Law, Hate Crimes Graffiti Removal Act. And if you have a panel or anything, feel free to bring them up. Oh.
Well, hello again, committee. Delegate Vogel here in support of House Bill 699, which is a bill that initially comes from an experience that I had in the apartment building that I live in, where in the lobby there were swastikas drawn 3 times over the course of several months. The third time it happened, it took them 72 hours, 3 days to take down the swastikas that were in a public space. And after repeatedly requesting that management take down the swastikas, which had been reported to the local police department, and there had been a report filed where the law enforcement had designated it to be an act of hate, a hate crime, in violation of our hate crime statutes, there was still no urgency to remove a swastika in a public space. So what this bill does is require that after law enforcement determines a graffiti to be a violation of the hate crime law, that there is a requirement that graffiti be removed within 24 hours. For commercial properties, after a warning, there is a $1,000 civil penalty if that graffiti is not removed. In my personal experience, right, and I'm sure this happens not only in my apartment building, right, the lack of urgency and immediate action to remove an intimidating, threatening, hateful graffiti, is I think an act of intimidation to the community and should be taken seriously and urgently. So I think this bill would make significant progress in making sure that everyone in our community feels safe and that we are responding adequately to acts of hate. With that, I urge a favorable report.
Good evening, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, and members of the committee. For the record, Abby Snyder, Director of Government Relations for the Baltimore Jewish Council, which represents the Associated Jewish Federation of Baltimore and all of its agencies. As the advocacy arm of the Associated, the Baltimore Jewish Council also takes on the task of receiving all of the reports of hate bias incidences in the greater Baltimore region. From vandalizing signs outside of synagogues to spray painting swastikas on headstones in cemeteries. These incidents are happening more often than you think. All you have to do is quickly search incidents of hate graffiti Maryland on Google, and suddenly you're inundated with hundreds of news articles about what's been going on here. Aside from this being a clear violation of the law, it weighs heavily on the mental health of those who are exposed to this hate. In December, a swastika was found on the boys' bathroom with the words, "Kill the Jews," at Pikesville Middle School. One of the teachers who helped report the incident shared that the boy who found the graffiti was scared to go back to school the next day. Though not a direct threat to a human being, these indirect, hateful actions are detrimental to those who they threaten. By requiring a property owner to remove these hate items or symbols, including things like nooses and swastikas, within 24 hours of notification from law enforcement, you're sparing so many individuals from the suffering that comes along with seeing these hateful symbols in their community. Thank you for your time, and we urge a favorable report.
Good evening, Chairman Corman, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Deborah Miller, the Maryland Director of Government and Community Relations for the JCRC of Greater Washington. As many of you know, we represent more than 100 Jewish organizations, schools, and synagogues throughout the region, and I'm here today also in support of House Bill 699. This bill goes a long way in making the Jewish community feel safer, as owners must take responsibility for their property and remove hateful symbols within 24 hours of being reported, as you've heard. We are living in a time of unprecedented anti-Semitism and all forms of hatred. At the JCRC, we are fielding countless calls about swastikas, anti-Semitic graffiti, or other symbols of hate in neighborhoods where children walk to school or families attend synagogues. These symbols are not only disturbing, but can cause real harm and threaten one's sense of security. 2 weeks ago, the American Jewish Committee released a report showing that 63% of American Jews say they feel less secure today than they did a year ago. And 50% say they've changed their behavior, including where they go or what they wear because of anti-Semitism. This bill will help reduce the harm and insecurity for all marginalized communities feel when they see symbols of hate on buildings. And for the Jewish community, its mere presence creates a pall, a reminder of the Nazi era where these types of signs were everywhere. For these reasons, we support House Bill 699. Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate Vogel, is Allison Khan-Polly from ADL part of your panel?
Yes.
Okay, we'll bring her up on the screen if she's available. Please go ahead. You're on mute.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, everyone who has stayed late, and for letting me testify virtually. My name is Allison Khan-Polly. I am the Associate Regional Director for the Regional ADL. The Anti-Defamation League has been a leading anti-hate organization for more than a century, and we've submitted written testimony in favor of this bill, so there are just a few key points I would like to emphasize here tonight. Incidents of hateful vandalism are intended to intimidate and terrorize not just individuals whose properties are targeted, but entire communities. You've heard some of those stories in prior testimony tonight. Vandalism was the most common hate crime offense in both the 2021 and 2022 Maryland Hate and Bias reports. This is consistent with ADL's audit of anti-Semitic incidents. In 2022, ADL documented 109 anti-Semitic incidents in Maryland, 43 of which were related to vandalism. We expect that number to be even higher for 2023 when our audit is released in the spring. We are continuing to see racist, anti-Semitic, and anti-LGBTQ+ vandalism incidents throughout the state of Maryland. Hateful displays of swastikas in apartment buildings, at shopping centers, schools, and synagogues, racist images and graffiti near schools, anti-LGBTQ images and words spray painted on sidewalks or near people's homes. At a time when hate and extremism are on the rise, it is critical that Maryland residents, business owners, and localities have the tools that they need to address it. This bill would help to ensure that hate symbol defacement is swiftly and expeditiously removed, supporting property owners and communities facing trauma and harm due to the impact of hateful graffiti. We urge the committee to release House Bill 699 with a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Delegate Vogel or his panel? Delegate Stein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Delegate, thank you for bringing this bill. I certainly understand the clear need for this. My question is, what if a property owner says 24 hours aren't enough? Like it's a long weekend, can't find a contractor, their maintenance staff are away, so they can't get it done. Is there some sort of opportunity for the owner to submit information saying, I tried, wasn't able to get it done in 24 hours. I got it done in 48 hours, so I shouldn't be fined.
Well, thank you for that question, Delegate. I'm happy to work with the committee on figuring that piece out. That's not something that we had necessarily fully considered. I will say we do have some exceptions that are written into the bill. If your property is the target of the vandalism because it's a synagogue, for example, right? We give you some flexibility if a big swastika is drawn in a synagogue and the community is dealing with the effects of that. We're not going to, on top of that, issue a civil penalty. And this is limited to, the fines are limited to commercial properties. So I would expect that many of these commercial properties are able to get the resources necessary, right? In the case of my building, they have plenty of folks that they could have called on and go to Lowe's, go to Home Depot, buy a can of paint and paint over it. That delay, I think, is a lack of urgency, right? So I think this gives an added element of urgency. I will also note there's a warning, right? There's one warning before the civil penalty. But if we need further exceptions, I'm happy to work with
Okay.
you all on them.
Certainly happy to discuss.
Great, thank you.
Thanks.
Great, thank you. I do not see any further up. Sorry, Delegate Guyton.
I don't know if that was a telegraph. 5 seconds, all right? So I apologize. I know it's dinner time. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for bringing this bill. My one question for you is, because I had a similar bill a few years ago. In all of these areas, these big buildings, most people have a lot of cameras outside now. Even now at my little Airbnb, I've got 3 cameras outside. Is it also part of your bill, or could it be that the landlords look at those cameras and report the people who are actually defacing the building, as well as get rid of the graffiti, particularly when it happens over and over again?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for that question, Delegate. In the case of my building, there's a hallway there, and I'm not too familiar with these laws or regulations, but they're not allowed to have cameras there because it's a residential hallway. That's what I was told, at least. They don't have any evidence of who exactly it was. But if that's something that you'd be open to working on with me, I'd be more than happy to do that.
Okay, I do not see anything further, so thank you very much. That concludes the bill here on
Thank you.
HB 699.
Thank
Do
you.
we have a representative from Delegate Pippi's office here? Please come on down. We'll start the bill on HB 578, Frederick County Delegation. Sheriff of Frederick County Salary Work Group.
Good evening. For the record, Andrew Zirkle here to present House Bill 578 on behalf of the Frederick County Delegation and Chair Pippi. Unfortunately, he had a prior obligation and could not be here this evening. I'll try and keep this short and sweet, and I really appreciate the chair, the vice chair, and the whole of the committee for giving this bill the time. I'd like to start off with what this bill actually does. This bill creates a work group with the task of studying the salary of the sheriff of Frederick County. This work group will consist of 2 delegates from Frederick County, 1 Democrat, 1 Republican, as well as 2 senators from Frederick County, again, 1 Democrat and 1 Republican. The work group will have until December 2025 to research and develop policy recommendations for the General Assembly regarding the sheriff's salary. Just a bit of context on why this bill was brought forward. Despite being the largest county in the state of Maryland by land area and the largest population county with a full service sheriff department, the Frederick County Sheriff receives a relatively low salary compared to other counties. Additionally, most counties have a provision that ties the sheriff's salary to another salary that is periodically raised. Usually this is either state police, STEP, or someone in the judiciary. Frederick County has no such provision, meaning the Frederick County Sheriff's salary has remained static at $125,000 for around a decade, despite increases in prices. At this point, the Frederick County Sheriff's salary has been eclipsed by the salary ceiling of subordinates such as lieutenants, captains, majors, lieutenant colonels, and chief deputies within the Frederick County Sheriff's Office. All of those have a higher salary ceiling than the sheriff. Our hope is that a work group will provide a recommendation to deal with this issue that satisfies the needs of the county, as well as meeting the standards of the General Assembly. Once again, I would like to emphasize this legislation does not actually raise the salary of the sheriff of Frederick County. Any recommendation would need to be voted on and approved by the General Assembly. Additionally, any potential salary increase would not go into effect midterm. Rather, the salary would only increase upon the start of a term for a newly elected sheriff. I ask that this committee considers sheriff salary. I ask that as this committee considers sheriff salary increases for Anne Arundel County, Carroll County, Garrett County, and Baltimore County, that the same consideration is given to this proposal for a work group. I would also like to note that this bill has the support of the Frederick County delegation. I am happy to answer any questions that the committee may have, and I ask for a favorable report.
Thank you. What was the vote of the Frederick County delegation?
It was 7-5 with 3 absent.
Okay, how would you characterize the 5? Anything in common?
It was partisan with 1 Republican in opposition.
So bipartisan opposition?
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions for this Panelist? Delegate Healy?
Actually, that was what was going to be my question as well. I did note that the bill requires bipartisan support by people participating in this. And if none of the Democrats or Republicans or whoever was in favor of, who was opposed to the bill would participate, if the bill were to pass, I mean, how can you require somebody to participate in this if they didn't support it in the first place?
So the individuals that participate in the work group would be selected by the Speaker and the Senate President. And I think that generally there is a recognition that this is an issue that needs to be dealt with in Frederick County. There have been bills to raise the sheriff's salary that have passed out of delegation before. We've had a bill with bipartisan support pass the whole of the Senate twice.
Okay,
And
that is just a question that I have for you. I mean,
Sure.
I've seen task forces where if you can't get people to show up for the meetings, then they don't function correctly. So I just want to make sure that you have thought about that. And we'll continue to look at it in the subcommittee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see any further questions. Thanks for representing Delegate Pippi.
Thank you so
That
much.
concludes the bill hearing on HB 578. We'll now turn to HB 697, Delegate Griffith, Real Estate Brokers, Commercial Transactions, Buyers' Rights. And if you have any kind of panel, feel free to bring them up.
Yeah, I believe my panel had to could not sustain the same intensity that us in the General Assembly are able to. So I appreciate it, and I'll try to make this as brief as possible for all of our sake. Thank you, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Delegate Mike Griffith. I'm requesting a favorable report on HB 697, Real Estate Brokers, Commercial Transactions, and Buyers' Rights. So right now, in Maryland, on a residential transaction, the purchaser has the right to choose the title company because the title company is fiduciary for the buyer and the buyer pays for that. That's not the case with commercial transactions. Right now, the seller, the bank, the attorney, a number of folks can make that decision for the buyer, even though, again, this individual is the fiduciary for the buyer to make sure the title is clean and to make sure that the purchaser is receiving a clean title and full rights to that property. It's like if I was to sue you and then chose your attorney to represent you against me, right, who is a friend of mine. So it doesn't make a lot of sense that we don't have at least some level of protection for commercial buyers and transactions. So all this does is extends the same protections to buyers that we have in residential transactions to commercial transactions. What this does not do, this bill does not prevent a buyer from using the sellers or the banks or the attorney's title company. Because sometimes in these sophisticated transactions, these things can't be negotiated. All this does is in a situation where the buyer insists on using their title company, they can choose. And to give one quick story of how this plays out in the real world, not too long ago, there was a transaction, a $42 million acquisition in Baltimore City. The seller was out of Texas, and the seller insisted on using their title company. And for the sake of the transaction, the buyer had to acquiesce. So what happens? So first and foremost, all that business and taxable income goes to the Texas title company, not to Maryland. But two, Maryland's a little bit unique place to record title. It's a very old state. Land title records go back hundreds of years. And Baltimore even a little bit more so. Some of the unique rules and laws. It's not a criticism. Frankly, it's a good thing that only Maryland title companies really understand how to record title here in the state. So this Texas title company comes in, and 6 months later, nothing's been recorded. They haven't figured it out, which causes a whole other slew of problems. And then a Maryland-based title company had to step in for free and fix everything and get this title recorded for the sake of their client. So that's just one example of how it plays out in the real world. The industry likes this bill. It's supported by the Maryland Builder Association, by NAIOP, by the state chamber. And we feel this is going to be a good bill for consumer buyers' rights, for Maryland business, for Maryland tax revenues, and to make sure that title is being recorded properly and cleanly by Maryland-based title companies. And I would request a favorable report.
Thank you. Any questions for the sponsor? And was Howard Perlow your panelist?
Yes, and he sits on the Baltimore County Planning Commission and had to go to a hearing tonight, so he cannot stick around.
Sure. We do have some virtual witnesses, Jason Mitchell, JC Bar Properties, Inc., and Michael Albo, MFI Management, if either of them are available. Please go ahead, sir.
For me?
Mr. Mitchell, yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, all right. Chairman Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, and members of the committee, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to testify today. My name is Jason Mitchell, and I'm an owner of and serve as general counsel for JC Bar Properties. And I'm here today to request a favorable report for HB 697. As background, my company is based in York, Pennsylvania, with an office in Conshohocken, PA, and we have employees throughout Pennsylvania, Maryland, and Delaware. In fact, the president and majority owner of our company moved to Baltimore City in 2011 and continues to maintain a home there. Our retail portfolio currently consists of approximately 3.4 million square feet in 31 retail developments, 5 of which are in Maryland. Our Maryland footprint totals about 20% of the total square footage in our portfolio. And this is in addition to the over 125 million in land we've purchased in Maryland over the years for our various retail developments. Personally, I need a title company involved in a transaction that I trust, because the relationship for me doesn't end at the closing. Over time, if issues arise, such as title updates, boundary disputes, and claims under the title insurance policy, I need a company that is responsive and that I trust. Generally, the decisions that title companies make and the work that they do affect buyers long-term, whereas the sellers are essentially done once the closing occurs. Title insurance is probably the most obvious reason a buyer should be able to choose. These policies are issued to protect buyers, not sellers, and the quality of the title insurance coverage can significantly impact our long-term financial security. Other concerns are things such as the title company's recording, documentation, and record-keeping practices have long-term implications, especially on our ability to transfer, finance, refinance, and sell the property in the future. Their role in preparing and executing closing documents ensures that buyers' interests are protected, and recording issues can affect, again, the financing, the ability to refinance, obtain permanent financing, and ultimately the value and marketability of the property. In summary, providing buyers with the ability to choose their own title company promotes transparency and accountability in the transaction process and empowers us, the buyer, to make informed decisions. It ensures the highest standards of service and expertise, and ultimately contributes to a smoother transaction process. Therefore, it's essential that we as buyers are able to evaluate and select a title company that meets our needs long-term throughout the entire property ownership lifecycle. Thank you for your time and consideration of the favorable report for HB 697.
Thank you very much. Mr. Albo, please go ahead.
Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, and members of the committee, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to testify today. For the record, my name is Michael Albo. I serve as president of MFI Management, LLC. I am here today to request a favorable report on HB 697. MFI and its affiliates provide a series of commercial property services throughout Maryland. We're based in Baltimore, and
Okay, well, Delegate Griffith, please extend our apologies to your witness. I do not see any further questions. That's good because there's no one to answer them. So that concludes the bill hearing on HB 697. Colleagues will now turn to HB 831, Delegate Feldmark, Common Ownership Communities and Zoning Authorities, Operations of Family Child Care Homes Limitations. And I know you, Delegate Feldmark, you have a witness you wanted to bring up with you, so feel free.
Thank you. Okay, good evening, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, committee members. You all are troopers. I will keep it very brief. For the record, I'm Delegate Jessica Feldmark. I will not spend time elaborating on the severity of the child care crisis that we are in Maryland. You may not hear much legislation around childcare in this committee, but I'm sure you all, either through personal experience or simply from constituents in the community, are well aware of the desperate need we have for childcare. So this bill
recognizes that one important tool, one important piece of the puzzle in solving that crisis is expanding family childcare. And it's really just to make sure that local zoning or common ownership communities do not restrict family childcare. This only applies to licensed family childcare. MSDE has a rigorous licensing process, and homes are approved for a certain number of children. And that number should not be further limited by either common ownership communities or local zoning authorities. So I do have the Maryland Chamber of Commerce is here in support, recognizing that this is not only a crisis for the families directly impacted, but for our employers and our economy as well. And we also have Chris Push from the Maryland State Child Care Association. You have her written testimony, but she is joining us just to answer any questions if you have them. So with that, I'll ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Hannah Allen, here today on behalf of the Maryland Chamber of Commerce, requesting a favorable report on House Bill 831. We believe this bill is crucial, a crucial step towards addressing the pressing need for accessible childcare facilities in the state. The cost and availability of childcare remains a contributing factor to Marylanders' decisions to return to the workforce. Maryland only has 33 available 33 workers for every 100 available jobs, ranking us as one of the most severe worker shortage states in the country. 51% of Marylanders live in a childcare desert. That's a staggering number, and I think that's something that this bill will help with. Our business community really witnesses firsthand how the lack of affordable, accessible childcare options has hindered the participation in the workforce. When childcare systems falter or encounter difficulties and inefficiencies to their functioning, it deprives children of valuable opportunities and disrupts participation of parents in the workforce, which has far-reaching economic implications. Collectively, states have lost billions of dollars in economic activity due to the lack of childcare options. This bill, I think, represents a tangible solution to that issue by ensuring that a local jurisdiction may not limit more than the state currently limits the number of children that a family childcare provider home provides care to, and would also ensure that HOAs, condos, and cooperative housing corporations do not impede the establishment of family childcare homes. So with that, we would urge a favorable report. Thanks so much.
Thank you. She's just here for questions, Delegate.
Correct.
Great.
Thank you.
Do we have any questions for Delegate Feldmark or her panel? Delegate Huey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one question. And I don't know the answer to this. There are families, actual families that are taking care of family members, providing childcare for grandchildren, nieces, nephews, whatever. Are they affected in any way by this bill?
So I'm going to share my understanding, and Chris can jump in with the regulatory side. So if it's just an informal arrangement with a family member taking care of a relative, that doesn't require MSDE licensing. That's not, certified licensed childcare. That would not be impacted at all. That's not necessarily a business use in the eyes of the HOAs and zoning, right? That's just family taking care of a family relative.
Even if they do it every day, and just like it would appear to the outside world that the HOA would not be able to stop them from doing that with their own family members.
Well, I don't believe they can. This bill only deals with licensed childcare.
Okay.
So that would fall outside of it, but my understanding is that wouldn't currently be restricted under those regulations.
Okay, you're the.
No, it's informal childcare, so it's not impacted. If you're caring for your own children in your own home or relatives, and it's not impacted by licensed childcare, and that's what this bill is.
Okay, so it's when it's a business and it's licensed childcare, it is the only thing that's covered by this bill.
There's laws around licensed childcare.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, thank you all. We do have a favorable with amendment piece of testimony from Don Butchko, Maryland Association of Counties.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, good to be back burning the midnight oil. Don Butchko with the Maryland Association of Counties here, favorable with amendments for House Bill 831. First, I just want to point out that for 2 years now, MACO has undergone a firefighter recruitment and retention initiative, and this year we have a bill to solve it. But part of that initiative was looking into what is going on with our firefighters, and childcare was one of the top 3 things that we identified. We definitely see this bill as going after a serious problem, not only for our emergency responders, but as they said, for all jobs in Maryland, childcare is incredibly important. That being said, local jurisdictions do have considerable concerns with the scope. These family childcare centers, if this bill were to pass, could be located in, a number of communities under a number of circumstances. And with that broad applicability, there can be certain scenarios where you can't get a fire truck, let's say, or an ambulance down to respond to a child or respond to a neighbor. Again, depending on where it's located, the wastewater or stormwater infrastructure might not be adequate. There's just a number of circumstances. That being said, we do offer a technical amendment that sets a little bit of guardrail so local jurisdictions can take that into account. But that being said, recognizing that we do need to expand our child care capacity. So again, MACO is support with amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for MACO? Okay, thanks for being here. That concludes the bill hearing on HB 831. We will now turn to HB 424, Montgomery County Delegation, Housing Opportunities Commission alterations, and I know Delegate Ziegler will be presenting this on behalf of the delegation.
Are you here to?
Yes,
oh, great. This is someone who actually knows what he's talking about this bill. So here is backup. Good evening. For the record, I'm Delegate Natalie Ziegler. I'm here to present House Bill 424 on behalf of the Montgomery County House Delegation. This is a Montgomery County local bill that removes certain barriers to the creation of affordable housing by the county's Affordable Housing Agency. The bill passed our House delegation unanimously and has the support of the county government. The committee should have our delegation's letter of support on file, and we are asking for a local courtesy on this local bill. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Ken Silverman, representing the Housing Opportunities Commission of Montgomery County. HB 424 is a simple bill. Removes 2 outdated and duplicative requirements from HOC's authorizing legislation and state law. We're very grateful to Delegate Polakovich-Carr, who brought the bill forward, to Delegate Ziegler and the Montgomery County delegation for their unanimous support. As you heard, the county executive and county council unanimously supported the bill as well. So we hope for a favorable report from the committee, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions on this bill? Okay, that concludes the bill hearing on HB 424. We will now turn to our own Delegate Holmes, HB 783. Homeowners Association restriction on long-term rentals prohibition. If you have any kind of panel, please bring them up.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. For the record, I am Delegate Marvin Holmes. I am here to present to you House Bill 783. Thank you all for your indulgence. This is a pretty simple bill, and I know we've all heard that before. Simply what it says is it says that a common ownership community cannot prohibit long-term rentals. I saw that some of the opposition is referring to short-term rentals. This bill has nothing to do with short-term rentals, as indicated by the title and the language in the bill. So this is saying that a common ownership community cannot prohibit long-term rentals. And the reason for this is twofold. Number one, sometimes we have families that want to create wealth within their families, and they already own and are living in a single family home, and they want to lease that out and then purchase a second home and then lease out the home that they're in. I don't want to have this prohibition on that. The other thing is that having a single family home available for leasing in a small way might help some of the lack of rentals in the state of Maryland. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I would hopefully get a favorable report from the Housing and Real Property Subcommittee and then from the full ENT.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Sushan Sid of Capital Strategies here on behalf of Potomac Development. I'm going to echo a couple of points that Delegate Holmes made. This is a straightforward bill. It simply restricts the homeowners association from prohibiting long-term rentals, which is defined in the bill as a lease of over 6 months. This bill does not impede an HOA from restricting short-term rentals. And again, we've gone through that with the nuisances that can occur with short-term rentals. And also, I want to make this clear. This bill does not restrict a homeowners association from enacting other rules that deal with cosmetics and behavior that are governed by HOAs. I think as Delegate Holmes mentioned, right now the state is has a housing crisis. The 2024 Maryland State Housing Survey conducted by the Maryland Realtors Association showed that 82% of Marylanders believe that the cost of home ownership is too high. 81% believe that the cost of renting homes is too high, and 65% believe that there isn't enough housing stock for moderate income households. And to give you a little snapshot on the renter community in the state, renters comprise 32% of all households, 27% of all renters, or 207,000 individuals are considered extremely low income. And according to the National Low Income Housing Coalition, Maryland has a deficit of 146,000 affordable rental properties. This bill serves to provide homeowners improving neighborhoods through rental projects, stability in the marketplace. From state data, we see that we have an issue. We should be encouraging rentership and not letting third parties diminish the housing stock. To be blunt, HOAs prohibiting long-term rentals amounts to discrimination solely based on income. Limiting opportunities for rentership basically undermines the ability of programs like the HUD Housing Choice Voucher Program. In addition to discrimination, there is an issue of property rights. Property owners should be able to rent to whomever they choose, and restrictions should not be based on income. I'll just end with a couple of folks that provided written testimony in support of the bill: Baltimore Regional Housing Partnership, Disability Rights Maryland, Site Insight, the Public Justice Center, and Maryland Inclusive Housing Coalition. Thank you.
Who are you representing? I didn't catch
Potomac
it.
Development.
Got it. Thank you.
Yes.
Continue, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good evening, Mr. Chair and Madam Vice Chair. I wanted to go home. I really did. But this bill and Delegate Holmes are too important to me. I think of a family who I represented in an eviction case. They were being evicted because the HOA had told the landlord, hey, you weren't supposed to rent this unit. And so the landlord had no choice but to initiate eviction proceedings. This happens, I think, much more frequently than we realize. And it's a major problem. And as Delegate Holmes said, it's really all a part of resolving the housing affordability and shortage in Maryland. I just want to highlight the fair housing implications of this bill. When HOAs deny long-term rental opportunities, that has a disproportionate impact on Black households, on families with children, on persons with disabilities. Those folks are disproportionately represented amongst renting families. And so when an HOA says no renters, that has a huge fair housing ramification in the state of Maryland. And so for that reason, we'd urge a favorable report.
Good evening. My name is Gregory Portnoy, and I'm the landlord of the tenants that were affected by actions of our HOA. I came to this, I'm naturalized citizen. I came to this country with 2 bags and $30 in my pocket, and I know how important it is to get cheap housing. So I bought this house in 2013. modify it, repair it, and start renting it to low-income families. In 2018, the HOA created a rule that prohibits renting of the houses at all. In April of last year, they requested me to get rid of my renters, rentees, tenants, and I was forced to get legal support from law firm to get this at least from April to October to find new housing for my tenant. The problem with this was the tenant has a kid that requires special needs kid, so it was hard to find the placement for these people where they can live. So I think we need to reverse this. We need really to support this bill in order to have affordable housing for people who really need them. Thank you.
Thank you. We also have a virtual witness, Jeffrey Ratnow, Site Insight. Please go ahead, sir.
Good evening. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. My name is Jeff Ratnow. I'm an owner, operator, and developer of affordable housing. I own several rental units in HOA communities. I did check the title and the HOA rules before I purchased my homes, but I did not realize until this bill was brought to my attention that the rules can change and I could have the same issues that the last person who testified had. I provide housing to very low income families who are participating in the BRHP mobility program. These are families that want to move out of Baltimore City public housing to make a safer life for their families in places with good schools and safe neighborhoods. I am concerned that the HOAs have this power. And the second part of my testimony, I'm also a real estate developer, and I do housing development, and all new housing developments in Maryland now have requirements for open space, stormwater management, recreational areas. And the go-to mechanism to own and operate those is to have an HOA to encompass the entire subdivision. So every new housing development in Maryland from here on out will have an HOA. And unless this bill is passed, these HOAs going on in perpetuity will have the ability to take away renters' rights. So that is why I support this bill, to protect renters' rights in the future. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Delegate Holmes or his panel? Do not see any. Delegate Holmes, don't go far, because that concludes the bill hearing HB 783, but we'll roll right into HB 793, Real Property Governing Bodies of Common Ownership Communities Member Training.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of this esteemed Environment and Transportation Committee. I have a 4-hour speech prepared here. 4 years ago, I'm sorry. This bill is in reference to board member training. A lot of the problems that we have in common ownership communities throughout the state of Maryland can be boiled down to one primary issue. Board members are not trained. That is, if we have board member training, I think that would alleviate, well, I'm tired, would alleviate a lot of the problems that we have here in the state of Maryland. And you will see in the bill that the training, the board member training, is being authorized by several different groups or organizations. An organization, for example, here I'm speaking about, for example, the Maryland Homeowners Association, which is a statewide organization that does training. You also see that I have here listed higher education. I am currently in discussion with Prince George's Community College to offer board member training. You see membership organizations I have here. I am a member of CAI because of my credentials, et cetera. CAI also offers board member training. You see, I also have here listed as the county, a county can offer coursework. Presently, there are 2 jurisdictions in the state that offer free board member training, only 2. That is Montgomery County and Prince George's County. So those are listed here as well. Ladies and gentlemen, I do recognize that there's probably going to be some discussion in terms of it is too difficult to get persons to be a member of board of directors, and by requiring training, it's going to reduce the number of board of directors. I understand that, but we have to do something. And the thing that I think will help us in this committee and people across the state of Maryland is board member training. And with that, Mr. Chair, I will entertain questions.
Thank you. Delegate Jacobs.
Thank you. I was quiet all day. I thought it was time that I ask at least one question. So that's enough. So I've listened to your presentation about the requirement for training, and not that I disagree with it, but did you notice the Maryland Builders written testimony?
Yes. Yes. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. Yes, let me speak to that.
Couldn't even finish my question.
I didn't mean to cut you off, but I will.
Move unfavorable.
Yes, I did see their suggestion, and having been that person that they're talking about, the declarant's representative, I do agree with them 100%. In the very beginning of a common ownership community, the declarant, the developer, creates the subdivision. And when the developer creates the subdivision, then the declarant's representative is the person that represents the HOA until they get to the transition point. And then once they get to the transition point, then that representative is now moved aside, and then the owners who have purchased the property then elect their own board member training. So I do agree with what they're suggesting.
Great. Thank you. I do not see any further questions. We do have favorable amendment testimony. I'm not sure if Lori Graff from MBIA is still here, and also Nelda Fink is here. Yep, come on up. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Oh. I'm too short. Committee, my name is Nelda Fink. I'm from Anne Arundel County. And thank you for staying this late just to listen to me. And thank you for this opportunity to help make life in my community more enjoyable and less stressful. I am on my community's board. When they wanted to break into my neighbor's house to do an illegal inside inspection, I said, that's against the bylaws, and I showed them the references. They voted for it anyway. I am only one vote. When they were holding meetings via email, I showed them the open meeting statutes and the bylaws. They continued with it anyway. When they started legal action against one owner without giving her full due process, I showed them in the bylaws and the statutes where their debt collector lawyer, not an attorney, was misinterpreting. They voted for it anyway. When I filed the complaint with the Attorney General's office, they finally came out from hiding behind emails and started holding open meetings. When I showed them, they misquoted the bylaws, and only the annual meeting had to be on a certain Tuesday. Boy, they jumped on that one and changed all the other meetings to Thursdays. I prayed the bylaws would fall off the shelf and mysteriously open to pages they needed to read. To this day, not a single one of the other 4 members of my board of directors have read their bylaws. I even got my certification from Montgomery County. I'm in Anne Arundel County. I got my certification from Montgomery County, and they said, oh, that's Montgomery County. Their bylaws are different. All this misinterpretation and resistance to following the bylaws is at the influence of the paid management agent who considers himself a director of our board. We truly need the full package of common ownership bills that Delegate Holmes is putting forth. And starting with training is a great step in the right direction. I'm about to finish up. Let's not, however, overburden the directors and change the class requirement to every 6 years or every second term. And somehow we need to include the community's bylaws in the curriculum, as well as a segment for outlining the steps of statute interpretation so they can learn to do this themselves. We really need your help. And thank you again for staying this late to listen to me. I ask for a favorable report with or without the amendments.
Thank you very much. Any questions for this witness? I do not see any. So that concludes the bill here on HB 793. We'll turn to our final bill, HB 705, Delegate Terrassa, virtual meetings. Although this reads like a Delegate Holmes bill, so I don't know if you should stay up there.
So I'm going to bring up my 10 witness panel. No, I'm going to make this really simple and sweet because I know what we're all trying to get out of here, Good evening, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, and esteemed members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. For the record, I'm Jen Terrassa. Thank you for the opportunity to present HB 705, which is about virtual meetings of common ownership communities, COCs. So what it does is require COCs to provide opportunity for community members to participate in virtual meetings, including equal access to any available chat function, and provides board meetings held by electronic transmission, in other words, email, are subject to open meetings requirements and therefore can only be closed for a specified reason. If this sounds familiar, it's because this is the third time I've sponsored this legislation. Last year's bill, HB 331, was unanimously passed by this committee, and also the House unanimously passed it 134-0. Unfortunately, it didn't progress out of the Senate Judicial Proceedings Committee, and this year's bill is in the exact same posture. I respectfully urge a favorable report.
Thank you, Delegate Terrassa. Any questions on this bill? That concludes the bill hearing HB 705. Colleagues, thank you so much, both on the floor today and in committee. Really great discussion and questions. And with that, subcommittee announcements, Vice Chair Boyce.
Thank you so much. It is 7:39. I will give you an opportunity to look at a piece of food, eat some food, and we will meet at 7:45. Is that good? 7:45. 7:50. 7:50 online. Thank you.
She is a benevolent chair. All right. Thank you all very much.